Indeed, friendos. But a little. Oh, hey, imagine if I had stream mode on right now. That'd be crazy. I love that Sherp's name is The Problem. Yo, congrats, Nats, on the first. Let's go. Followed by a teehee. Make sure to rub it in. Stream mode has been turned on, chat. Apologies. We do so good, chat. We do so good. I have an AC now, chat. It's a great day. It's a great day today. Oh, and then I complete all redeems. Natsuno's really turning on everyone.
Rip.
It could be worse. It could be 101 redeems. That would be awful. Chat, I have bad news. Oh, he's no longer hot? Yeah, that checks out. I was never hot to begin with, chat. I was never hot to begin with. Hoder. Are my lights on? It's dark? It is dark. It is a little bit darker. I did that kind of on purpose.
What is he doing?
What's up, cool dude? How's it going? Welcome in. I do have the lights off on purpose because I felt like it was more dramatic lighting.
Hi, cool.
But if you guys think that's dumb, I can just go turn them back on. What's up? Chat, do you think this is like unprofessionally bad lighting, or does it just look
lights brighter?
Or do you feel like it just does it look dramatic, or does it just look bad? I like it personally. Oh my god, look at that bits badge. Holy shit.
Hi, Crow.
Hermius. Corius. Makes the captain color stand out more. Yeah, let's go. Compton. I need more, chat. I need more cold air. I'm gonna buy 6 refrigerators, line them up against this wall, and just open them all. That's it. That's how I make it colder. Give me more. I'm fine, chat. Don't worry about it. The background looks red as Ori's hatred for. I do not hate chat. Why does this happen? Where did this even come from? You have had your hair dyed. What do you mean?
It is
Hi, Kantarun.
Purple.
Oh, it's cool, Dud. Cool, Dud. What's up, Dud? You have purple hair. No shot. Lightly purple, but purple. That's crazy. Yo, lavender hair. Let's fucking go.
No, that rain eyes falling.
Oh, no.
We are matching.
No shot. That sounds fucking phenomenal, and I love that. Wow. I'm fine, chat. Don't worry about it. I have no problems whatsoever. Shocking.
Slides in on a big heck-off stick of butter *sup heckers.
I know the moment I hear that. I'm looking down right now, and I know the moment that I hear that, I know who it is. Hi, Dino! Oh, a hydrate. A hydrate, you say? Whack.
Grem pose *.
I need to go get more water.
Hello, your daily intern here to refill the coffee heater with water. I'm wheezing now.
You're wheezing now? I love that. More Wawa. Chat, I will be back with more Wawa.
Monkey BTW. If you are in here, prepare. It will probably be done by the end of today's session. *.
What are we talking about? Just a heads up, chat. I have been
Charadont is
informed
back.
that I am out of blood. I have no more blood.
Hi, Ori8th.
What's up, Grembos?
Hi, Monkey.
When will Utopia hard copies come out? That's a wonderful question. Which ones are you talking about? Are you talking about the Kickstarter variety or the retail version? Hello!
Yes.
Yes, okay. The physical variety of the Kickstarter version is going to come to me Mid to late July. So we probably have about 3 more weeks, give or take. And then I have to sort them all out, sign the ones that need to be signed, and then ship them all out. And from there on, it depends on where you're located, essentially. The closer you are to me, the faster it is. After that, once those have released and been given to the people, then they will be available for purchase retail. Cat ears! Sorry.
Okay.
How's it going? Okay. Did that answer the question? Did I not answer the question? Thank you for the hydrates. If there's more that you would like elaborated on, I would be happy to. Why so many drinks? Oh, I'm saying that to make you lose your shirt? Fuck. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Frost. Much appreciated. Less I have to keep track of.
The rubber tree is calling me.
The rubber tree? The rubber tree. Or he is a heavy drinker of water. You know, I've thought about... I don't know if it's okay. I don't remember if TOS says it's okay to drink on stream. I don't remember if that's a thing. I've thought about it a couple of times. I just never got bothered to look to see if that's TOS or not. Hold on, let me Google it. Bet. Obviously, I'm talking about water. But adult water. Potato water.
I know lots of big streamers that have drank on stream.
I believe it. I mean, honestly, even if it was TOS, there's probably either just limitations to it, or they just get away with it because no one cares. Oh yeah,
Twitch
clearly,
allows
yeah.
streamers to consume alcohol while streaming, but with limitations to prevent excessive or harmful consumption. Content that focuses on excessive drinking, glorifying substance abuse, or could be dangerous is prohibited. Streamers should avoid appearing visibly intoxicated or making excessive drinking the focus of their stream, and they cannot incentivize alcohol consumption with money.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, no, that checks out. Potato water.
Among Us
adult
Drunk
water,
is
red
hilarious.
water, blood. But of course, if drinks on stream, I demand an invite. I'll be the sassy barkeep. Fucking bet. Among Us Drunk is hilarious. I don't know, chat. I'd do it. I'd do it. Unfortunately, I'm absolutely a fucking lightweight, so it won't take long.
How's that blue raz ice?
Blue Raz Ice fucking smacks, dude. I would like a drinks on stream. You
Hi,
handle
Frost.
the plant, yo! Blue Raz Ice is fucking killing it right now, Frost. It's so good. Honestly, probably one of my personal favorites. This thing's about to die. Not like perma-die. Cola slush! That sounds wild, actually. Hold on, I fuck with that so hard. Hold on, I just realized something. In an egg now.
It tastes just like a Coke slushie.
That sounds
In Among
phenomenal. I'll sip some vodka in the background.
I'm halfway through 88 yet.
Halfway through 88, let's go. Little Duder. Little Duder.
That's adorable, Dragon Duder.
Chat, am I muffled right
Little
now?
Duder.
Can you still hear me
Laughing
just fine,
face.
or am I muffled?
Rainbow Dragon.
I have not played Deltarune, actually.
Hungry.
I've seen some of it, but I haven't seen
Have
it.
you played Deltarune?
How muffled am I? I'm not muffled,
We
chat.
hear you well.
I think we have a permanent feature. You're a bit quiet, but I can understand thee. Interesting. Chat, I think we have a new permanent feature. We can hear you even better now. Dragon adds to the mic experience.
I didn't notice a change TBH.
I will pay for Deltarune if you
Fuck.
stream it. I don't know. Okay, so Deltarune's kind of a tough
Diamond,
one.
no.
Because, what? Oh, complete all redeems. No, it's okay. 101 redeems were completed earlier this stream, so now it's been 113 total. Deltarune is very much an investment game, so I don't know, like, if I was going to play something like Deltarune, I wouldn't want to play it for, like, one stream. Or if I wasn't planning on playing through the whole thing, I would want to play it for, like, one stream at most, if that makes sense. So I don't like promising games like that if I don't think I can finish them. Or if I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish them. Diamond, no! Son of a bitch!
Chapter 1 is free and like 4H long.
4 hours long? We could do that in the stream, actually. I didn't know that. That's actually really interesting.
And chapter 2 is free and like 6.
I can see that, chat.
Chapter 1 and 2 are free actually. 3 and 4 are part of the game proper.
Can't wait to see what happened to Eve. He's got gills now. That's what happened.
I need to see what happens next with PS.
It's like in the middle of so many games. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I mean, if there's a free slot, I'd be down to try it. If there's a free time slot, which doesn't happen super often. What's up, Rex? You see what happened next with Pius? Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. I'm so excited. There's so many secrets that I want to tell you guys, and I can't because they're secret. Oh, the woes. Our ADHD streamer. Hey now. You don't know that. Yo, what's up, Jack Jammer? How's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. What's up, what's up? That is an amazing emote,
Well,
and I absolutely love
secrets.
that. Wow, secrets. We're rearing up to something, chat. We're rearing up to something. I didn't know the secrets were secret. No, they're not. That was just a joke, obviously. Like, what's Frost's first name? Frost, your character, and I'm enamored by your character for reasons I can't even tell you. Me when I drink perfume. Me when I eat soap. I don't even know where the soap went. I hope it's gone. Secret. He's got a secret. Shh.
That's jackjammer_artistrias. Probably don't do that.
Glug. Chat, $60 to drink perfume. Don't chat, that was a joke. Please, God, no. Yo! Okay, I'm gonna wait for it to pop up on screen as usual. I see it in chat. I'm gonna wait for it to be... But when it does... There it is! Thank you, Silver, for the Prime sub! Let's go, 4 months!
Silver132231 just subscribed with Prime. 4 months, 3.
I appreciate the shit out of you. Welcome in. Happy today. How's your today going?
At Rainey's Fouling, yes. Soap, but
I
not
appreciate
hand
the heck
soap.
out of you. Soap, but not hand soap. But of course.
Do not the perfume.
But do not the perfume. Do not purr the fume. Fuck.
As a comedian once said, is it alcohol or perfume? I drank the whole thing and said, it's perfume.
Oh my god, that was John Mulaney. I remember that. Fucking Christ, dude. That dude's so funny. I'm pretty sure he did bad things, though, which is not good. Hydrate time. Thank you for the hydrate. Delicious. Thank you. Oh, Frosted the Dehydrate. I have to undrink it. What? I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry you had to witness that. Mwah. I have to, like... Oh, mwah. I have to give a little smooch to the dragon. Give me a cuff. Or he vomits right there. I puked on stream before, I'm pretty sure. I'm nearly positive I have. Oh, I guess I didn't do it on stream. Like, I walked off camera for it, but it's definitely happened a couple of times. One of the problems is that hot sauce is very nauseating to me. You hot and why? I'm pretty sure it's because of hot sauce. Ori has to drink
salt water for dihydrate.
And there was one time that I think it was because of the egg. There was a raw egg. I've drank a lot of raw eggs on stream, chat. I have consumed many a raw egg. But there was one time I remember that I think it was like 2 or 3 in a row. And I think on the third one, I couldn't keep it down.
Oh yeah, no, the raw egg makes sense. I forgot about that.
Do not ingest perfume, especially if you eat a lot of salt and it forms formaldehyde. Oh, so instead of embalming dead bodies, you embalm living bodies, which then become dead bodies. It's like a pre-embalming process. It's perfect. Because it'll probably kill you.
Drink gasoline.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Not perfect, Ori, no.
No. Yeah, no, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. It's a foolproof plan. Don't you love planning, Rain? I hear that you absolutely love planning. This is good planning, right? It's pre-planning. You are proactively drinking embalming fluid so that when you die from said embalming fluid, you're already embalmed.
BTW, I have a can of Monster, my second one. I hecking love caffeine, and it has a dent that makes like the perfect little holster spot for my bottom lip. It's primo.
That's fucking phenomenal, and I love that. I want to do that.
JackJammer_artist. It burns your isnides even without being lit.
Stop disgracing purples with that plan. I don't know what you're talking about. We are embracing the purples. Would you rather eat a candle or drink gasoline? I've eaten candle before, so I'm gonna say drink gasoline because I'm curious. Candle doesn't taste that good. A man with the plan, Rain. A man with the plan. I want to know what gasoline tastes like.
Wax is pretty fine if you go slow.
Yeah, I've eaten candle before.
I was gonna yoink another talent of the aquatic tree, but then I realized it would be funny to save points to grab all the ones I'm missing at once.
That's a way to do that. It's gonna kind of like throw you off, like power wise. I don't know. I'm kind of down for it personally. That sounds fun.
Would you rather lose an eye or an arm?
Why have you eaten candle? And why was I not concerned right away? I don't know. Why are you not concerned about it? There's nothing to be concerned about. It tasted like candle. What do you expect? Only missing 3 talents? Oh. Would you rather lose an eye or an arm? Lose an eye. This eye doesn't even work anyways.
We should play a game show
fine.
of what? Has. Ori. Not. Eotine.
Eotine! I really love how it spaced it out that well. That was really funny.
JackJammer_artist tries arm. I'm already down an ID. Ice ability.
Well, I mean,
LH.
if you take this eye, then I'm fine. But if you take this eye... Oh, fuck. I'd probably lose an arm.
Maybe I will grab a Warfare one next.
Warfare's so good. Eye for the cool scar. Real, though. Real, though. I mean, I wouldn't be blind. I would just be legally blind if I lost this eye. But I could still see blurry, at least. But that sounds also terrible. I guess it'd probably be smarter to choose the eye. But the cool scar is so cool. So cool, in fact, that it's in the name. Heck. Chat, the options. The options. I kind of want to play Would You Rather with chat. I'm going to be honest with you. Would You Rather with chat sounds like a lot of fun. I have to do this real quick. Oh god, you are so large. There we go. I would lose an arm as long as it's the left one. Would you rather pass 50 kidney stones or crap a literal brick? I'd pass 50 kidney stones.
At monkey_pasquire, the sinister hand.
The sinister hand? Without arm, you can't stream. Bad for everyone. Yeah.
At JackJammer_artist tries brick. I know what kidney stones do to people.
Brick, because that sounds funny.
If you really want cool scar on eye, we do have the means for creating so.
Come on, Crow, let's do this on stream. We're gonna get a cool eye scar. That's wild that everyone chose the brick. What?
ISTG.
What are you orienting me? I did nothing wrong.
Bad.
I did nothing wrong. Chad, it would be so cool. Shink. And they'll be like, wow, what happened to your eye? And it was like, it's legally blind, so like people can already tell, like from glancing, but they don't know that it's because of the scar. They don't know that we did the scar because the eye already didn't work. And then I could just lie. Surprisingly, this is the second time today that the conversation of losing an arm has popped up. And I thought about it, and I'm like, I wouldn't be able to do anything on the PC anymore, which is unfortunately like most of my life at this point. So I feel like that'd be a bad thing.
And then I could just lie.
And then I could just lie. Not sure how much larger 50 kidney stones would be than a brick. Probably the brick is larger. The brick is substantially larger. A pea-sized kidney stone is pretty fucking massive. A brick-sized kidney stone is probably lethal. Would you rather be stuck in Minecraft or stuck in Animal Crossing? Think hard about it, please. Minecraft. I could one-hand a PC. Done it before. Wild. I could lose a leg. Fuck that. Kidney stones are tiny, but suck so bad. So I've heard.
Is Minecraft mod?
Is it modded? That's funny. Yo, what's up, London? How's it going?
They run in my family and I fear.
Be fearful. Be extremely fearful.
They have large bricks and also very much small bricks, depend where a brick would end.
That'd be really funny if you chose to shit bricks and it ended up being a
Be
cinder
fearful,
block.
Rain.
If it's single player, then Animal Crossing. If not, then Minecraft. Fair. I made myself pasta with meat sauce today. Ooh, that sounds really good. That sounds absolutely phenomenal. You know, the question of like the, what is it? It's like the, it's, oh God, it was like 100 mouse-sized gorillas or 1 gorilla-sized mouse or something like that. Which one would you rather go up against? Do you guys remember that question? What is that actual question? I don't remember. I always feel like those questions are like so weighted. I had hamburgers like the average American and got called fat because I ate 4. Why would you call someone fat for that? Eat to your heart's content, chat.
Would you rather have another dong but it was on your butt? Or lose your feet?
I didn't need feet anyways.
Duck-sized horses or hose-sized duck?
That's the one. Thank you. Dog, chat, if you want 4 fucking
The
hamburgers,
answer has
go
to do
eat 4
with
fucking
action
hamburgers. Oh my God, action economy. Yeah, but if your defenses are high enough, then none of the horse-sized or the duck-sized horses can hurt you. What are they gonna do? I want Borgor. Too far away. Cry. This is terrible. Someone mail rain a Borger. Rather lose my feet. Yeah.
Both a mouse-sized gorilla and a gorilla-sized mouse would both have very hard times living. So the smaller quantity is usually the right answer.
Oh, interesting. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, but then you have like a cocaine bear dilemma. Chat, if you did have a reverse dong, it would be easier to wear a tail. I'm just saying. I'm sorry. How many of you know what cocaine bear is? Another, how do I get the, this is your first one.
Am I correct in remembering that you can level up at any time without an action cost?
Yes.
Like you can hold a few dozen points and spend it all during another character's turn?
Yes, you can. That is all correct. Cocaine bear, so for anyone who doesn't
I know
know,
cocaine bear.
Cocaine bear is essentially
LMAO,
a bear
cocaine bear
that consumed like a kilogram of cocaine. And it was stated that for the 12 seconds that it was alive, it was the most feared apex predator in existence. And that's what makes me think about the horse-sized duck, right? Is like, yeah, it'll probably die under its own weight and its heart's inability to pump blood to it. However, for like the 30 seconds that it's alive, it's still a fucking horse-sized duck.
Buy you a couple someday.
We get things called Gatsby's, which are sub sandwiches loaded with fry sauce and spice and deli meatballs. Shit are like thousands of calories in normal sized ones. I've had 3 before. Eat, chat, live, be free. That's what I'm saying, dog. Oh my God, that would be so dope, dude. Oh, that sounds so dope. They're called Gatsby's? That sounds fucking cool as shit, dude. Would you rather have all your teeth be punched out or your skull or get hentai? Oh, you mean like hentai, like the anime shit. Absolutely get hentai. That's not even a question. No eating, chat. We talked about this. Release a dove from a cage. Second one, no contest. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That one's not even a question.
That's JackJammer_artist my guy. ID do that for free.
You're in a freaky ass chat, dude. Hentai, no question. No, here's the question. Who would do both?
At Rain Eyes Fouling Eyes.
Eyes. I appreciate my teeth for the second one, yeah. There's no debart. Okay, chat, we're gonna have to play
Would you
pies
rather
here soon.
be dropped from an airplane with your neck slit or get a yam job?
That's a tough one. That's a tough one, actually. I need my teeth for this. God damn it. Rain is a gnome! I'm sorry, Rain. Okay, anyways. Chat, we're gonna get into the game.
Nam at Diamond Thadino Plushi.
Hello.
Oh, never mind.
Oh,
Why?
no, it's a
Hello.
Studer.
Oh no, this is
It's both of
terrible.
these duders.
Everyone run
Hi, guys.
away. Would you rather be banged by 14 werewolves or have to you 100 full perfect splits in a row? I do 100 full perfect splits. Goodbye, my hamstrings.
Hey, Ori, I got a question.
Goodbye, everything else also in between.
Yeah. What's up?
For the parry skill,
Yeah.
when you take up the block action against a melee attack, you may spend 1 additional interrupt action and 5 stamina to roll your weapon's attack damage rather than your block rating.
Correct.
Does that just make my block rating the weapon's damage dice, or do I deal damage to the creature?
No, you don't
Your
actually
damage
deal
dice.
damage back.
Okay, so instead it just makes my what?
You would
My-
roll an attack, and that would be your block rating for that roll,
Yep.
essentially.
Yep.
So my 3d4 becomes 13d8.
I feel like
Yes,
the first would
precisely.
require you to also do the second.
Oh my god, that's so good.
The
But you
only
can only
problem. Yep, you can only block
once.
once.
It's
Yeah.
like, but it will be the best. It'll be the best block you've ever done.
It's really good against like 4, 5, 6 turn action weapons. Because if someone's going to spend their whole turn attacking you, you only need to block once. So you're like, yeah, 13d8 block.
Just Erikoth busts out the axe and turns into that one dude from I Parry Everything.
Parry? The black bus. Sorry.
Yeah, because I watched that anime, and the dude straight up parries a giant ass laser.
Chief? Chief, would you rather move to Antarctica or the moon with all needs met? People ask me all the time, if you could go anywhere, where would you go? I always say the moon. I would go to the moon. Absolutely. I want to go to space at some point in my life so fucking bad.
The only thing on the moon that wouldn't be depressing is looking
Sick
back
me
at the
too.
Earth.
That would be the most beautiful thing, though. Oh my god, I want to see it. Press X to
freaking
parry
Earth-
the platypus.
Watching an Earthrise. Or Earthset.
Yes.
It's also really funny. So this is actually a really weird question I had to answer. For anyone who doesn't know, in Utopian lore, the moon is colonized, right? And there's a lot of really interesting dilemmas that comes with a colonized moon that doesn't sound normal, right? Like, a lot of people know that moon obviously has a lot less gravity, right? Which means that building a skyscraper on the moon has a much, much different architectural conditions to contend against, right? But on top of that, their days, quote unquote, last 28 Earth days.
Yep.
Oliver has pissed on the moon by now. Would you rather be real furry or have tiny legs? I don't want tiny legs. I'll be a real furry. That's also not a question. That's fine. I have no problem with that.
You don't want to be Cotton Hill?
Fuck that, dude. I guess we're going
You
to
got a
space.
problem with hell, buddy?
You got a problem with hell?
No,
buckaroo?
Cotton Hill from King of the Hill.
Oh
His
god.
dad. I can't fit him in.
Fucking Christ.
And
Oh,
you
yeah,
know
he
that
does-
before he goes to the moon. I
Yeah,
know
his
that
dad
before he
lost
goes to
it.
the moon, he will make the real Yuzo.
I love your name. You can't watch an Earthrise because it's title locked. No, that's fair. Ender Menace is such a good fucking name. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. I love your name so much. No, 100%. But
That's fair. I forgot about that.
it would still be really pretty, and I'm fine with that. Also, I'm pretty sure you'd see an eclipse like semi-regularly. Not like regularly, but it would happen a lot more often.
At Ender Menace 31 High Ender.
Go for it.
My parry or parry of my parry.
Yeah. Tomato person. Can I get an invite?
Oh yes, I forgot about that.
Oh.
I don't need to play that bad.
I could have swore I
sure
sent
you
you
watched
one earlier
Rise.
when you were just
It
on
would
stream.
just be really slow.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
could have swore I
there's-
sent one earlier when
There's
you were in
new
stream
tutors on
avatars.
the table.
I don't have one in my thingy bobber. Pretty sure you could watch an Earthrise. It would just be really slow. Yup! The 23 months. Holy shit, Rain. Yo.
Rain Ace Falling just
Don't worry about it.
subscribed for 23
Congratulations.
Oh, look.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Did that add to the time? I think it did.
I'll have you know, London, that Ori is not the
Hey,
GM
Ori.
today.
Alright, come over here. Over
What?
here.
Nor is he the GM regularly, actually.
This is so cute, and I love this. Oh my god, this makes me so happy. Look at
Is this
not
not Daisy?
Daisy.
Corey, you got one bar.
One bar? What do you mean?
Next to your name is a
At
Wi-Fi
Rexit
signal that has
404
one
what
dot.
chain?
Not for me.
Yeah, he's got decent ping for me.
Watch one while traveling. That's actually really
92.
interesting. It's like a dynamic. It's like a dynamic sunset. You have to like walk across the moon to make it happen.
Just grab a camera and sprint to watch a sunset.
Be forced to explore the universe with immortality, or be locked in a room with immortality. I'll explore the universe. That's what I'd do anyways if I was immortal. Heck the room. Your room can suck it. Now there's...
Yee.
I'll take a false rumor. Jack Jammer. Parry chain, the parry to parry of the parrier, getting parried by the former parrier. Jesus Christ.
I'm surprised you were able to read that.
I love tongue twisters so much.
I had a little stroke trying to read it.
Fucking real.
I
Gotta
cannot
start
do
listening
tongue
to it.
twisters in English. I can only do them in Spanish.
Accurate.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Why are we all dead? Oh yeah, we all went to sleep. It's like, why are we all dead in the town?
No, that was the
Jack
word.
Jammer _ artist net.
Never mind.
First one.
The only
Trauma
one
reasons.
who died was Eve, but no one else
Okay,
knows
no
about
more
that.
feral.
No, yeah,
Oh,
that was,
yeah.
that was a crazy, uneventful session.
People have not figured that out yet. I forgot the rest of the party hasn't seen what happened yet. We probably need a recap, I would assume.
Yeah, it's been
Okay.
a month.
So,
Hey Nats
What has happened?
Homoestas.
pretty much, y'all came to after your trip to the Wayward, and you were on the back of a piece of plywood being pulled by Not Daisy with a tarp over it. You guys met a couple of adventurers who had basically pulled you out of the cave and started taking you to town. One of them was very crazy, named Artie. And the other two, I forget their names off the top of my head. The parts are there. The pieces are... Oh, here we go. Mason and Grawl.
Grawl. I love Grawl.
Yeah,
I
the
love
guy who
Artie.
died 3 times in a week.
Yeah.
Jason doesn't like me very much.
Well, because you basically said, yeah, I got this free pass to be loved by the people that hate elves.
Fair enough.
I
Have a nice
forgot
day.
about that.
Everyone came to
And it
town,
wasn't
got
free. I
some...
earned it. God damn it!
Yes. You beat... You beat Molden while Eve was flirting with him from the sidelines of the fight.
I got
We
you,
don't talk
Frost.
about
Don't
that
worry.
Proceeds to flirt with Malden.
Exactly my point. Then y'all came into town, got some drinks, almost got into a fight. You had a few conversations with Orion, who was also helping Moff with a plan to help Eve get rid of the Ichor. I can't say it like that. I always
But-
want to say Ichor.
You can say Iker. That's fine.
I know, but it
Tomato.
feels wrong because you're the one that basically canonized this stuff, and you said it a certain way, so I gotta say it a certain way.
Tomato Iker. Or whatever the saying is.
Exactly my point. But yeah, the last session, Moff brought a aquatic mutant clownfish barkeeper up to their room and basically filleted a fish with tearing the soul out of it. Then put Eve's soul inside of the aquatic mutant after also killing Eve. And then everybody went to sleep. Erakoth burst into blue flames that didn't burn down the room, and Eve electrocuted Erakoth with a little static shock before falling asleep. Then we have Moff in a bundle of blankets, and Neptune fell asleep sitting next to Molden on the floor instead of on a bed.
The
I'm
advantage
gonna
is
be-
having no bones.
I'm gonna be so real. When I got shocked, I did not put that together until just now.
Does Evie still have gills?
We never talked about this over the month you were gone.
Well,
Yeah.
I think we said it last session because Evie was alteration.
Shape human, or shape creature.
Yeah. We made a joke that Evie now looks like Evie but with gills, and I didn't know if we were serious.
Flip a coin.
I was gonna say I'll
Flip a
leave that
coin.
up to you on how you want Eve to be reshaped because it was Moth's, or actually it'd be up to Rain because Moth is the one that cast the spell.
Rain, do I have gills?
I don't think Moth would have been going for that necessarily, but if you want Eve to have gills, we can do that.
No, I mean, if
without
Moth
the
wouldn't have
gills,
done
Eve
it.
now breathes underwater.
Flip
I
a
think
coin.
Moth
Flip a
was
coin.
trying
Flip
to
a
make
coin.
Eve look as much like Eve as physically possible.
Well, hypothetically, if Eve did become an aquatic mutant, unless the alteration was so powerful to actually change his species back, then I use the aquatic mutant tree now.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Amazing.
Do you want to redo Eve's skill trees?
Normally,
I was-
at least, I mean, it's up to how you rule it, but normally what I do for a species swap is you keep all talents, you just lose access to the rest of the tree.
That works.
Oh, so you
He couldn't pick from
Wait.
the human tree anymore.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you would lose everything from the gray scale of the tree, but you would keep your
Current skills.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everything
would
he's
keep
already
any-
acquired, he keeps, but everything else in skill tree he
Ew.
can no longer access.
well, that was my concern because Eve went down the entire almost the entire right side of the Eldritch Cambion right side.
Oh,
of the
if you
tree.
want me to remove those talents, I can, and I can respec.
I was gonna say, yeah, if you want to respec those talents, you can.
Okay.
I won't do that to you where you have like 5-6 levels worth of useless talents.
Goodbye and goodbye.
Are they useless? I mean, he still gets the abilities from them, right?
If he can't access the talents that were given to him in his species talent tree, then I won't make him keep them.
So
I think what he's saying is like you
Well, he-
get to keep the talents that you already had. You just can't take any new talents from that tree, but you still get the abilities that you had already
Yeah.
previously taken.
Yeah.
Okay, I
it's
was
like-
under the impression he meant that he cannot access the abilities that he took in that.
No, he
species
can't. He
tree.
can't.
The ones he took, just can't take any more.
He doesn't have access to any of the ones he hasn't taken. No.
Gotcha. So
But all the
can't
ones
go
he has,
down
he does.
Further, he can't go further into the human tree.
Yeah, he can't go further into the human tree, and he can't take. I don't know if he has Iron Will yet, but he no longer can get Iron Will.
Then I will give Ori permission to choose whether or not he wants to keep the Eldritch Cambion tree or go into the subspecies tree of the aquatic mutants.
okay, let me see. I see that I did something, which makes me think that we had a mild nope, different. I'll go ahead and just pull out my human specs. And modify. I'm gonna have to make a custom species for this because my constitution, endurance, and effervescence just changed.
Just keep the human stuff then.
Well, it was
So-
the Eldritch Cambion stuff that he just removed,
yeah,
not the human stuff.
Well,
But-
keep that stuff then. You already got it because of the human tree.
but functionally, I am an aquatic mutant, unless.
Like we could rework it and make your mental screech into like I don't know Aquaman powers where you're just like screaming bubbles at people.
You're a dolphin.
Fucking dolphin.
It's like
You're a
sonic
fucking
waves
dolphin.
instead of mental waves.
I also hypothetically lose a subtrait. I lose a gifted subtrait.
How would that be?
Because it's human related.
Because humans get 2, aquatic mutants get 1.
Don't worry about that. It's I would just say the talents.
Okay.
Still counts.
Still counts.
You were originally human, so the actual
I like how Ori is just looking at my fucking sheet of instead of
I am, in fact.
instead
Well,
of
I have
fucking
to-
copying and pasting it.
I have to do the customized species thing for the spreadsheet and stuff like that. But anyways, regardless of that, I am now exhausted out of water.
You finally feel how I feel.
So also, is your like change, like how you look right now, is that a concentration spell or is it like a just all
No, it's on permanence.
Yeah, it's
okay,
permanent.
it's permanent. Okay.
Moth went down to like 11 DHP.
Oh my god, this is so funny.
And it's all back because we just long rested.
No,
Yeah.
DHP doesn't come back
DHP
from long
don't work
rests.
like that.
Oh, does it?
No.
HP
Moth
needs to be
needs,
healed.
It has to be
Moth
medical
needs to heal
attention.
himself.
SHP does.
Oh god,
not
that
DHP.
sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was thinking
Oh
of the
my
wrong
god.
one. My bad.
He's like, oh my god.
Oh my god.
Moth, you're looking a little squishier
need
than
some
normal right
milk.
now.
Get this man some milk.
Oh shit! My first thought went to that freaking, you know, the vine where they're trying to hold this lizard or snake out in front of a dude, and he's on the bed. He's like, "Oh my god!" and just like sinks into the bed.
Also, Ori, you have 3 points of fatigue, I think.
Oh? Why is that? Oh,
Because-
that's right.
Because you were revived.
Because Resurrect.
Oh, I thought Resurrect doesn't give... I thought Revivify does, Resurrect doesn't.
Whichever one I used.
Okay. So I have 4 points of fatigue right now.
Shit.
Where did the other one come from?
Because I'm an
Eve
aquatic
is
mutant.
currently useless. Eve takes
I
nap
will
the rest of session.
I will tell you guys what, because I
Yeah,
made this
resuscitate.
joke with Munchie. We have been on break for a month. Eve has had the greatest rest of his life. Better than his pods up on Uto. It's nice and cozy, nice and warm in the bed, especially with Erikoth being on fire in the
Evie, have a
background.
sleep. You deserve it.
You can go ahead and remove 2 of those points.
Okay. That's amazing. Okay, so now I only have 2 points of fatigue. 1 more after my next rest. 1 goes away.
And 1 is permanent as long as you're not in the water.
Yep.
Welcome to fish life.
Alright. So we are going to start this session off. Frost, you wake up with a bundled up moth above your head.
Eh.
Just above your head like a sleeping cat.
Oh, hey, buddy. I'm gonna try and shake him awake because it's early in the morning now and it's time to get up and do stuff. Hey, buddy.
Hi.
It's time to wake
What?
up.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I can do that. And just like layer after layer after layer of blankets just come like flopping
Just
out.
start
There's
falling
like
off.
6 by the time he like stands up. His fluff is a little like disheveled and like scrunched up awkwardly in some places. He's like,
He's got he's got matted fluff everywhere too.
He's got a
yeah,
pompadour.
exactly. He's
Looks like the redheaded
"Today's
guy from Yu
Ocean
Yu
Day."
Hakusho.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not ready for Ocean Day, but today's Ocean Day.
I think between us we could figure out a spell to help you out, right?
Hopefully.
With that, we have Erikoth and Eve waking up.
Erikoth, I assume, is still on fire.
Up to gnats.
God, that was the best sleep I've ever had, and yet I have the biggest fucking headache I've
Be
ever
chief in
had.
my party.
I'm so tired.
With the sound of Eve's voice suddenly coming out into the room, Erikoth quickly extinguishes his flames.
Do you have any water? I'm so fucking
Yeah.
thirsty.
Yeah, here, buddy. And I hand him the water skin that he has carried around with him for a while.
Evie's gonna grab it, take a sip of it, be a little bit confused, and then dump it on his head and go, oh, it's gone now. Fuck.
Taste of the water is a little bleh. because it's been in a water skin for a couple days in the heat.
We'll get you some more water.
Oh. I feel hungover and I didn't even get the right to drink.
Eve was drunk on the last session.
You
Eve
were
was
drinking.
very drunk.
Eve was very fake drunk last session.
Yeah,
Eve
he was
doesn't-
acting
Oh, he's
drunk.
fake
Everybody else
drunk.
thought he was drunk.
Evie was so drunk, wink, that he doesn't even remember that.
Wink.
So
Damn.
does he admit that he feels so hungover even though he didn't drink to Erica?
It was definitely a slip up. Yeah.
Erica's gonna keep that to himself and just be like, yeah, man, drinks are a hell of a thing.
Yeah.
Wink.
Wink. Where are the others? Where's Lamb?
Nobody's been by. Not sure. I believe bunking with the rest of everybody else.
All right. I'll just walk
Lamb
out.
walks out of the room at that point, all fluff.
Just
Next we have Neptune and Molden.
I'm
How would you like to wake up, Munchie?
I'm just gonna wake up, look around. Fuck. I need water.
Molden's gonna kind of just like open one eye, look over in your direction, and just reach out with a water skin.
I'm gonna literally do the same thing Eve did. Take a sip and then throw it all over
On
me.
Epi baby boy I.
You're just gonna see a little smirk on his face.
That's much better.
He's gonna kind of just like roll up to his feet and just very blatantly stretch his wings out across most of the room.
Good morning, Molden. Sorry if I got some water on you.
He's gonna shake his head, just like gesture to the door, and sign breakfast.
Sure, I'm starving. And then I'm just gonna go out.
the moment that Evie sees Moth, he's just gonna hug him.
Oh. Hi Eve. How are you feeling today?
He's gonna quietly, without trying to alert the rest of the party, whisper in his ear and say, "How are you doing?"
I think everything's okay, if you're okay.
I'm fine.
You're probably still tired, right?
I apologize, actually. I'm going to say this, in very, very broken sectling.
Moth stares. Like biggest fucking moth eyes you've ever seen. And it's just like...
Eve saying this to Moth is going to essentially sound like, "How are..."
I'm just like, oh, you guys can't. My mic won't pick it up. It's like just like clicking and humming, but like,
Moth will
very staggered.
purposely talk slow for Eve in response, and will basically ask if he's still feeling tired, and if he needs any more healing, essentially.
Just a little bit, not enough to matter.
Well, that's good.
He's gonna put Moth down, rub his eyes as he sees the rest of the party, and be like, "Did somebody say breakfast?"
Molden's gonna look a little confused over at Eve, like, and he's just gonna sigh, he's like, "How did you hear me signing that?"
I didn't. It was just hope.
Let's go get breakfast, buddy, and maybe give Moth a little brush.
I'm gonna
Moth will
put.
look slightly angrily over at Neptune and will say, "I look fine, thank you. Are you implying something?"
Brew them
I'm just
off.
gonna
Hello?
look at Moth directly into their eyes and say, "Buddy, your fluff is matted."
Look, it's been a long travel, okay? It's really warm.
Evie's just gonna scruff Moth's hair like really rigidly, and just like kind of make it worse, but pretend like he made it better.
Like you're petting a dog.
More like really aggressively. Like you go up to someone's hair and go.
Yeah, but for Moth, it's gonna look like like that thing where you're petting a dog and you're just like shaking its face left and right.
Yes. And then I'm gonna pat Moth on the back. I'm gonna go, all better. Let's go.
I'm gonna then fluff up Moth like a pillow, and fix what Evie just did.
Yeah, Frost made Moth look a little more normal.
Less matted.
As everyone does continue down the hallway towards the breakfast hall, Erikoth is going to stop Moth.
Is there something you need?
You look like you're feeling sick.
I think the heat's really getting to me, honestly. It's really warm, and there we have the ocean coming up next, and I'm really nervous about that. And I think I'm just kind of scared, and I didn't sleep well last night. So I'm probably just not feeling good because of that.
While we're in town, we should definitely go see a doctor. After breakfast, let's go head out towards a clinic and see if we can get you a little bit of something to help you out.
I mean, I don't think it's that important, but if you want, it probably wouldn't hurt to get everyone a once-over before we're going to be, in foreign areas for a while. So sure, yeah, we can do that.
It's at this point he's already made up his mind. Whether Moth said no or yes, he was going to take Moth to the doctor.
Take Moth to the vet.
Erikoth believes Moth is the only character in the party he cannot take in a fight, and right now he feels like he could. He can tell something's not right. So he thinks that Moth is just incredibly sick.
Understandable. I love Erikoth.
Erikoth is amazing.
So as the party makes
the only responsible adult.
Probably. Erikoth is the party dad. Neptune is the party
Diamond
uncle.
Thadino Plushie, we have piggyback art.
Frost is like the oldest child, and then Eve and Moth are like the freaking disastrous twins.
Yo.
The disaster twins.
Alright, as the party makes their way down the stairs, you're hearing not the usual lute that you would normally hear, like the usual bards playing and whatnot. It's more of an acoustic guitar.
I'm currently hearing thunder.
Yeah, I'm hearing thunder also. A lot of it.
Uh-huh.
So you'll probably hear a good bit of it in the background of me talking.
It's a possibility.
But yeah, everybody comes down. There's only a handful of people. The whole living room area down here isn't as busy as it was last night. It's just a few sparse aquatic mutants and humans. Maybe one or two of the beast mutants around.
I'm gonna walk up to the bar, and before I walk up to the bar, I'm gonna kind of like stop and then hazard, and then I'm gonna look around and check for potential lacking bartender commotion.
There's really nothing right now.
Okay.
There's just people eating their food.
I'm gonna go to the whoever can serve me, and I'm gonna go, can I get a bucket of water?
Behind the counter is the young human sitting there looking a little bit like he didn't really sleep much last night. Yeah, hang on 1 second. I'm sorry, did you say a bucket?
Oh, fuck.
Actually, two buckets.
He's gonna take a deep breath. All right. He's gonna just walk through to the back. Come back with like 2 wooden pails and just put them on the counter. Here you go.
I'm gonna throw 20 silver.
Consequences of my actions.
I'm gonna throw 20 silver pieces on the counter, and then I'm just gonna take the 2 buckets.
The consequences of your actions, Mom.
He's
He's gonna look down at the money and just, thank you. He's gonna pick it up and put it in a tip jar.
I'm gonna find a table, and I'm gonna look at the party, and then I'm gonna, like, hard-eye Neptune. I'm gonna be like, I got you something.
Huh? What?
And then I'm gonna put 2 giant fucking pails of water onto the table. And then promptly sit up a little bit, look down at the water, and just rest my face in it.
Okay.
You're gonna hear one of the aquatic mutants from across the way kind of mumble, is just, somebody had a night?
In the water, hearing that, I'm gonna say, "You're telling me." If you couldn't hear that, that's what it sounded like.
Okay.
Are you okay, buddy?
Never better.
Okay.
It
I'm
probably
just gonna-
it just sounds like bubbles.
Don't worry, he can understand the bubbles.
Oh, that's right. He said never better.
All right, glad you're feeling well. And then I'm just gonna do the same.
I love the idea of Neptune walking up, putting a hand on his shoulder. It's like, dude, you got your face in a bucket of water. Are you okay, dude? And he's like, thumbs up. And Neptune's like, okay, I'm worried about you. Puts a bucket, puts face in it.
Immediately afterwards.
I want art of the party with just the 2 of them, just full face bucket in water, and the rest of the party just like, that
Staring.
is normal enough.
No, just everybody else around just eating breakfast like nothing's going on.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm gonna doodle that now.
Now, this one I will have to preface to chat. I got bored over the course of the month that Ori was out, so I started messing with AI stuff. This is not made for any sort of monetary, it's just jokes.
Okay.
Closest to monetary purpose for me is the song that I made for my background. But yeah, as the current song plays out, you're going to hear that bard turn around. Like, now, I've been across most of Paya from the Horn Range to this place here. And there's one story that has been constant in my travels. And I will say, it's the most fucked up shit I've ever heard. I hope you enjoy.
Bubble, 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 bubble.
Sherbs sent an audio file.
There you go, Ori.
God, I'm gonna have to turn on the volume of the stream if I want to hear that. Oh.
In a sleepy town where the haystacks high.
So what's the next thing we have to do, guys? Where are we going?
I'm just gonna look up and say, the ocean.
Evie's gonna pull his face out of the bucket and like kind of like stare down, smirk a little, and then grimace and go, okay, face back in bucket.
Are you sure you don't want to eat something, buddy?
Oh, yeah, I'll take like a loaf of bread or something.
I did promise you a pastry. You and Mom a pastry.
Ori.
Yeah.
The lyrics are important.
Fuck it, I'm gonna listen to the song on my own.
Some say the thief wore crimson pants and taught the mayor to ballroom dance. Others swear he leapt a wall, yelled she's not Daisy to confuse them all. Oh, bring back not Daisy, sweet and stout. She ain't no mare you joke about. With every town, the thief rides on. The guards break down.
Yeah, send it to the bias channel, please.
I will.
They searched the hills, they scoured the moors, they questioned half.
I'll start
This song
setting.
heckin' rocks. What the stuff?
Yeah. I'll start setting up the ship the best that I can,
That nuts
helping
in that
out wherever I
115
can.
agree.
That simply read, I paid, I swear. So raise your drinks and cry your tears, for not Daisy's gone these many years. If you hear hoofbeats in the dark, it's not a ghost, it's just that snark who stole the mare with gall and flare and left us broken hearted there.
Please send this to the
God
Pirates
damn it,
Redemption
Rick
channel in the
/LH.
Orayverse.
Oh, I did. I just did.
Oh my god, that's so good.
I love that. Fucking love that.
Wait, shirtless Oracat.
There you
I
go, Ori.
retract my former statement.
It's dead now. It's going away now. Okay. I'm gonna set up the mast, and I'm gonna
Fuck.
set up on deck.
There's. I will say y'all don't have to like rush for this. I was bored for a month, and I have my setup for the travels and whatnot. You guys are good to keep going what you're doing.
I've got nothing else in town personally. If anybody else does, they're free to.
I don't think so. I think I'm
I
still
was
on
gonna,
it.
I was gonna try to find a place to upgrade this. To upgrade,
Oh, yeah.
to try it.
Trident.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm gonna while anybody else is doing whatever they need to in town, I'm gonna make my way to port, pop into the ocean, and just kind of back float there.
Progress.
I am going.
Oh my god. he
Nat,
finally-
did you just pin that song?
Yes, I did. It's so good.
Oh my god, he
Uh,
finally remembered how to swim.
I am going to, during this time of a little bit of wait, take Lamp to the doctor.
All right, you're taking him off to the doctor, and Neptune's going out to get a weapon upgraded.
And maybe some info.
Gotcha.
Where would
I
am
will
I
leave it to you where you would like to adventure around.
I guess I'll go to this area around here.
Alrighty. Let me zoom in a little bit. So you make your way into this, it's a little more open of an area. You see a couple of weapon stalls, armor stalls, etc. There's two things that are catching your eye. One of them looks like a small, almost a 3-foot rabbit, dressed up like a wizard. It's kind of just waving around some glass bottles. And to your left, you see the blacksmith that you were looking for.
And I'm turning left. I'm going straight to the blacksmith.
Alrighty. You walk in and you see a radial Tibetan, the dolphin folk.
Yay, finally.
One of them is hammering away at a chest plate. Before looking up, oh hey, what can I get for you?
Hello, I actually need this weapon to be a little more refined.
He's gonna look the trident up and down. It looks a little worn down, but I think I can make it work.
It will be greatly appreciated.
All right. give me a few hours and I'll see what I can do with it.
Don't worry. Oh, also, before you go, I wanted some information in a way I can make 4 people that do not, or no wait, 5 people that do not breathe underwater.
If you go across the way, there should be. You could either go the route of potions or pendants. There's a couple of things you could do. Do any of them have a problem with actually being in the water, though?
Yeah, one of them specifically.
Right. Okay. You may want to talk with either the chief or one of his guardians. They're very adept at magic.
Okay,
They may be able to
very
help.
much. Thank you very much. Just tell me where the chief is.
He's gonna just kind of point in one direction towards where you see the number 2 here. He's gonna. If you go that way, past the courtyard and through the gate, should be the first building on your left.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll leave the trident to you, and I'll come back.
Right.
And then I'm just gonna head to the direction he pointed.
Alrighty. Oop, I'm getting messages.
Oh my god, messages.
Yeah, that's fair, Ori. Okay. Just really like this framing.
Are we finally getting a thumbnail?
Possibly at this point.
Our first thumbnail.
Our first thumbnail.
Neptune in the foreground and a bunch of people in the background.
With the kitty and the fucking halo.
Yeah, probably. Alrighty, let me. Alright. As you walk up, you see the 2.
Thank you so much for the follow, buddy. I appreciate you.
2 great white guards in front of the steps. It's not a very big looking building. It almost looks sort of like a McMansion. One of those small ones that just looks like a fancy house that has 2 floors.
Mm-hmm.
But it's 2 great whites guarding the entrance to the stairs. What's your business?
I'm here looking for some pendants. I need help from the chief for that, as I've been told.
They're gonna look at each other for a moment. It's like, pendants for what purpose?
Breathing underwater. I need them for my party.
You should be able to find those in the market.
Well, I was sent here. Also because I also needed some directions. Let me go find my notes because I don't remember how to say this after a month.
Lived a horse with fire in her eye. Swift
That's fair.
Of course.
What?
Of course I don't remember. I'm dumb. I'm looking for the Bokhar.
The 2 of them are gonna just stop and just look down at you for a moment. Like you just mentioned you were looking for King Arthur.
The mayor cried, "This must be war. They stole our pride."
And they're gonna stop for a second. Right. Right this way. They're gonna gesture you inside.
Thank you. And I'm just gonna go inside.
Yep. As you open the door, you're gonna see the chief, who is on the smaller side for a Grant de Breton, as he's a He is a small beluga whale.
I'm just
Got
gonna
a
approach.
bit of
I'm just
bit of
gonna.
a soft-looking noggin on him.
I'm just gonna approach them and bow down a bit. You know, being polite.
He's gonna kind of step down and just like pat you on the shoulder. Like, there's no need for that here. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm in need of 2 things right now.
Okay.
One is 4 pendants, like this one, and I'm gonna show the pendant I'm wearing to grant the ability to breathe underwater. I know there's potions, but I feel like this will be more effective. And
Don't
I need
give it out to just any. He's gonna stop for a moment and he's just gonna stare at you for a moment. He's gonna lean down and reach his hand out, and he's gonna kind of just like tap at your forehead a little bit, just like, and you're just gonna see that realization hit his face. Like, right, whatever you need, we can get that for you.
Oh yeah, and I also need some directions because I need to speak to the Vokat.
He's just gonna be like awestruck. Is like, right. May I ask your purpose with Vokar?
There's some business me and my party need to tend with him. It's something very serious.
So you are undertaking them then?
Huh?
Right, nothing. Yes, we'll set you up with one of his vassals to take you there. He's gonna be like a little exhausted looking. Even though beluga whales are like dolphin-sized white whales, you're gonna see like he looks a little pale.
I'm just gonna. I'm generally confused, and I'm just gonna look at him and say, "Well, very much appreciated for your help. Sorry, this is an inconvenience."
Not at all. Not at all. He's gonna let out a bit of a whistle that you're gonna hear kind of echo throughout the house, and a couple of radio Tibetans are gonna come down with a couple of cases that have the pendants in them, and kind of just like present the boxes to you.
Those will be perfect. Thank you.
Of course.
I'm just gonna grab the boxes, put them in my backpack, and still bow down to him.
You're just gonna see him freak out. No, none of that. You are perfectly fine.
Okay.
The two radio Tibetans are gonna be like mouth agape that you just bowed. Before you go, may I ask, do you at least have a guardian with you?
Yeah.
Anyone to protect you?
Well, I do. They're like a dragon-like.
You're just gonna see a little breath of relief coming from his face. All right. I wish you great safety in your travels. And he's going to bow to you. At least take a knee to you.
Oh, okay, thank you. And I'm just gonna walk out, very confused. And then I'm still not going for my trident. It's not been that long. I'm going back to the party.
All right, I guess we will cut to Moth and Erikoth's journey.
I thought I was kind of trying to say that maybe the whole party should go to the hospital. I really don't feel all that bad. I was assuming this was more of like a general checkup than like a just me problem.
At Battlecrow 520 agree.
Everyone else looks fine. You are the one who looks squishy today. Can't take any chances. Can't have you getting any parvo or anything like that.
I feel like I look squishy always. I'm mostly fluff.
And you look like you'll fall over at the slightest breeze right now.
Well, I'm glad to hear that I don't normally look like that, I guess.
As you guys are walking through this area, you're going to see Neptune walking into this place before just disappearing inside. I apologize, Munchi. I'm just going to.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You do what you gotta do.
I'm sure Neppy won't see, but Moth just starts signing "Help me, help me, help me" at them.
Yep, he didn't notice at all.
Neppy just waves back, unconcerned.
The two guards that are in front of the steps are gonna like look to their right and see Moth signing away. They're just gonna see like a little smirk on their faces. They're like, children.
He is like a kid going to the doctor.
Oh my god, I didn't even think about this.
But as you guys are passing by, you see a couple of people walking by. You see the doctor over here. It's just the generic symbol you would see for a doctor for certain convention reasons. I can't say that it has a red cross on it or anything like that, but let's go with the green one.
Is there a quote-unquote doctor, or how differently from Utopia would that be? Like, what is Moth expecting?
A doctor on Uto would be kind of like a research facility, right? Like, you'd be thrown in a tube, prodded at a few times, and then you would probably fall asleep and wake up better.
I don't wanna.
But while you guys are going about this back and forth, that same beast mutant, the wizard rabbit, is over here being heckled by a couple of aquatic mutants. While he's holding up the bottles, he's like, I cannot be held responsible for those effects. You purchased those knowing that the effects are random.
This is why I didn't go for the potions.
See, there's a problem happening over there. I feel like we should probably go and help them, right?
Leave Moth as the doctor. You go yourself.
We could, but also, it's time for the doctor.
I'll be fine.
I don't believe you. And then I grab Moth by the arm and just keep walking into the doctor.
I have the imagination that Moth is like, he doesn't have full control of his hands doing the shadow puppets because he's so tired. That Arakoth is like, you have to go to the doctor. There's no choice.
And meanwhile, Moth is signing something that goes from I don't want to be the doctor, I don't want to be at the doctor, to I don't want a banana.
Why do you think you need... Never mind. Let's go.
As you walk in, you just see a lionfish looking aquatic mutant wearing what you would assume, well, Arakoth would assume, is just typical Dr. White garbs. Most of the interiors would. There's a freaking... It almost looks like you're going to a basic doctor's office for our time. It's just everything's made out of wood instead of plastic.
I can
So you
only
got-
imagine how
like a
Moth
high-up
feels
bench.
right now.
It's a high up bench with a cushion on it.
Moth probably feels like a cat hiding at the back end of the cage, trying to be like, "Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me."
Like you know how how scary a doctors can be. This is, imagine a doctor that's like several hundred years behind in technology.
Release
So you're
space.
like, this is like Moth walking into a plague doctor's office. There's like a wooden stretcher in the back.
It's like, oh, you got a fever? Let me get the leeches.
Exactly.
Are you? I feel like these people probably haven't even like had any experience with secklings. I feel like this is a bad idea. Like, are you sure they even know what they're gonna be like doing? I have a feeling they probably like have no idea what they're doing. What if they hurt my wings? They probably haven't ever had to deal with wings. And my wings are much more delicate than yours are. So like yours can be like manhandled a little bit, and mine can't. And I feel like maybe this is a terrible idea.
Hey,
gonna come out from
relax.
Could be worse.
I won't let
Come
anything
behind
happen.
the counter and just
Could be
like,
a fish.
They're gonna come up from
It is
behind the
true.
counter and just kind of pat Moth on the head like a child. It's okay. Just calm down.
The doctor is just a walking salmon with just human legs. It's just a salmon.
They're gonna
His name is
kind.
Fillet.
They're gonna look Moth up and down. Is like, what seems to be the problem today?
Erikoff. Moth will just look at Erikoff, like, you know how like when you're a kid and the doctor asks you things and you don't really know what to respond, so you just look at the parent and wait for the parent to say everything.
Yep.
Moth is just gonna do that.
They
Also because he can't talk to them.
he seems to be feeling a little bit weak today. Curious if he contracted anything or if yeah, I don't know, got into like 3 large fights in the middle of the night and just didn't tell anybody.
Moth was just fighting a cat,
That seems like something Mop would do.
and somehow
Hey, now.
lose.
Hey now.
Because he was just trying to pet the cat, and the cat was beating the shit out of him, and he's just like, that means he likes me.
He just kept trying to pet the cat between the fight.
Moochie, we
I'm
need a
thinking-
3-piece art of this of Moth going to pet a cat, and the cat has its back arched for the first frame. The second one is the cat on Moth's face while they're still reaching out to pet. The last one is just them on their back freaking out. But the doctor's gonna look at Moth for a moment. Right. May I? They're gonna just like very gently pick Moth up under the arms and put you on the bench
Sounds
and just
good.
start going through like the usual little physical things like checking your temperature with the back of their hand, check your heartbeat, and as a seckling, your heart's probably not
No.
in the correct place for what they're used to.
Which one?
Yeah.
With multiple hearts, it probably sounds like if a normal heartbeat is like ba-bump, ba-bump, ba-bump. Moth's is probably like
How many hearts does Moth have?
His
Does
heartbeat's
have multiple
echo.
hearts?
I think so.
How
Hold
many-
on. Wait, hold on.
How many
Just
hearts
sounds
does
like a
Moth have?
galloping horse.
Because the only person I know with multiple hearts in this party is Neptune. Only
Oh,
person I
never
know in
mind.
this party. Yeah.
Go on.
Oh,
Go
I'm
on.
sorry. Moths don't really have a heart. Like, they kind of do, but it's not gonna pulsate like a human heart will.
So it's just gonna be hearing like freaking
Buzz.
either a
Buzz.
stomach growl or just the constant like just whoosh sound.
It just sounds like a buzz.
They go and listen real close to Moth's chest with the stethoscope. You just hear.
Yep, like that.
I think you're dead, actually.
I'm sorry to be the one to break this news, but you are dead.
They're gonna kind of look a little confused and just like, well, the biology is different, certainly different.
He's just gonna look at Erikoth like, what did I fucking say?
Erikoth's just gonna place a hand on Moff's head and just look at the doctor and just be like, yes, continue.
They're gonna check over Moff's exoskeleton a little bit, make sure there's no damage, quote unquote bruising or anything along those lines. Just okay, you mentioned fights. It looks like they won, if there was one. Well, let me see if this helps. They're going to go into the back and grab a couple of vials.
When they're kind of like checking over Lamp and everything, he's gonna try and subtle spell cast illusion to telekinetically tell the doctor, essentially, I overspent myself with magic.
Hebebness.
And I'm feeling weak because of that, but I don't want him to know.
The doctor's gonna perk up a moment while they have the vials in their hand, just look. Okay. They're gonna turn around and just like walk over to you, and they're gonna hold the three vials between their fingers. And as they're holding their hand out above their head, you're gonna hear them kind of whispering a little bit as the stuff in the vials just slowly gets drained away, and your DHP is going to start coming back.
Whoa.
Oops.
How much were you missing?
20.
Right. Okay, let me... I believe it was 1d4 per component, was it not? Or is it per spell?
It depends on which spell you're doing. They all have different maximums.
What is your max DHP?
44.
So you would have to do the extraordinary component one.
Right, that's why I'm asking, is it per component or is it per spell? That you have to expend a component.
You only need one component as long as you can keep the spell going for an extended period of time. After like a minute, it would fully heal him with one component.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're gonna see the vials go down one by one. It's just like taking a deep breath and just... You're gonna see the doctor looking a little winded before they look at you again. It's like, how? They're not gonna like vocalize it, but they're just gonna like, look at you like that.
Lamp
for a
will just,
moment.
like nod, and then we'll look at Erikoth and we'll sign. I feel much better now. Can we leave?
They're gonna put a hand on your shoulder. Just give me a moment to catch my breath. I need to make sure you're good.
I'm sorry, that would have been... I guess if you would have put 10 stacks, I lied to you. I did it backwards. It would be 10 stacks of the spell would be one component. Continue.
So that would have been 10d4.
Yeah, essentially.
Per extraordinary component.
Well,
Yep.
it's per turn, right? So you can just do 1d4 and then let it go for like a minute. And
The
then
component
they're gonna be fine.
consumption happens every time it triggers.
Oh?
Yeah, so the more stacks you have, the less components you spend.
Oh, I totally have been reading that wrong.
My bad. Apparently I have been too.
But
Look at this.
the doctor's gonna
creating a teaching moment.
The doctor's gonna put a hand on Moff's shoulder, just like sit you back down gently, and you're gonna see them just like taking a breath for
God
about
damn,
a
I
minute
sound like a nerd rules lawyering the
before
maker of the game.
putting their hand above your head again. And as soon as they start to exhale, you see the second vial just slowly emptying out. And then they're gonna just like let their hand drop. Is like, okay, you should be good now.
Give him a lollipop for being a good boy.
Lamp will like nod and like thank you to the person, and then we'll look at Erakoth expectedly.
You have a very powerful child, sir. I consider
He is
myself a
indeed very
good doctor. They've also got a very, very high pain threshold. Whew. And they're gonna take a breather, walk around behind the counter, and then just come back out with a lollipop and a sticker for Moth.
Oh my god, wait, what is the sticker of?
A jellyfish.
It is, I'll be honest, it is the local, it's like one of those, you know those little place on water tattoos?
Yes.
But it's of the house's symbol, which Munchi has.
This
Oh,
is amazing.
let me-
I'm
I need to
gonna
send that.
put it. I'm gonna take out my jellyfish, my glowing jellyfish, and I'm gonna put it on its jar.
I need to send that to the rest of the party. I never sent it, I think.
He's like, I'm not a child. Now give me that sticker. Puts on jar.
Yes.
Eats
In which
lollipop
house
with
were we?
proboscis.
Yes.
Which house were
exactly.
we in?
He starts
Herb?
licking it.
I'm getting to it, hang on. I gotta scroll back a little ways.
Anyways, people that don't know the houses, the symbols are in the group chat.
Y'all are in the area for House Czar.
House Sar is the eye?
Yep.
Angry squeak,
Okay,
happy
the eye.
sticker. God damn it.
Alright, Moth has a sticker of a very detailed eye.
It's the one on the top right corner there. It was just sent in the group chat.
All right, Doc, how much do we owe you?
1,750 silver pieces.
Do we have help?
Do you guys have insurance?
That was the joke I was
What's an
coming up with.
insurance?
Yeah. No.
Thank you,
No.
sure.
This is that for purposes that was a joke, not what the doctor said. The doctor's gonna look over the two empty vials and just think for a moment. Ori, what do you think would be a fair exchange for two extraordinary components being used?
Usually for medical attention, I'll charge like 5 silver pieces per DHP.
Shit.
Yeah. DHP
And
is
he went from 11
expensive.
to 44.
Yeah.
So that's 33 DHP.
You're at 11 out of 44. Yeah, that's 33.
No, I was at. I lost 20.
You lost 20? Okay, so...
Oh, okay.
100.
Well, was your DH... You said your DHP was at 11 before.
No, it was at 22.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I went and
I
watched the
must
last
have
VOD and saw that you were at 11 DHP.
I think
you may have misspoke
I
at the
might
end of the session.
I think what happened is I accidentally calculated it based on my SHP. I brought my SHP down instead of my DHP, and my SHP is lower than my DHP.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense.
All right. So for 20, that'll be 100 silver for everything.
Just use the bag that we split for Moth's expenses.
Wonderful. I pay 100 silver pieces, and then I grab Moth and hoist them up onto my shoulders and give them a piggyback ride as we begin to head back towards the party.
Lamp will happily but begrudgingly lick the lollipop.
Now,
You know what?
see-
I'm gonna
I just
have
imagine
Seen
so
somebody
bad.
mad eating a lollipop? Now you have.
Like a very frustrated Moth with their proboscis wrapped around the edge of this massive lollipop.
Yes, precisely.
See, I told you the
Is it-
doctor's not that bad.
Is this Moth's first time eating a lollipop?
This may be.
Almost certainly, yeah.
It is the sweetest thing you've ever had.
Probably, yeah. It's unfortunate that Moth doesn't have taste receptors.
And yet somehow it is the sweetest thing he has ever had.
It's amazing. I'm elated and filled with joy. For you see, fun colors.
This tastes like rainbow!
As y'all are making your way back to the ship, said individual is just like a little bruised. With a scuffed up looking hat now.
In a sleepy town where the haystacks high, lived a whole
Moth is
Adds
just gonna
up.
start wandering away because the fact that he's close to the ocean is reminding him that he's gonna have to go in the ocean. He doesn't want to think about it.
Moth is currently riding on Ericroth's shoulders.
As you get close to the coast, Moth just like attempts to like backflip off of the shoulders. Just like lean back far enough that he falls off.
I'll make a grapple check.
Oh, cool.
I'll make a good grapple check.
I just want
How
you to
does he
know.
do that again?
You make a strength or an agility test, your choice. Erikoth, make a strength test.
You're going
Moth.
down.
Moth prey.
Yes, my strength and agility, both -2. I'm sure this will go very well. 11.
Of course.
23.
I just want
Well.
to say really quick, even if Erikoth successfully grapples Moth, Moth could just telekinetically move both of them.
I forgot about that.
Incorrect.
How heavy?
I'm better at resisting that now, but we can try.
I don't know, that's up to Moth.
Interesting.
You go to lean
it's
back
fine.
and Erikoth just like tightens his grip on your ankle a little bit. No.
And then you
Moth will
both
just, like,
begin to
play
levitate.
What can I do here?
Just
How
a friggin'
heavy is Erikoth?
Just a series of events. Moth leans back, Erikoth grabs his ankle, is no. And then Erikoth proceeds to start walking on air.
No more than 100 kilograms. Maybe 150 at most.
I was gonna say, Erikoth is massive. He's at least
Yeah.
my height and more stacked than I am.
Yeah, I would say, well, 150 kilograms, about almost 400 pounds.
It's 330 pounds.
Yeah.
What's
150 kilos.
what's Erikoth's height? Isn't he like 6'2"?
Oh, he's way taller than 6'2".
He's way taller than that.
Yeah, no, my spell cap is high enough. I'm gonna try and just start like slowly moving us away. From
I'm
the
strong
water.
enough.
Okay. What do I have to make to resist that?
Will contest it Moth's will against your strength.
Proper
I get a point of
concept.
favor because I'm resisting a spell effect, by the way.
Yep, runic buffer.
Ed Arakoth would be in the NBA if it wasn't
Wait,
illegal
sorry,
to
a
have
will?
wings.
It's a will contest?
It should be. Or is the spell just however many stacks you put into it?
That's what I was trying to look at. It's a strength contest against, the amount of stacks.
Gotcha.
Swear to God,
which
Moth better
in
not
this
lose more
case would
DHP.
be- What's my spell cap?
Oh, he's pumping all of it into this.
He's scared.
I was gonna say, you went to double your will score, didn't you? On
Yeah,
the last
52.
session, you picked it up.
Do you have a 52 there?
Yes.
Oh my god.
That beats my 31.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah,
Oh
so
my
I was
God.
right. Erikoth is gonna start walking on air and just start floating backwards.
I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
hey,
move
wait a
us
minute.
that far away. There's just once we get up to a point, once we start getting a little bit closer to the water, I'm just gonna be like, no.
The party's gonna be on the boat looking out for Erikoth, and you're just gonna see him get close, and as soon as he gets to the dock, you're gonna see him Just like start air walking backwards when he gets close.
I'm gonna
we're not in the boat yet.
I'm like back floating in the water, and I'm like spitting, like I'm looking up, and I'm just
And
spitting
Arco
water back
starts
on myself.
walking away from
and
the party.
looking up at the sky, I see Erikoth with no wing flap, just airwalking backwards. I'm gonna look up, sit up, go to shore, rub my eyes, and go, huh? What?
It's just Lamp, like, clinging to him.
Just arms and legs wrapped around Erikoth's upper
I'm just
torso.
gonna look up and yell, "Hey, do you guys need help?"
Did somebody lose their balloon?
It's a very Erikoth-shaped balloon.
I was about to say.
This is weird. The closer I try to walk, the further away it seems like it is.
All right, Muff is scared of the water. Eve, can you help me convince him to let Erikoth down? I still need to go pick up my trident.
Huh. Are you guys like within like walking distance? Like, could I like grab his leg right now?
Yeah, I'm not set. I'm mostly just kind of trying to, like, if he tries to take a step closer, I'm just, like, dragging him back to where he started. Like, maybe 10 feet away from the water.
Yeah, it's
like,
just he walks forward and Muff's like, no.
I'm
Hang on,
gonna,
let me just, no.
I'm gonna like rub my temples and be like,
Oh god, it's that one JoJo meme on the stairs.
If you can do this, why not just levitate above the boat?
Because the place we're going is in the water.
We have a bubble.
I can't.
Muff,
Huh?
Muff, listen to me. I got us some stuff that will prevent the water from touching you. You will be fine.
But show
Prove
it on
it.
someone else first.
I'm just gonna, I don't know, grab Frost, I guess.
Okay, volunteers tribute.
I'm gonna grab Frost, grab one of the boxes in my backpack, open it. It's a very, very, very shiny pendant. I'm gonna put it on Frost, and then I'm gonna put it on Frost, and then push him into the water.
I love how Frost is just like sitting on the boat and then gets grabbed by Neptune. He goes, "Oh, okay," and then gets a pendant put on him. He gets thrown into the water, and Frost is like, "Oh, okay."
It's a very Eve response.
Yeah.
It bothers me slightly.
I was gonna do Eve.
What else am I gonna do about it?
I don't know, try to contest the grapple?
Not even a little bit.
I have iron grip.
Even a little bit.
Freaking is like what happened with Eve as a freaking squirrel.
I know Neptune is stronger than I am. I'm not winning that fight.
I like to
believe it or
believe
not, Neptune is the most like
Anyways,
balanced out of everybody.
Frost is fine.
Frost is still under the water.
I like to believe that Neptune
Frost
was
is still
just...
under the water. The bubbles have stopped.
I like to believe that Neptune didn't even look away from Moth. Like, Neptune's just purple-facing Moth and just using his tentacles to just wrap himself around Frost and just dunk him
just
face
chuck
first
me.
in the water repeatedly.
Frost gets
I'm just
pushed
gonna,
into the
I'm
water.
gonna go in the water and pull Frost back up and be like, see, the water is not even the water is not even on him.
Yeah, I'm fine.
He comes out and his hair is still nice, dry, and floofy.
Yeah, I'm
it's still
fine.
nice
Drops, splish.
No, I'm gonna pull him out, and I'm gonna take away the necklace because I'm gonna say, sorry, this is not the one I intended for you. I grabbed
That's
different
okay.
colored. I grabbed different colored ones for each.
Just like that, I wasn't intending to be dunked underwater today either, but all right.
The pendant quite literally makes everyone aquaphobic.
Slowly push us closer until he can grab the necklace, and then he'll like snatch
At
it and put it
Cobweb
on,
616
and then just continue
yippee.
tickling. But now not with drops the spell.
All right, I wanted to
Moth
give
is
the
quite
I wanted to
literally a
give the
toddler.
necklaces as a little surprise. I wanted to give the necklaces as a little surprise, but I guess we're doing this, and I'm gonna take the other boxes out, and I'm gonna call Molden. I don't know if Not Daisy's with us.
Not Daisy is currently stowed under the deck.
And I'm gonna call Not Daisy.
Um,
So huge.
Lamp will like look at Neppy and be like, "Thank you."
No problem. I did say I was gonna find a way.
Why is Not Daisy so small now?
And I'm gonna take out all of the boxes.
That's perfect.
And I'm gonna go and I'm gonna say, everyone please stand in a line. So I don't
It's
forget.
just the 2 boxes with a series of pendants in them.
You're gonna say stand in a line, and Evie's gonna go, okay, and start climbing on Erikoth and try to stand above Moth.
Not like that!
Just a vertical line.
Not like that, squirrel brain.
Okay, we're ready.
The ultimate combat formation.
Get down!
Like that shit from One Piece where they all climbed on Frankie.
I'm gonna
haven't
grab
seen that.
I'm gonna grab a pebble and throw it on Eve's head. Like, get the fuck down.
There goes everybody.
Where's Eve?
I have no
I
idea.
think in the void.
Did you lose Eve?
He might have been launched into
Oh, I
Sherp's
see
under
him.
the
I see
table.
him. I see him. Found it.
Oh, never mind.
Eve doesn't know where Eve is.
There were so many moving hands for a second that I forgot how to see colors.
I picked myself up and I'm diagonal. Help.
Let yourself go.
Well, I know that'll fix it, but I'm just kind of curious on how this happened. Ah, I fell. Flip.
Flippity floppity.
This
Off
is
my
so
property.
unorganized now.
Eve, come here.
Let's go back onto Erikoth's head right here.
Why does
Okay.
it make Erikoth look like a Gundam to have Eve on his shoulders?
Well, if you
Because it's
guys
cool that
don't
way.
if you guys don't stand still, I'm just gonna go for my trident, and I'll give you the necklaces.
Evie's gonna like scratch his head a little bit, and he's like, I don't need one.
Yes, you do.
I really like the water. And he's gonna back up.
Prove it.
I'm just gonna grab
Splash.
Eve just disappears from sight.
Eve. You know what? Fuck it. Never mind. And I'm just gonna go to Erikoth and put the pendant on him. Then I'm gonna do the same with Frost, Molden, and for Not Daisy, I'm also gonna give her one.
Just
Does this
tie it
take
into
one
Not
slot in
Daisy's
inventory?
brains.
Yeah, I'm gonna latch it
Yeah.
into her saddle. Everyone gets a pendant. Moth already snatched one of my hands, and I still have Eve's in the box.
Yep.
Eve is just gonna like hippo stare out of the water.
You're gonna see his ears wiggle to get the water off.
Can you at least put it on? It took me a minute to come to get them, please.
Sure. And I'll put his head down.
And I'm gonna put the pendant. This one has red stones in it.
Thanks.
All right, with that, you guys will be protected underwater. It was a confusing interaction to get them. For some reason, the chief didn't want me to kneel down to them.
Oh. I'm sure that
Well,
has
from our
no other
experience with the other
connotations to it.
Braddens, you're somebody important apparently, so they might have noticed that.
Yeah, didn't the one guy from the last town we were in also kind of acted like that. for a little bit. I feel like you might be like really cool, maybe in the ocean world.
It's probably just because he's hot.
Did anyone get injured?
Oh, that
And I'm just gonna
as soon
as I hear that from Eve, I'm just gonna give him the meanest purple stare.
Sorry?
Sorry for the compliment, I guess.
Never mind. I'll be right back. I'll go get my trident. It's probably done by now.
Note to self: don't call Neptune hot. My bad.
After Neptune walks away, Moth will be like, "Is it because the ocean is cold? Do you think being hot is like an insult?"
And then Eve is gonna go, "That's it. That must be."
I don't
it."
know. I don't know why.
Where was the
Neptune
black?
would be so
where was
against
the
it
blacksmith?
because Neptune is
Where was
hot.
the blacksmith?
It was number 1.
All right. Okay.
Yo, what's up, Petrogas?
And I'm just gonna go in.
No.
Yep. As you walk back in, you see them kind of polishing the prongs at the end of the trident. Oh.
What's up, Rouge? How's it going?
Oh, hello.
Right on time. Here you go. They're gonna kind of just
Hi,
like
Rouge.
dust themselves off, and you're gonna see like a little bit of red dust coming off of them. Oh, whoop! And they're gonna hand you the trident over the counter.
Well, thank you. How much will I owe you?
They're gonna take a moment. I'm sorry. What did you want to upgrade it to? As I believe it was common before.
I don't remember. Let me look in the pantheon. I think it was written there.
Well, I can't give you red. I cannot restore it to its full glory for you.
I know.
Especially not at a generic blacksmith.
I know. I'm pretty sure we established on leaving it into rare.
Up to
rare, yeah.
But it is also more expensive than a rare item to make it rare.
True.
How much money you got?
I have 624 silver pieces. Thank you very much.
Sweet baby Jesus.
We'll be
I'm the richest one right now.
we will be
647.
working on the adventures guide, and there's a lot of talk to have about cursed items.
I don't spend my monies.
How much silver do you guys have?
I have 647.
I have 624.
Go ahead and tell America.
How much do you have?
I currently have, let's see. Where is it? 921.
Holy shit.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, 2 people
Not
didn't take your
including
money,
the-
so I did.
Not
yeah.
including the pouch of... Oh, was that including the pouch I gave you?
He has the money from Eve, I think, and Moth.
No, I gave Eve his money.
Yes.
Moth refused to take his.
I took Moth's money because Moth wasn't refusing to take it. I'm using it exclusively to spend on Moth.
Yeah, so the two of us split it, so we each got 250 from Moth's money, and I have 250 in a separate bag. I don't count that in my silver pieces. I have it as a separate item.
If you go, if Neptune goes to extraordinary, it's 280. But it would be like 300 total.
I can do that. It's good enough.
Rare would be up to 880.
Yeah, I can do extraordinary.
All right. I will leave it to you to craft your weapon in the meantime. He slides it over to you.
I'll help you with that, Moonch.
Yeah, please.
I can't craft everyone's items. I made the relics already. Yeah, they'll slide it over to you. That'll be 300. 300 silver.
I just give him the 300 silver.
Yep. They're gonna just grab the bag and kind of tuck it under the counter. Much appreciated. Hope it serves you well. Looks like, I mean, it looks like it has already, but Hopes it serves you better.
Thank you. And I'm just gonna go back to the party.
As you're walking out, they're going to go back to hammering on the chest plate that they were working on originally.
Oh, yeah. I'm just gonna go back to the party. Well, I'm 300 silver pieces poor.
Lighter.
Yeah, lighter.
I'm gonna look at his trident and be like, I think I see where it went.
It's much shinier.
Shing, sparkle, sparkle.
A little bit of red shining through.
Oh, that's something I should have done. Buy more armor. I'll do it next time.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, the trident is made of orichalcum, is it not?
Much more refined than that. It's above orichalcum.
Yeah.
Oh, my apologies. I'm sorry.
My apologies, sire.
It might have a bit of orichalcum in it.
Treat orichalcum as if orichalcum was iron. This is made of steel. It's a refined version of it.
Orichalcite. No,
Orichalcite.
Also unrelated, Ori, I mentioned the Blue Raz Ice because I'm currently smoking the Peach Perfect Slush.
Oh, I want it.
It tastes so good.
So everybody's grouping up on the ship then?
Yeah. I'm just gonna roll the trident. I'm just gonna roll the trident on my hand. It feels way better.
It is perfectly balanced and feels very smooth on your hands.
Perfectly balanced as all things should be.
All right, we got a ship landed to us. I swear to God, if it's a fancy one.
I'm gonna.
I was about to do that.
I'm gonna cling to the side. Hold on. Let me get this correct.
Oh, don't worry about the pieces, really.
Also, funny thing, the pendant is not making you hydrophobic because you're fish.
What's that?
Like Neptune has one. Neptune has one.
Well, I would assume that would prevent the water from touching you, which would prevent the effects of it.
I don't think it works on fish.
Unless Neptune's was specifically made for him, but that's what Evie is concerned about right now.
Being discovered.
Evie's clung to the starboard right now.
Well, all of ours make it so that we can breathe underwater, except for Moth's. Moth's has the barrier.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, is it just
So we'll
water?
still get wet.
No,
Yeah,
they're
it's literally
no,
the
they're-
one. Literally,
they're
the
all
one I
generic
used
pendants.
on Frost for the demonstration is the one Mauve grabbed.
They are all the same. They're all the same enchantment wise. Neptune's is the one that is different.
Oh, so they do
they're
create
all
a barrier.
They're all aquaphobic, yes.
Gotcha. Yeah, when no one's watching, Evie's gonna take his off and stuff it like chain and pendant inside his scarf. So if he needs to pull it down, he can show the pendant, but he's not actually wearing it.
Fair enough.
But you'll still be wet, so we'll know.
Yeah, you will still be wet.
Yeah,
That's for another time. Continue.
Yep. So the party is all getting on their boats?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Yeah, we got landed one out of my will.
Let's
So I looked away from the screen and I thought we were moving, but it was just the map getting smaller when I looked back. Because I saw it out of the corner of my eye and we were moving more towards the end of the ocean. I was like, wait, what the hell?
What the hell?
What the hell?
Oh, back to the ship.
Oh hell no! Ha ha.
Hey, did I show you guys my new dice holder?
You did not.
You did not.
You showed me, but I don't think you showed the others.
Pay attention to camera.
That was impressive. The way that thing
That
just
was a
flipped on
nice
there.
backflip.
Wait,
That
what?
was great. Artist figurine.
I missed it.
Let me know when
Oh,
everybody's ready to look at the dice holder.
Let me make the ship a bit bigger.
Ooh. Oh, I remember. I remember now.
You
Remember?
remember?
I remember.
So not Daisy is below deck. As everyone was getting
Kyle
on
is
and
now Saga.
getting sorted.
I remember, don't worry.
I want whoever wants to roll a awareness check.
Done.
I will.
All right, I'm gonna do that.
Never mind. I got a 6. Well,
I got a
10. I got a
10.
9. I got a
I got a
9.
10.
23.
Whoa. Those big old eyes never escape
Yeah,
anything.
Moth got the eyes.
Moth got the eyes.
Well, I got really unlucky. I got a 4 and 2 1s.
Oof.
Oh,
Oh, that is a gnarly ass 4 with a +0.
See, you didn't do much
What?
better. That
What are we
sucks.
rolling?
We didn't see shit, Evie.
What are we rolling?
No.
shit.
Awareness.
If you wish to, awareness.
Oh, sick. Okay.
Also, I just realized one of my turn actions are missing.
That is
Frost
an
is
8
now
there.
forever cursed with only 5 turn actions.
No! That would be bad. Doo-doo-doo.
Hold on. What did Moth roll to get that with a? What is
I
your
rolled 11.
modifier?
Plus 12.
Oh
No
shit!
wonder.
That'll
No
do.
Yeah,
wonder.
Muff probably notices everything without rolling anyways.
Yeah. Nothing can escape those big old eyes.
Right. As everyone is loading into the ship and getting themselves sorted, bringing their stuff on and whatnot, getting not Daisy below deck. Moth, you're going to be the only one that sees a little white tuft of fur, just like poof through the side of a window on the side of the ship.
Like out of the ship?
No, into the ship.
Into the ship.
Hmm.
I'm gonna go down. I see fur, I see little white fur, I think little guy. I'm gonna go and explore.
I think little guy.
Little guy. Speaking of little guy, do I still have Trident on me?
Yep, you still got Trident with you.
Thank God. I'm just gonna have him on top of my head.
He has not left you.
But yeah, I'll go into the lower areas where it seemed like it came through.
Alrighty, that will be a second check.
Uh, 24.
You're going down and you find a bottle with what looks like a purple liquid on the floor. Still corked, just kind of rolling around. And a couple of little scratch marks on the window, like someone just clawed their way in.
I'll pick up the bottle and then I'm gonna kind of like get down and start making like like the noises you make when you're trying to like get a cat to come to you. Like
Sure,
little,
little-
like kind of like yeah. I'm gonna start doing my best imitation of that and just like put my hand out. I'm looking for the little guy.
Moth just goes. Pss, 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 pss.
But instead, all you hear is bzzz.
Right.
Oh,
You're going
thank
to
you so much for the
see-
resub. Voltaic 9 months. Let's go.
Voltaic
What's up, buddy?
You're going to see this little thing. It looks like you're not sure how to describe the creature. It just doesn't look like it belongs, but it's going to bolt across the floor. It almost looks like a little white blur, the size of Triton. Just going to zip across the floor.
Oh my God!
And
Very
disappear
small.
under the stairs that you just came down.
I'm gonna try to look under the stairs, and then the next time I get a glimpse of it, I'm gonna try and telekinetic halt it because I know I can't keep up with it.
You go to look under the stairs, and there's nothing there.
Moth will like kind of keep doing that for a while, and if nothing succeeds, he'll come back up to the front and be like, "Guys, I think we have a pet, but the pet is scared of us, so it runs away. Also, I found this," and show the bottle.
As you bring the bottle up above ground, that purple liquid that's inside the bottle is going to start like... Normally the shimmer on a purple liquid would be a lighter shade of purple, but when you bring this out into the sun, it's going to turn golden. So
But I found that-
it's purple with a
Whoa.
gold shimmer.
Whoa, guys, this is really cool.
I'm gonna get close to Moth and look at the bottle.
Investigate.
Investigate. Yep.
I would like to cast divination to see if it's magical.
It's either magical or a bottle full of glitter.
The bottle itself is not magical. It is, in fact, organic.
Glass bottle. Wow.
Wow.
Do I need to like be touching the liquid in order to... This seems dangerous. I'm gonna uncork it.
Evie's immediately gonna lean in and sniff it.
It smells very fruity.
And I'm gonna like just like kind of like tilt it and then just dip like the tiniest little poke of a fingertip into it and then cast it again.
It is still coming up that it is not magical, but it is organic. It is made of materials.
Okay, it's not magic, and I'll recork it.
It's a bottle of fruit juice.
Is it
What
fruit
happens
juice?
if I drink it?
Well, if you don't, I will.
No.
I call dibs first.
I kind of squint at it. I'm like, we could each pour ourselves a glass.
I feel like
You know what? I
that's
like
a
the way you
bad
think.
idea.
Time.
Wait, what did you figure out, Moth? Just that it wasn't magical?
Yeah, I'll put my finger back in it again, and I'll say, is it dangerous to ingest?
It is coming up unsure.
It doesn't know if it's dangerous to ingest or not, which makes me
I
feel
live
like
long
it
enough.
would
What the
probably
hell?
be okay.
Wait, is it alive? What do you mean it doesn't know?
I don't know, the magic doesn't know.
Oh, well, I thought you said it wasn't magic.
My magic doesn't know.
Eve, you casted magic on it.
Oh, that makes more sense. You should have started with that.
I mean, I assumed you kind of would have figured it out by the fact that I was casting magic.
I don't know.
I guess we're all taking a sip.
Well, that, but Moth also has subtle spell, so can we really tell when he casts magic?
If I ever use subtle spell, I will clarify that I am, because sometimes you have to roll tests for it, so.
Okay.
Evie's just dumb.
Hi, Julie.
Fair enough. Have a nice day.
We already knew that, Eve. We still love you though.
Evie scratches his head, and he's just like, I don't get it.
I pat him on the shoulder. You don't need to.
Okay.
I guess we're all taking a sip of the mystery purple bottle.
Hi, Julie.
Hi, Jelly.
Shit.
I guess we're all taking a sip of the purple.
Hi, Julie.
Give me a moment. I gotta bring up a thing.
We take a sip.
Oh boy. I see.
It's either gonna
We're all
taste
gonna
like
drink some
water,
of
or
the
it's gonna
lean.
taste like asphyxiation.
Eric Roth, are you joining us in this?
Yes. Sorry, what am I doing?
Don't worry about
We're-
it. Just wait for the
We're
response.
taking a
Moth found
sip
some
of
purple stuff.
Yeah.
Purple
That-
stuff.
Yeah, drink
Oh.
the Kool-Aid, literally.
Yeah, we got lean.
You know what? Sure, I'll drink the Kool-Aid.
Now I got a question for you.
Mhm.
On the D100s, the Utopia symbol is the 0, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That's not good. Add in 1 minute.
I'm afraid.
All right, who's taking the first sip?
I volunteer
I'll do
as
it.
tribute.
I will give it to Frost since they spoke up first.
Okay.
All right.
You essentially feel like you just had a small sip of Adderall. You are very focused for the next
Did I get a
hour.
+5 to that roll?
Oh yeah, we get +5s to D100s.
Oh shit! All right, that changes the effect. You have an uncontrollable urge to hum songs.
Damn it.
What a
Damn it.
downgrade. Oh my god.
Ah.
The number
Who's
went up,
next?
so I got dumber. What the hell?
What does it taste like?
Oh, it's very fruity.
It's
So
delicious.
it is Kool-Aid. So it is Kool-Aid.
It's essentially fruit punch, yes.
Second
Eric,
sip. Who?
Neptune, or
Sure.
Erikoth?
I'll
It
take the
can be
second
either.
sip.
All right, Erikoth. For your sip, every step you take is kind of sprouting tiny little mushrooms behind you.
What can I say? I'm a fun guy.
Wait, that's so cute.
I think this dude's about to solve world hunger.
Yep. Are they
Or
edible?
tear apart our ship. I don't know. Whichever
I'll
works, I
change
guess.
something.
Anyone else taking sips?
I'm taking a sip.
Me.
All right. Eve gets funny number.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
What does the funny number do?
Eve, your eyes kind of just start sparkling like little stars. You have
Hi,
no
Donut.
control over it.
That's so cute.
I'm
He
like,
has anime eyes.
do
Hi,
I
Rain.
notice
Yeah.
what happened?
You don't really notice. It just looks like the world got a little bit brighter.
I'm gonna look at
Moth
the
is
bottle
just
and be like,
staring incessantly.
I'm gonna look at it, look at the bottle and be like, nothing happened, and then take another swig.
I'm gonna re-roll this because that's too cruel of an effect for Neptune.
I kind of want to know what you rolled.
Lamp has just fully
You're
taken Eve's
hydrophobic.
face in between his hands and is just staring at the sparkles.
All right, there we go. For Neptune, you feel incredibly giddy, completely immune to any kind of fear effect that gets put on you for the next hour.
Boo.
Oh, that feels great.
And Eve is taking another sip, you said?
Yes.
Eve is radiating warmth like a heated blanket for the next hour.
Does he have both, or does the first one drop?
Both. It is an hour-long effect.
Moth is now clinging to him for the warmth and staring into his eyes.
He's gonna go, I thought this was an effect on me, not on you. What happened? What's going on?
Both take a sip.
Sip.
Okay, this entire thing is hilarious. Moth has the ability to talk to animals for the next hour.
Oh my god, wait, no way! I'm gonna take out my gecko!
Take out the jellyfish too. Take out the jellyfish.
And the jellyfish. And I'm gonna set them somewhere safe on the boat, and I'm gonna first be like, your name is Ara, your name is Neppy. Is that okay? Are you okay with those names, or should I change them?
The geckos kind of like look up at you as like, what's a name?
I understand now. It's the thing that I call you. It's when I'm referring to you.
Well, that sounds neat.
Are you
I'm
okay
sorry,
if
what'd
your
you say
name
was-
is Era?
That sounds neat.
Cool.
And you just hang on a second, and you're just gonna hear like little as it's just like poking at its eye with its tongue. Got it.
Oh my god, this is the best day of my life. I'm gonna turn to the jellyfish and I'm gonna say, do you know Neptune, the one that has the tentacles and kind of looks like you but like a human? Do you like them? Because I think you guys should be friends.
I'm sorry to say, but jellyfish don't have brains or mouths.
I want to talk to the animal. You said I could talk to the animal. Sure.
You could
don't
talk.
do
You
this
could
to
talk.
me.
You could talk to animals.
The jellyfish
But
is just.
the jellyfish cannot respond without a mouth.
That's
or
okay.
any
I'm
form
gonna
of
keep talking
telekinesis.
to it anyways.
I don't know.
It's gonna like move its tentacles a little enthusiastically while you're talking to it.
This is the best day.
I'm just gonna
Anyways,
go next.
I'm gonna do that for an hour.
I'm gonna go next to Moth and be like, "Are you okay, buddy?"
I could talk to the little guys. This is amazing.
You're gonna.
I'm just gonna look at him and wow, that's cool. And I'm gonna.
Moth is gonna hear a
I'm
very
gonna grab
faint.
Triton.
Could you all please stop? I am trying to sleep down here.
Who said that?
Probably not Daisy.
Not much. Have a good night. Have a good day, y'all.
I look around.
You could reshape creature the jellyfish to make it talk.
I'm gonna reshape creature on the jellyfish to make it talk. I'm gonna give it a little jellyfish mouth.
You're just gonna very faintly hear, "I must consume."
I must consume.
What do you want to consume, buddy?
The joy of the world.
Oh!
Take away the mouth.
Why don't you like when things have joy?
I hunger for it. I do not
Take
have
away
the
the
choice
mouth.
to not have it.
Is
I
there a way
want
to
it.
give you joy? Can I don't know how to take joy from other people and give it to you. I'm gonna be honest.
I hunger.
Okay. Just so you know, your name is Neppy.
So
You're named after that one.
I am Neppy the Devourer.
Okay. I'm gonna like pat his head awkwardly because he's a jellyfish. And I'm gonna
LMAOL.
like give him scritches and be like, "You like this, right? This is good for you."
At Oridont Yoink.
It is not unpleasant.
This is the best. I'm so happy right now.
I'm gonna sit down next to Moth and put Triton in front of him.
Oh my god, Triton, hi.
I will have to leave Triton to Neppy. It is your
Gosh.
character.
I'll just have I'll have a conversation. I'll be like a interpreter between Neppy and Triton if they want to talk. Otherwise, I'm happy.
It is for the next hour.
Yeah.
Triton is just gonna look at you with the biggest blue eyes.
That's good.
And you say,
Frost, you're good. You
"Help."
don't have to keep. You don't have to keep humming if you want to make jokes.
Oh, that's okay. I'm busy humming. That's all I'm worried about right now.
Anyways, I will continue to have these
I look forward to
conversations
Monkey
with
drawing
with
Neppy the
next hour.
Devourer.
You're gonna occasionally hear a knock on the wall behind you, like something just kicked. I am trying to please take a nap.
Is that not Daisy?
Yes.
Not Daisy, you don't understand. This is the coolest thing and I only have an hour. You can survive.
Evie's gonna like perk up after hearing Moth say that and go, huh? Is this the
You're
way
gonna
we're
hear
gonna-"
Eva's gonna hear a very loud whinny coming from under the deck, which Moth can translate to, I carried you all through the desert. I deserve a nap, damn it.
Eve, did you know that my jellyfish wants to consume all of the world's happiness?
Nope. Yep. This is a dream.
Triton is just poking the jar of the jellyfish.
Triton, don't hurt Neppy.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Robert, it's unpleasant.
I'm gonna hop over the side
You
of the
are
ship,
mean. You are mean, so I'm gonna keep doing it.
and I'm gonna try to find a fish.
They are very abundant as they are chasing the ship.
I'm gonna try to, as best as Evie understands how to, politely kidnap one.
Which, more or less turns out to be you just nabbing one out of a school of fish.
I'm gonna be like, sorry, I'll return him. Probably, yeah. And then I'm gonna resurface.
As soon as Eve breaks the water, Moth is gonna hear, "Stranger danger! Stranger danger!"
And I'm gonna walk up to him. I'm gonna say, "Hey, Dream Moth, I found this in my pocket."
Oh. What do you want me to do?
Water!
Oh god, it's dying. Eve, it's dying.
Oh. Why?
I'm gonna grab the fish and put it back gently into the water.
My
You're gonna
pocket
hear
fish.
a very faint scream as it swims away back to its school.
Eve,
my
note
pocket
to you. Note to you. Fish cannot breathe outside of water.
Oh. Okay, hold on. Jump over the ship. Now I'm gonna try to grab another fish, but then I'm gonna, like, pick up my shirt, and I'm gonna try to create, like, a small pool of water in my shirt, and just stick the fish in it, and then resurface again.
Is your shirt made of leather? Because otherwise the water may seep through.
No.
Eve,
You're still
Eve.
bringing a fish without water.
No, we're just on a time limit.
Eve,
It's a fish
Get a
on wet
bucket.
fabric.
Eve, get a bucket.
I'm gonna look. No, I got... Oh. There was water in this.
Bucket. Bucket now.
All right. He's gonna hold the fish like a football and go search for a bucket.
Bucket with water.
Oh, okay. Can I make an awareness test for a bucket? 12.
You see a bucket, and there's also some bowls in the kitchen.
I will grab a bucket, and I will sploosh off deck, put the fish in the bucket. Come back.
Hey, Ori, I found 2 of your dice that were on the floor.
Bucket.
What did you want me to ask the fish?
Honestly, I haven't gotten this far.
Oh.
Meanwhile, the fish is just freaking out in the bucket. Who are you? Where am I? Why am I in jail?
Why am I in jail?
Why am I in jail?
I'm gonna go next to Eve and look at the poor fish. I'm sorry he did this to you.
I feel fine. The fish didn't affect me at all.
I
Evie
may
will
not
say
be
out loud.
able. I may not be able to speak to the fish, but I can see when one is in distress.
I'm not a fish, nor am I in distress. I'm not
I'm
understanding
talking
what's
about the one in the bucket. You squirrel brain.
I won't fit in the bucket.
Hey Eve, unless there's something that you wanted to ask the fish, I think you should let the fish be with its family.
Oh,
Listen to the
okay.
moth. Listen to the moth.
And then he'll set the fish next to the other 2. Right there.
No. Is there something that you need from the fish, or can I Can I put them back in the water?
I mean, sure. And then I'm gonna grab the bucket and then just toss it overboard.
The
Okay.
whole bucket.
You're gonna hear the screaming as it goes into the water. Hang on, I got this.
This was a successful encounter, I think.
During that entire time, Trident is just still poking at the jellyfish.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Ow, stop it.
Why are you saying ow? I'm poking at your jar, not at you.
It is still unpleasant. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Ow, stop it.
You are named like my friend, but you are mean.
I will devour your joy.
Like,
I would like
just
to see-
watching this like a sitcom. Just like
I would like to see you try.
Just gonna see like a very gentle squish as it pushes against the glass.
It's like that what is it called? I forget what they're called. Manta ray that just like squishes against the glass and then backs up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Manta rays are so good.
I'm just gonna grab Triton again and put it on my head, I guess. Let's pretend this is Triton.
Looks like
That's
Neppy has
enough.
a great hole now.
That's enough bothering the jellyfish, buddy.
Evie's gonna pick up the jellyfish.
please,
Hold on.
please be careful.
Does
Ori, I have found the sound for the fish being tossed back into the ocean.
Okay.
Here you go.
where is it? I didn't hear anything.
What's in the?
It's in the
It's in
V.
the chat.
It's in the
Oh.
chat. I have to send them as messages.
I'm gonna pick up the jellyfish and then like kind of like turn it sideways a couple of times and go, do you want to see your family?
I have no family. I devour.
Eve, leave the
He
jellyfish
doesn't
alone.
have a
That-
family. Also,
We-
that's from the Wayward. The
I'm gonna go, and then he's gonna cock back to throw it overboard.
No! I telekinetic halt you.
Like, release me to the world. I should know the
I'm
kindness
gonna-
of the world.
I'm gonna chuck it and it's just gonna fly out of my hand and just float in the air, and I'm gonna go, huh. I haven't experienced this before.
Moth is gonna hear a very
grab
long
it.
string of slurs.
Eve, please put the jellyfish back on the table.
I will grab it, I will hold it, and then I'll come back down and I'll look to the party and say, you don't understand, this jar is protecting the jellyfish from the world, not the other way around.
Moth lies.
Protecting the world from the jellyfish.
Muff lies.
Buddy, they can't understand you. You can only try and convince me, and I'm pretty sure that when the first words out of your mouth were consume, you kind of fucked it up at that point.
Consume.
Yet again, a long string of slurs.
Eve's gonna pull a ration out of his bag, and he's gonna open the jar and try to stuff the ration in.
Do you want the ration?
I do
No,
not
that's why I
wish to
put it in the
consume
jar.
Food. I wish to consume
I don't
the
think he
joy of
wants
the
it.
world. I want
He
to
wants
eat.
joy, which I don't know how to give. So I think he's just gonna be stuck being unhappy forever, but that's okay. He likes it when I shake him, because that makes him glow. And then I start shaking it.
Fuck, 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 fuck.
See, he likes it.
Evie's gonna go, and then he's gonna walk up to Erikoth, and he's gonna go, hey Erikoth, are you happy right now?
I mean, I can't complain.
Alright. And he's gonna come back, pick up the jar, and then, like, open it up and dip Erikoth's hand in it.
There's going to be a very quick zap on the finger.
Why would you do this to me?
Do you feel less happy?
I mean, I'm not particularly pleased.
He's gonna put the cork back in the jar, and he's just like, problem solved. And he's just gonna walk away.
Neppy, did that make you feel better?
As Eve is walking back down the stairs with the jar, you're just gonna hear like
I love him so much. Oh my god.
Evie's gonna turn his head over his shoulder, look at Erikoth, and be like, you made a small jellyfish very happy today. Congratulations.
Okay.
Oh my lord.
This is the best session we've ever had.
What a nice comeback.
How long is this boat ride?
I don't know.
It'll probably be a couple days, but in sessions it'll probably be after the end of this one.
Fair enough.
Because we have a half hour, I figured y'all would enjoy some fun.
If there's a moment of peace after everything has died down, Moff is gonna go up to Eve in slow sectling and will be like, you know, you don't have to keep it from the party or anything. I just didn't really know how to tell them. So I didn't, but if you want to tell them, that's fine. Don't keep it a secret for me.
Evie's gonna kneel down and go, all right. And he's gonna stand up, he's gonna kind of beat his chest a little bit. He's like, I have something to admit that I have been keeping to myself for a little too long. I think that it's about time that I finally tell you.
What?
Huh?
A couple of the Tibetans are also going to turn around. Huh?
Oh yeah, we have Tibetans in here.
He's gonna scratch his temple a little bit and he's gonna go, I do know how to swim.
Oh, okay, buddy.
Okay.
I can't swim, actually, I can only float.
I always knew you had it in you, I suppose.
I'm gonna turn him off and I'm gonna give him a thumbs up.
There's going to be one radial Tibetan that's giving a very confused, slow clap for Eve.
That's what you wanted, right, Muff?
Not even a little bit, but okay.
Why do you always act so dumb?
Because life is easier this way.
Wait, I can play a Reap/Fotch in Utopia.
And then he's gonna
They
like
are
kind
of like
sigh,
werewolf, but human-eating
and just
fish,
like
amphibian fish instead, that have call of the sea to go kill humans because humans are too OP, so nature had to do something.
And then he's gonna kind of rub his forehead and he's like, and someone got murdered and I got put in their body. But more importantly, I know how to swim now.
Wait, what?
Well, hold on a minute.
I said I know how to swim.
No. Go back to the. You guys murdered someone.
I didn't murder
And you got
anybody.
put into their.
I don't know why you have to hang on the small details.
That's not a small detail. You squirrel brain.
And then he's gonna go to port side and he's gonna go,
Oh, yeah,
I've got a
Moff murdered
wonderful
a guy. He was
backstroke.
racist though, so it's chill. Of course, that's a small detail.
Moff, what happened?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Moff.
Why would you assume that I know anything?
Because you're getting skittish.
I'm
Yeah.
not getting skittish. You're getting skittish. I don't. What do you?
Evie's
why
gonna
would you-
lay
why would
back
you
on
give
the
me right away?
stairs, like put elbows on the higher stairs, lean back, and he's like, I also learned sectling. That's pretty cool.
That I will agree is pretty cool. But back to the main
That
topic.
is, yeah, that's not the main topic. Let's go back to
No.
the part of the murder.
I still think
it's
the main
really cool
topic
that
is
he
the
likes
backstroke.
I think his backstroke is really cool. I think we should all watch him do a backstroke.
Mm-hmm.
Off, now you're deflecting.
Moth, you're deflecting, please.
He's
We're
not a
not
martialist. He can't deflect
we're
if he
not-
tried.
We're not gonna be mad.
Eve is right.
Moth, we're not gonna be mad by whatever you tell us. We just want to know if we're gonna have to bail you out of jail.
No, I just think that maybe, possibly, hopefully, if everything went well, then the Iker won't be a problem anymore. That's all.
Really simple solution, honestly. Learning how to swim will do a lot for you. Mhm.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's like you get in the water and it kind of just like falls right out of you, you know?
Godsend. Absolute godsend.
It's almost
I'm
like he's
gonna
a
go
fish.
over. I'm gonna go over to Erikoff and whisper. All right, we need dad voice. Talk them off.
You killed a guy?
What?
You killed someone.
I never said that.
Moff,
Well-
we're not mad. Just be honest with us.
He's
Yeah,
just gonna
just
rest
be
his head
honest.
back on a step.
It's a small detail. It's a small detail of the plan that was necessary for the plan. So, it's
And what
not-
was the
it's not that
plan?
big of a deal, right?
What was the plan?
So it turns out that the Iker was just attached to Eve's body, right? Not his brain or his soul or anything. So if you can just find a way to remove the body and put the brain and the soul into a new body, then the new body doesn't have the Iker anymore, and then everything is fine. And now everything is fine, probably, unless something went terribly wrong. But I don't think it went terribly wrong. If anything, it's just the same as it was before, which is equally as bad. So that it's fine.
Moff signing all this very quickly just looks like hand signs from Naruto.
I don't see the box anymore, is what Moff is trying to say. I took someone's
What about-
body. The bartender.
That's
You
why we
are-
didn't see the bartender.
And
Yeah.
if you're gonna be mad at me because he didn't know what was happening. So
We are not mad. We just wish you two could talk to us more often about this kind of stuff.
well, you guys don't like killing people, and you would probably want to find a
Not
different way.
unnecessarily,
and
but
there wasn't a
we
different
can.
way.
I mean,
So-
we
We
don't.
could have figured something out together.
Yeah.
And that figuring it out would have taken time, and we don't have that. So it's done.
So, what you're telling me is Eve is a fish now.
I mean,
Glub glub.
The bartender
Kind
was a
of.
clownfish.
he might have a little. He might have
Clownfish.
a little fish. That was an unintended side effect. Sorry, Eve.
I don't mind.
He can swim now.
He can do more than just
Mean.
swim.
Mean backstroke.
I'm just gonna go next to Eve. Hold
What
out my
about
hand and say,
catfish?
"Give it back, then."
Petroglass, that happened last session. And it's been a month since the last session.
I'm sorry, what did Neptune say?
Give it back.
The necklace.
He's gonna pull it out from inside his scarf and he's gonna hand it to Neptune.
And I'm just gonna.
What is Midas screaming in the background?
I don't know.
Thought I heard fuckface.
I wouldn't be surprised, but at the same time, he doesn't curse, so that's also concerning. Like, my brother actively refuses to curse.
Okay.
Okay, I just heard wah.
Wah!
Hey, Sherp,
Okay.
He's
How
playing
much
Baldur's
strength-
Gate.
Hey,
Ah.
Sherp, how much strength does someone need to crush one of these pendants with their bare hands?
Why would you do
I'm
that? We could
concerned
sell it.
that you I was gonna say I'm concerned that you want to crush it, but I would. They're fairly small, not exactly. They're built for functionality, not durability. So
Dust.
I would leave it to your roll, and then you tell me what the roll is, and I'll tell you if I think it.
Oh heck, we pissed Neppy
I'm
off.
just gonna save it in my backpack. Just curious.
I'm just gonna pat Moth on the head and say it's all right, buddy. Like I said, we're not mad. We just wanted to know what was going on.
Yeah.
Erikoth is currently clenching his fists, and he is going to storm away. He is enraged.
Neppy is also gonna leave.
Well, I guess it doesn't affect me as much because I've lived super long, and some deaths are necessary.
Evie's gonna turn his head to Frost and be like, "What's the difference between an innocent person and an innocent dragon?" I'm kind of sick of thinking about this. I'm gonna be honest.
That's a hard question, my friend.
One of Molden's gonna look down at Eve and just kind of sign over. How is that dragon innocent if there was a bounty on its head?
Bad people make bounties for good people. The problem isn't what the answer was. The problem is that we never asked the question.
I mean, there were dead bodies inside there.
Yeah, there's dead
Exactly.
bodies inside military bases. There's dead bodies behind every single war that's ever happened. And how many of those people, every single one of them are bad under that, guys?
Wouldn't you kill someone too if it came into your home and started attacking you?
As I said, I'm not mad, and I understand your decision. And not all answers are that simple.
Molden's gonna kind of shrug a little bit. It's like prevention of worse situations kind of takes priority, even though it sucks. Like what happened with the dragon. If you guys didn't kill it, then it probably wouldn't have gone on to kill more people. Or
Then
cattle.
Then I don't see the problem. What's the problem with killing? Tell me
the
it's good
difference
or tell me
between
it's
a
bad.
beast and a man.
I don't understand the
Molden's gonna
difference.
he's gonna sign over. It's like moderation, honestly. Do it too little, you're a coward. Do it too much, and you're a psychopath. But if you do it for the right reasons, then there's a clear line that you need to watch.
Evie's gonna put his hands behind his head and relax a little more.
Molden's gonna kind of just like let out a little bit of a sigh, and he's gonna just like pat Eve on the head.
Eve's almost gonna like jump. Like he's gonna like
Huh, that's the first time Molden has actually done that.
and then he's gonna rest for a second.
You're gonna see him kind of like look over to Moth and wave him over.
Moth is curled underneath that little shelf that has the pots on it.
Hold it,
You're
it's
gonna hear a
probably
little
better if
bit.
you come over to him.
You're gonna hear a little bit of a grunt before he stretches his wings out and kind of flaps his way down. He's gonna kind of reach under the desk and just kind of ruffle Moth's hair a little bit. His fluff.
Moth will just sign back. Thank you.
Now, out of context to all of this, I have a question for Ori. Are homunculuses a thing?
Homunculuses? Yes, very much so.
How difficult would it have been for us to make one?
Not well, you need a lot of expertise to do that.
and probably be on Uto or in a Uto base, Yushin base.
More, yeah. I mean, there are like liches and grand wizards that make them.
Okay.
Eve's
But
just gonna...
Molden's gonna sign to the two. I was like, the first one is the worst.
So it is.
But the next time you guys have any plans like this, please bring it up to the rest of us.
He's gonna point over to Frost with his thumbs and nod.
Eve, without looking away from basically the sky, is just gonna give a heartless thumbs up.
Hopefully there shouldn't need to be any more plans.
Just hear my brother Spartan scream in the background. I just heard, ah.
When we find this woman that we're looking for, this imposter per se, what do we plan to do with her?
Well, since she threatens the whole balance of everything, I plan to kill her.
So, we refer to her as a beast over man.
In a sense, yes.
Molden's gonna kind of look back at Erikoth for any confirmation on that.
Erikoth is just staring over the edge of the ship. The moment that she is brought up, blue flames engulf his wings.
Oh, that's new.
Within maybe a minute,
Be back in like 20 minutes.
Erikoth's gonna
I'm
get
gonna listen to
doused
some
with a little
music.
bit of
Enjoy
water
your serious roleplay session.
by a couple of the shipwrights.
I thought the flames don't go out.
It's still an attempt.
It doesn't do anything. Erikoth is just now wet and on fire.
I mean, you're wearing the pendant.
Yeah, so technically he wouldn't be wet either.
Yeah.
It just kind of dribbles
Yeah.
off of him and then evaporates.
He's covered in Rain-X.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. So when
Rain-X
Frost got
wax.
thrown into the water before, he literally just sank to the bottom.
So, want to stop the fire for a second there, Erikoth? We are on a wooden boat.
He doesn't speak. He doesn't really do much of anything. He just stands there, burning.
I don't think it's gonna spread. Just give him a moment.
The only thing that makes a beast different from a man is that we proclaimed it. That is how I've seen it up to this point.
Molden's gonna kind of just like pinch the bridge of his nose before floating over and trying to pat out Eric. While he's in the middle of that, he's also gonna start signing. You're making morality too difficult. If it's a threat, you neutralize it.
Morality too difficult, as if we are all simple creatures.
He's gonna look at you. You're making yourself too complicated now, too. Just do what you want, when you want.
And so we will.
Just remember that there are consequences to certain actions.
So there are.
We only care about the consequences if they affect us.
Eve
That's
will look
most
at
people.
Frost for that one.
What was that,
We
Ori?
only care about the consequences if they affect us.
It's not that simple. But for most people, that would be, I would say yes.
Is there any reaction with Molden trying to pad out the fire on Ericot's wings?
It is unbelievably cold. But it does not put it out.
And he's still just staring off. Well, he's essentially being shaken. Nats?
Yes.
I said, is there any reaction with him being patted down? Like, or is he just staring off into space while he's being shaken?
Oh, I thought you were saying that there was no reaction. My bad.
No, I was asking. He's essentially being patted down and shaken by Molden to get the flames to go out.
He'll look at Molden and like nod. His gaze will soften for a second, and he'll nod, and his flames will go out.
You'll see a little sigh of relief, and he'll put his hands up and back up.
Do you know the difference between us and a monster?
I haven't. Up to this point.
Molden's gonna sign as like, I'm half of each, so.
It's the reason we need to take lives.
And so this Iker that my body was infected with, we should have just kept around. Let it do whatever it may do. This force beyond our control. Just leave it where it stands.
That's not what I'm saying. What you guys did is immoral. You took a life for a selfish reason. That upsets the balance of things.
We are immoral. We are mercenaries at best.
And up until this point, the only crime we've committed is stealing a horse.
And breaking a man's kneecaps and killing a dragon. A dragon
That
that is
was you.
sentient. A dragon that can speak language, like we can. Who makes bonds and emotional connections like we do. But that is a monster.
That
Because we
dragon never
decided it
spoke.
was.
It only roared.
Yeah, but adult
didn't
dragons
speak.
generally are sentient.
Oh yeah.
I don't think a young one would be.
It didn't get that far.
Yeah.
Apologies for not understanding the premise. But I will do as I am told.
Well, I'm not going to tell you, but like I said, I'm going to ask you to not do anything like that again without consulting the rest of us.
Evie's gonna give like a half-cocked look at him, and he's gonna say, "Yes, sir."
At Chill Spree, very moral quandaries.
Eve, you told me you would talk to me about these things.
Mm-hmm. And I am. And what happened?
He literally didn't know. I brought him into the room. I brought the other guy into the room. He had no idea what was happening the entire time. Don't get mad at him.
And I know
He
that
didn't
you
think-
did, you thought was best for Evie, which is why I'm not mad at you.
Did you even stop to consider for a moment that he had a family to get home to that night?
wouldn't do it if I did. So I couldn't.
I, for one, know a thing or two about getting ripped away from your family.
At least you know a thing or two about having a family, Erikov.
And you can still say that after everything we've all been through together? Do you not consider us a family?
I would. And we saved our family. Which do you want?
There could have been another way.
Could have been?
We
What is Iker? Tell me all about it. Tell me how to stop it. Evie's just gonna go below deck.
You know, if I thought there was another way, I would have found it by now. And I haven't. The people that we talked to, those 6 of them, they're so far above us. And they don't even know what's happening. Orion helped me. If people like that
Or
think that this is the
Resuscitate
best
is limited
option,
in
then
this
I'm gonna trust
campaign.
them. And I'm
took-
not willing to have my family taken away from me either.
You took every option to consult with strangers instead of us on how to fix this.
They're the only ones that do you want me to just leave a body of Iker in a hotel? I just told him to get rid of it. That's all I did. I know that I can't. I don't know how to deal with that. He said he could dispose of it. He knew what I was doing without me telling him. That's how powerful they are. I wasn't going to tell them because I thought they would stop me, but after they found out what I was doing, they didn't. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. I can't lose him.
I know that you care for him. I care for both of you quite a lot. And I'm not angry because you destroyed the balance of life that exists in this world. I'm angry because you didn't talk to us about it first. You didn't trust us enough to either help you find a different way or find someone who didn't want to be here anymore.
I understand.
Look, I'm sorry for yelling. But you need to understand that this action that you have taken is going to bite us in the ass.
Then I'll deal with it.
I'm gonna give
No.
Rolf a hug, and I'm gonna say we're gonna deal with it together, but we have to do it together the whole way.
You're not dealing with anything without us.
Molden's gonna sign over. He's like, I'm supposed to be guarding you all, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
At
Then I'm
Diamond
part of it.
Thadino Plushiu, I want to hear thoughts.
And next time, if something like this happens, together it is. But I will do whatever it takes for Eve, and none of you will stop me.
Aw.
And down below deck. Eve,
Yeah.
you're going to hear a little bit of like clanking of bottles and rustling, and you're going to hear very, very quiet. Where is it? Where did it go? Where did it go? I leave it.
I'll inspect, and I'll say aloud, "What are you looking for?"
You're going to hear a little, and then the same little white blur that Moth saw is going to skitter across the floor and take off under the stairs.
Evie won't move, but he'll look towards its direction and say, "If you want help finding it, I'll help you. You don't need to be scared of me."
From under the stairs, you're going to hear a very quiet, what promise do I have on that one?
Evie will put down his weapons, take his scarf off, put it down, show his hands up, put them in the air.
From behind you, you're going to see a small rabbit beast folk just kind of walk out. It's like little bruised and beaten, scuffed up hat and scarf, holding a little bundle of bottles behind him. Each of them having different colors.
What exactly is it that
turn
you're...
me in, please.
Turn you into who?
Anyone running this ship?
At Sky_Heights High
He's gonna
Sky.
be like a little terrified.
Moff and Eve
I
told
had to
them.
get away.
Hey, what are you looking for?
To get away from that town. I sold some bottles. They didn't like the effects of my potions, and yeah.
Well, welcome to being a fugitive. How's your day going?
Just gonna like look at the bruises and whatnot on him. He's
At Chillspree it was corruption, the wayward witch is a demi-dimension, pocket plane.
Say that again?
I've had better.
So have I, buddy. So have I. Is there any alcohol down here?
I don't know, but he's gonna kind of rummage around in his bag a bit. I got this one. Tastes like whiskey.
Works for me. And I'll pass him 10 silver pieces.
At the Forager 56 I see.
Then I'll pop it open, take a swig, and hand it back to him. And
He's
then
gonna just like shake his head. He's like, "No, that's yours now. Have
No.
at it, my friend."
a drink between two bad days. Let's talk about it.
Eve, you were able to hear things from much farther away for the next hour. So you can hear people breathing upstairs.
I'm listening to every conversation that happens.
Pretty much.
So now I'm
Even the
curious.
most,
did this
even
happen,
the most, even the most
Just-
random ones.
Did this happen just before we had our conversation with Moth after you left? So did he hear that conversation?
It'd probably be after.
Okay.
I think that might be a good time to wrap up, Sherbs.
Yes, it is.
Alrighty.
Just Eve having
Oh.
drinks. from the rabbit.
Just Moonchi. Aww.
Oh my goodness. Owie.
More.
At Chillspree a human, but infected with a substance called ichor. Or
Yeah.
at least was.
To put
Sorry.
to put a little bit of context into what's happening there for anyone who's coming in, I saw a lot of people popping in midway. Evie, which is my character, was infected with a substance called ichor, which is some greater power substance that we have no idea how it functions, but it was sending Evie into madness, right? Evie was hearing voices, seeing things, all types of hallucinations, and no one had any idea what happened or how it was affecting Evie. So Moth came up with a plan last session, lured a bartender into a room with Evie and killed the bartender and gave Evie the bartender's body. And Evie's ichor-infested body was confiscated by people, we'll say. And Evie was shapeshift to look back like him using alteration magic. And this is the first time the party is discovering this. And
There's really fun tension there.
that was really fun. I was
Oh,
just
so
like,
good. The RP.
I was like Cobbs is saying right now, so painful. I understand both of these sides. And like, this is the first moment, like as a player, that I realized the vast difference between Erikoth's and Evie's moral compass. The question of morality hasn't even like popped up yet. Confiscated by Ryan. Who knows what's gonna happen with that? Yeah. Well, technically it was confiscated by Oliver, but...
Whoop.
I am curious to hear what Dino was saying, because Dino was talking about...
And the icer was literally driving him insane.
The demon has a moral compass, a surprisingly strong one. This is a tensioner, chat. This is very much a tensioner.
Neppy just left after getting the necklace back.
Everyone's pretty pissed off. I'm gonna be honest.
Just a tad bit.
Just a tad bit. I don't know about
Just
you
a little
guys,
bit.
but I've got a soft spot for tension. The heck you mean technically confiscated by Oliver?
I started this. I am a bitch for tension.
Oh, 100%.
Oh no, the party is fighting. Dash.
Also, Frost isn't angry per se. He's more disappointed than anything else.
I was gonna say,
I'm not
this is a
mad,
very
I'm
small
disappointed.
drop in-
Well,
This is a very
Neptune
small
is
drop in a
Neptune
lifetime
is
of
a
shit.
purple. Neptune is a purple. He understands both sides, and both of them are drilling
Yeah,
at
I'm
his
back.
head right now.
It's so interesting because, like, as long as this party has been together and the chemistry that they've had, the party doesn't know that much about each other. Like, especially on a deeper level, you know what I mean? Like, this is the first, like, moral quandary that we've met, and nobody is in agreement.
Except a morally indifferent Frost and Molden.
Yeah. I actually, like, I really love Molden's take on things. Like, fuck you, you have a job to do. Shut up and do it.
No, it's like if something was a threat, you neutralized it. Done deal.
Yeah, pretty much.
You did what was best for you. Fuck everyone else.
It's super interesting because I really like seeing like where everybody's coming from. You know what I mean? Like, given their histories, given their past, it all makes sense. You know what I mean? But like, it could not be further apart.
Yes, size.
Welcome back,
Hello,
Lulama.
I'm
How's it going?
back.
I, like, as a player, didn't even realize what everyone's objective was. You know what I mean? Or like where everyone stood on this front.
There are so many emotes on that song.
So many what?
Emotes.
Yeah.
Including the word slap.
It is a slap. It is. It's good.
It is in fact a slap. Good session. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Sherbs, but if we're traveling, then I think the next session is...
Underwater.
Well, I was gonna say...
I leave
Up
the
to you.
argument to you because
Okay.
I sent you a message with my thoughts on it before.
Okay.
Because I can easily make it so it's just like, hey, you guys are there next time.
No, 100%. I don't mind taking up an extra, honestly. I have no problem with that.
Also,
My
I'm
question with that would be, since the Icar's gone, how would we end up in the Wayward again?
That's the question I would like to answer.
I'm also a little sad that one thing didn't get done.
What's
and
that?
if the Icar's gone, would Evie be there with us this time?
That's a question
There
I'd
was,
love to answer.
Everyone's gonna be mad at me.
What's
There was
that?
an individual. Yeah, everyone's gonna be mad at me.
Why?
Why?
There was I've said it before that the party likes to take off and run a lot before like exploring things or doing stuff. Because y'all have been gung ho for going through the trials this whole time.
I tried.
The town,
I
didn't we?
tried to slow it down a bit. I tried.
Yeah. There was a certain individual that lives in town.
Huh?
A very tall individual.
Is it perchance a cactus?
Yeah.
Fuck.
I was gonna do a thing where he's in town, but nobody explored. I got to do the not Daisy thing, so I'm happy about that. But
Sad
yeah.
moment.
Aw.
Hey, what if he stows away on the ship?
Uh-huh.
For what purpose?
I mean, he saw us. He's like, "Hey, I know those guys. What the hell are they doing here?"
He didn't though.
Aw.
Sad.
Nobody wandered around town. You guys went from the
Yeah.
store right to the
Sad
freaking
face.
market and then back to the ship.
I know, I was looking at that and I'm like, Evie isn't there, I can't say anything.
At Petriglass_tower, I mean, wouldn't that be the case when with alteration anyways?
No, there's a lot of nuance to having a permanent alteration spell decide your figure, because like for instance, if you walk into an anti-magic field, it just dissipates. You know, Evie could succumb to a dispel, you know, anything like that. The longer it lasts, the more powerful the spell becomes because it gets anchored over time, and time is kind of the greatest factor behind that. But yes, while the spell is young, it is weak. Or, like they said, you could just do another permanent alteration spell and it would overwrite the old one.
Did I ever tell you about that that story that came across my feed, Ori? I forgot what was the D&D equivalent called? Where you change someone's shape.
Polymorph.
Polymorph? True polymorph, that's what it was.
That's it, yeah.
I was reading this story where the person based their character, essentially they are
I
a
was
chair that
actually
was
going
turned
to
into
ask
a
about
human.
that. Because I've got one character who will
Just a
have
chair.
that. It will
And
reshape
they
him and
went
buff
through
his
the
social
entire
stats.
campaign, busting heads, taking names, everything along those lines, and finally it came to the end. This became the end of their campaign because they had to go into a magical city that was surrounded by an anti-magic.
Mm-hmm.
So this dude walked through the field and got turned into a chair, and nobody else in the party just looked at They looked at their friend from the past 3 years through a field to get turned into a chair. And they're like, no. Turned around and went the other way.
That's fucking wild. Masks are slipping. That is such a powerful statement. I was literally thinking, at what point will Erikoth punch Evie? There was some tongue biting, dude. I was waiting for it. Like, as a player, I was tempted to approach Erikoth. Not me as a person, of course, but like Evie was like on the fence about that for sure. And like I said, there's a lot of things that did not get said. I guess it's to say it's best for the party dynamic that Evie left.
So now we go into a big compass discussion of what archetype each is and how they interacted with each other and how that affects their compasses, right? Yeah.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Let's talk about compass.
Can
Chat, welcome to
someone use
Mental Health
resuscitate
Break.
to put their body in, let's say, a mannequin or doll?
Not resuscitate, but resurrect. Or in that case, it would probably be specifically Kindle. But yes, you can. Welcome to Mental Health Break, chat. Yeah, it's time to go be healthy. Go grab a drink of water. Go grab a snack. Go do your homework. Go brush your teeth. Whatever you gotta do to be healthy. We're gonna be in the Just Chatting screen for about 15, maybe a little bit longer, depending on how far the conversation goes. When we get back, we'll be working on the Adventures Guide, and I need to remember to have a ping out ready for that.
I'm
Frost
pretty
case,
sure it
be
is
sure to rest.
resuscitate.
Resuscitate is the one that costs 100 PP.
PP.
But if you're looking
children.
for a specific soul,
We're old kids. It's hard.
that would be
Well,
if you're moving
At
one
least
soul
3 of
to
us are like,
another.
hey.
PP.
So when it comes to finding a soul, it's not written in the book, but that is a very huge practice, and why necromancers are the artists of magecraft, because a lot of what they do is very dependent on tracking down a soul, right? The Aether's infinite, so when you're trying to find one specific soul, it's trying to find a needle in an infinite haystack. So a lot of times what they'll do is they'll find a person, a karmatic thread, a thing that they care about a lot. Anything that has emotional value to that person is generally how they track down their soul, or a body that recently harbored that soul. All of those things can be used to find a lead line, and usually you want at least 2, preferably 3, which is a lot of times where, like, you know, a witch will, like, you know, like lure you in and say, offer me something that matters a lot to you, because that sentimental value is a lead line to your soul. So necromancy, Kindle, resurrect, and resuscitate all care about that. But resuscitate is very, very dependent on a body that originally harbored the soul.
I was gonna say, Moth essentially lured in a minnow in an ocean
Yeah.
with Eve's journal.
But resuscitate is the only one that isn't dependent on how long the spell lasts, though. So if you're going to move a creature, unless you want to make it permanent and then have them potentially die, you would want to use resuscitate.
Yes, but again, resuscitate is very dependent on a body that harbored its original
At
soul.
Oridont, is your streaming mic still
Resuscitate
set
can-
to the right one?
Resuscitate
You sound
doesn't
different.
grab another one.
Almost statusy.
Am I staticky?
It
Oh, I
just
am.
says It regains its soul or another that is compatible.
That might be due
That's-
to your AC unit.
It wasn't before. Nope, it's my mic fucking up right now.
It's the dragon.
I don't think so. I think that, oh, did I set something next to it that I wasn't supposed to? That's happened before. Yeah, it looks better now. Chat, is that better? To kindle a mage, do you need to actually find a mage soul? We can talk about that with the Adventurer's Guide. The specific mechanics for that are designed in the Adventurer's Guide. Okay. Thank you, Forager.
There is something we also do need to discuss at some point about the Adventurer's Guide and a specific character, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely there is.
And I do need
Medium
both
XP.
Ori and Chirps for that combo.
Oh shit!
MHM.
Oh god.
I saw a
I
little
didn't
bit
do
of
it,
it,
I
Llama.
swear.
I swear I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
I swear.
And Ori, I still need you to finalize your decision on the next campaign.
What I told you last is correct.
Okay.
As long as that's okay with you, but it's gonna come with a really interesting dilemma that you're gonna have to go through. Good luck.
Which is fine.
Perfect.
I'm really excited for this.
I guess we'll have to get together and get over this.
Ori, Diamond is requesting
listening.
permission to yap.
Please, yeah.
You have permission, Diamond.
I think the funniest line that song came up, the song came up with, was the "I paid, I swear."
I paid, I swear. I swear, Ossifer, I paid.
At Reichset 404
I mean,
no,
it's
and
true.
we found a
Eve-
way to
Eve
avoid
left
it.
money at the counter.
Yeah, no, he
The
threw money at the
people-
counter.
Yeah.
No, and we found a way to avoid it. I love that.
Well, Neppy now in his hands, he has the pendant that Eve was wearing, and he doesn't even know what to do with it anymore. So to what Rain said in chat before, that oops, we pissed off Neptune. I don't say he's pissed off. I don't say he's pissed off.
Kindle is still kinda
Pissed off?
busted.
Nah.
Interesting. I find that exceptionally interesting.
Oh,
Sir,
Llama,
yes, sir.
Llama, everyone saw the scandalous drawing of Neppy. I got this man's permission to do it and post it.
Oh, a voodoo doll that has a delay cast, kindle, and or resuscitate triggered on a creature dying within X meters. Voodoo magic is really interesting, actually.
I'm so.
That's a really fun premise.
I'm very glad that everybody liked their unstable.
God, dude, I really like Natsuno and I mean, everyone in the party knows what I'm talking about when I say, you know, what Frost was asking about and what Nats was asking about and stuff like that. I just can't talk about it, and it's infuriating.
Don't worry about it, y'all.
I was asking about something else.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I'm excited for the.
I'm gonna ask about the same thing Frost was asking. I'm still trying to figure out what to do for the next.
I don't know what I was talking about.
I'm excited for hopefully the next session because that may or may not be a trial depending on if Ori wants to DM or not.
I think that's what I was talking about. Was the next session.
Also, Ori.
Yeah, probably.
You did. Also, Ori, you did say you were gonna help me with the trident.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
There's a lot of questions that popped up. I know about the cursed item, Rix and Chillspree. I think both of you had questions that I said I was going to answer this time. Petroglass, I think, as well.
Cursed
Nobody
item.
is actually to die, though. With enough necromancers and automaton bodies without a soul, you can die of old age and have the soul travel to a golem or a robot. There's a lot of things about that make it more nuanced than that. In standard, modern, core Utopia play, it does very much feel like you can just come back to life, right? What's not talked about is that when you die, retrieving that soul is not always that simple. A lot of times for player characters it may be, but souls naturally reconglomerate, which is essentially the annihilation of who you once were, right? It's like deleting the data.
You're essentially trying to pull a specific drop of water out of the ocean.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just what's it, right? Is that when you have a soul, it's like taking a cup in the water and holding that cup, you know, suspended outside of the ocean, right? Them dying is like pouring it back in. It's like you can grab another cup of water, but it's not them anymore.
It corrupts the part that makes you asterisk.
Exactly. Neptune. So Evelica is absolutely in Jock, might be Bully, but that seems unlikely. Neptune is in Jailer. Moth most likely regress out of Genius into Mastermind, specifically Rebel. Frost may not be regressed, but I have money on him being in a Nomad right now. Funnily enough, Erikoth is the only one I don't think is regressed. Interesting. Yeah, no, I could actually see all of that. The compass has been in mind. The compass has been in mind the entire time that I've played
At
EV.
Rexet 404 maybe you need the blood of the person first.
Hence him being mostly red.
He is extremely red. He is a captain. However, his sub-archetype was in consideration whenever he regresses. He began regression like a dozen sessions ago.
Yeah, no, I realized.
Yeah,
fair.
But it's just been like a big
What
game
about
of
the delay spells? Like
on.
the voodoo doll and such, but on an industrial scale. I'd assume doing it the moment someone dies makes the revive less difficult.
TTS is playing. There's actually methods in the Adventures Guide for mass production. There's a specific set of talents for mass production. The specific discipline that would do what you're saying right now is a summoner assembly, or no, sorry, summoner supply artisan would be able to do that. Lamb's Compass has been exceptionally very important to his character. Oh yeah. If memories influence your actions, what happens if you only ever transfer the memories perfectly to another being? So memories are really interesting, right? The way that Utopia sees the body, mind, and soul practice, right, is that body is anything that's physical, right, including your brain. And that is the physical manifestation. Soul is anything that's emotional, right? So like obviously you're capable of making decisions, but your soul guides what decisions you end up making. Mind is the consciousness that binds these two. So memories kind of exist in this weird in all of those states, right? You need all of them to create memories. Your soul has memory, quote unquote, but it's not anything that turns into tangible thought. Your body has memories, but that's more so in the line of like muscle memory and things like that. And your mind just kind of represents those. It doesn't store them, if that makes sense. Hopefully that made some amount of sense. So memories are really, really difficult to hold on to. Honestly, seal magic / rune magic would be interesting. With a long delayed spell that can be reusable, maybe an extension in the enchantment art. Yeah. Memories are a really tricky subject in Utopia because they're extremely nuanced, right? Just like in real life, memories aren't stored, they're constructed.
Oop.
There goes Rain. Bye, Rain.
Aw, bye, Rain.
Bye, Rain. Sad. We'll lose them off.
We always lose them off first.
Nah, this time Frost left first.
Aw.
Oh, he didn't even... He gave us the Irish goodbye, damn.
He said goodbye in chat.
Alright,
He said it in chat.
Would only functionally change the personalities of all involved parties? Yeah. You see? Basically, a party member made a voodoo doll, cast sensory override on an enemy and sever, and then put the doll in some water. They use the sensory override to make the person feel like they're drowning while it's underwater. Very flavorful spell. Yes. I think that there is a
Dear
more...
Lord.
I can rejoin if needed for compass discussion. Yeah. There is a more like authentic voodoo experience that you can create that just isn't in the book yet. But realistically, you could probably... There's an old expression that was a mirror soul or a reflected soul, which basically means if something happens to one, it happens to the other. It ended up getting kind of nixed from the narrative and from the book, but I could definitely see a reintroduction of that in the Adventurer's Guide, where you actually take like a copy of their soul, stick it in a voodoo doll, and you're kind of their bitch at that point.
That's funny.
Oh, look at this. Eve can do the splits.
Smells like balance. Oh, dude, I'm so stoked. Rix, Petroglass, Chill, if any of you have any questions that I have not answered yet, please feel free to ask them. Now is a great time for it before we actually get into the Adventurer's Guide. This is Blue Raz.
Oh,
Hey,
did
Blue
you want me
Raz.
to stop
Are we still doing the
music?
little compass discussion?
I think that would be a good idea, personally.
Yeah, I'll stop our music.
By music.
Rain, come back. It's compass discussion.
We summon thee, Rain.
Hey. Shazam!
Once we get into it, I'll show you guys some of the stuff that's been added to the Adventurer's Guide that hasn't been written on stream. Expand on
That's very
consumables?
nice
Oh
spelling.
yeah. Oh yeah, a ton. Every item type should be expanded on, realistically. The question was about tethered, cursed, and augmented, and temporarily gain / lost limbs from transformation quirk. That's actually a common conversation that we have, and unfortunately, I don't really have an answer for it, which means that it's kind of up to GM discretion up until, you know, it's written about. Because there's two ways that it can go, right? If you have something augmented when you transform, then hypothetically, it will stay augmented when you transform. But if you lose the augmentation slots, one of two things happen. Either it stays dormant, or it pops out, and it leaves, right? Like, it goes away. In the case that it goes away, you do suffer the effects of deaugmentation. Because deaugmentation means that it is no longer augmented. And if that's the case, in the case that it has tethered, or, I mean, it kind of probably gets around tethered in that case, because it can't be forcefully removed, but it also can't be in anymore, so it just kind of gets around tethered. In some cases, you might say that it's just automatically destroyed, and a destroyed augmented item also suffers the effects of deaugmentation. That's called the compass, Kirby. Transform augments sound like the shit that'll get resolved in Minnie's guide. Exactly. How does one put spells and consumables and artifacts even if the person does not know said art, lore-wise anyways? It means that it's a mechanical representation of it. So the reason why it went from spell bomb to spell tech is because you're not actually casting a magical art. I mean, in some cases you might be, that's just up to flavor. But in the case that you don't know the art, it means that you create an object that has a technical simulation of that spell. So like, for instance, if you have an artifact that uses spell tech to, you know, shoot fire, it's just a flamethrower. You know, it's not literally casting firebolt. It's just a firebolt launcher. Thank you for the alert, Kirby. Okay. Compass conversation. For a little rundown on anyone who doesn't know what the compass is, it's that chart that keeps popping up on screen. You can use the compass command to see it. These are called archetypes on the right side. And basically, they're a personality assessment for non-fictional and fictional characters. So real people and fictional characters. And we're talking about the archetypes of the characters.
Cursed items even work.
Cursed items aren't super, like, heavy in Utopia yet. The exception is things like tethered sentient, because sentience can lead you in a very terrible direction. Would be interesting if a person who does know the art could have a bonus on it. Also, spell take is still will contest for some reason. Yeah, that one's kind of an artifact of the rule set. Have a good snack. Okay, going down the line of compass archetypes. We know the compass archetype of each character, right? We've talked about this.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah. So Frost is lover, right? Do we have a sub for Frost?
Not that I'm aware of.
I cannot imagine Frost being a sub green. I'm gonna be so dead honest with you.
No.
Sentience can lead you in a very bad direction. Kyle, who is actively screaming at his spiders to shut up half the time, can attest.
I think that Frost is a lover sub-mastermind. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's what I see.
Yes. Moth is genius. Frost is lover.
I got the snack.
Evie is captain. Neppy is executive.
Erakoth is maestro.
Arakote is maestro.
Do you have a sub-archetype for each one? Diamond. I want to hear your interpretation of this, or chat's interpretation if anyone has one. Going to try it one more time. You wanted to mention something about surgeons and magic healers and how it relates to curses potentially. Yes. I think that most of the time, when it comes to, I'm gonna wait for chat to respond to the compass question while I answer this. When it comes to nondescript healing, I charge 5 silver pieces per DHP and 1 silver piece per SHP. But you are correct that there is actually like an economic difference between the two, right? Especially because if you have, for instance, a magical surgeon or a technological surgeon, either one, you don't actually know what they're doing. So they can do whatever they want to you. When I say you know that someone is casting a spell, that's the extent that you know unless you have Sage Slayer. So they can just cast a spell on you. They can track you. They could put a delay spell on you.
Even artifact weapon.
Huh? How do capes or rings even artifact weapon? I don't know what that means. Rain, thoughts on sub-archetypes?
4? Anyone in particular, or?
Do you agree with Frost?
Heck yeah,
I think
monkey.
that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. Neptune.
Ooh, I would think potentially sub-performer or conductor.
Interesting. I could actually kind of see both of those. I don't think I see performer. I think I would say probably conductor if that was the case.
I think so. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense.
Then Erakoth. Erakoth's actually a hard one. Definitely sub blue.
I would probably say lover in that case.
Really?
I think that makes a lot
Wow.
of sense, actually.
You don't think sub red?
No.
No, I think
Ericop's,
Ericop
like,
is too reserved
the-
for red.
That's
the
understandable.
Surprisingly,
So magical
like,
healers are more risky
supportive
potentially.
party member.
Because
I
while
find, at
cheaper,
least.
they can do sneaky things. Like
But I
tracking
also don't
spells,
think Ericop
or
is
insight, or even something like a
outspoken
discreet
enough to be
sever with
yellow.
sensory negation. An actual surgeon
I feel
can't
like,
do that,
I feel like
but is more
Ericop
expensive.
Is always the one that's going around checking on everyone and kind of like keeping track of people's emotional and physical states and stuff. Ooh. Sorry, I just saw it stream.
Uh-oh.
At Rikeset 404
God.
Did what?
you can just get a dispel after that.
Moth is sub-captain.
Moth
Interesting.
is sub-captain for sure.
That's correct.
I reckon Eevee is sub-genius that just tracks overall immo.
You're close,
Frost
but
is
not quite.
probably sub-mastermind. Neptune is probably
Wait, who?
sub-conductor.
Oh, actually, no.
Arachode
not
I'm
quite.
unsure of. Likely sub-performer.
Erikoth's sub-performer. Can't be sub-performer because he's a maestro.
What were you saying was close and not? I can't hear TTS.
Oh, Moth is sub-captain for sure. I reckon Eevee is sub-genius, and I said that was close.
I don't think that's common practice.
When we talked about it, that was correct.
No, because Eevee's sub-green.
Not when we talked about it.
Am I crazy?
You're
Crazy?
probably are.
Oh,
Crazy?
no. Squint.
Because I remember us specifically having a conversation where we realized that Eve and Moth have inverse, not inverse, but like
Yeah.
swapped
No, you're right.
archetypes
You're right.
and sub-archetypes.
You're right. Frost is probably sub-mastermind. Neptune is probably sub-conductor. Erikoth I'm unsure of. Likely sub-performer. It wouldn't be performer. It would have to be lover or captain.
Probably lover.
I see
Out of
Lover
what-
a lot more than Captain.
I see
Yeah, I
lover,
see lover
yeah.
a lot. I don't see Aerocup as a red.
Alright, so out of what little you know about them, what would you say for Oki?
Oki Cactos, I called it genius. Probably, in my opinion, genius sub have to be red. Sub captain? That would be the same as Moth.
That's wild.
Wow.
Honestly, I kind of fuck with it though.
I do too, honestly.
Like, Moth and Oki Cactos do give me, like, pretty similar vibes in very different bodies.
I think
Hey.
it's the difference between fronting orange and fronting yellow, probably, is really
I-
the main.
Yeah, I could see that. And, like, Oki Cactos and Moth have two very different skill sets. But I think that they use them similarly. How often do people cast a spell on themselves after getting healed? I've never seen someone do that before. We also divine places where high dispel is just there. You can dispel permanent spells. Dispel only cares about how long the spell has been active. It does not care if it's permanent. Which is why I say that time is what makes a spell more powerful, right? Because basic dispel magic only cares about how long it's been active. You can imagine it as an anchor sinking into the ground over time, right? You need to bury that anchor by protecting that spell manually. 9 million hour dispel. Perfect. Voltaic, should I click on this? That's in my campaign. There's a holy island which has dispel around the entire border, canceling all magic entering the island. It's fun, actually. But how powerful of a dispel? Whoa.
At Rikeset 404 it's being cautious,
Whoa.
not being rude.
Chat.
If someone cast a spell onto me and I didn't know what it entailed, I'd freaking dispel any unthing I didn't want, hands down.
Understandable, honestly.
Yo.
Wow.
You cannot focus or concentrate on a permanent spell, no, because it doesn't require either of those things. Whoa.
But no,
Whoa.
seriously, Moff and Eve being each other's inversions is like the one thing I'm fully confident of.
Yeah, no, that's actually a really good point. You know what's really interesting about having inverse archetype versus sub-archetype is that it means that you're only parallel compatible when one person is regressed.
So y'all only work together when you're pissed off? When
one of you is pissed off, yeah.
I hate them when they're happy, but I love them when they're mad.
This is so cool, dude. This is on the Mirror Myth website now, chat.
Both of you get annoyed, and suddenly neither of you can work together anymore.
But to the equal extent of when you're both fully mature. I feel better now, and for some reason I like you less. I'm so excited for that Voltaic. Honestly, it'd be interesting for some effect that can cancel a spell art or prevent a spell art from being used, at least temporarily. That would probably be in the School of Law. The School of Law is pretty filled up right now.
I remember that being an option, and we couldn't do it for some reason, and I don't remember why. But I remember that targeting specific arts didn't work for some reason.
I'm kind of curious. I would want to look at that again. Study of negation goat. Study of negation is the goat. Give me just a second.
It's been a second.
Yeah, it's been a second.
Aw, get out of here. Okay.
Okay.
Wait, no, come back. Negotiation? Yes, in the case Captain Sub Genius and Genius Sub Captain. Yep. Which also means that Moth and Oki Cactus would get along very well with each other. Hypothetically.
Provided Moth doesn't get pricked a lot.
Yeah. The way that music affects regression and maturity is actually such an interesting topic to me. And I don't want to tangent on for too much longer because I do want to get to work on the Adventures Guide. But there was a big controversy around the specific chapter in the Compass literature that is maturity is homogeny. And I'm very intrigued behind the voices behind that. Red lights are bright? Yes, they are. Oh yeah, chat, what color do we want? I never asked you.
Let's go executive.
Executive? Just go through all of the reds. Executive is very pretty. My entire room is red. Maestro next time. Maestro next time, for sure, for sure. Let me grab a thingy for Voltaic. Chad, are you ready to work on the Adventures Guide? There's a lot that got done in between the last time we talked about it.
Well, time for me to doodle stuff.
Oops. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for playing. Thank you for an amazing session of Pi's Redemption.
Well, I cannot wait for what we do next time.
Remember to ping.
Have a good one, you guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And then we ping. Time for that. Oh my goodness. This is gonna make absolutely no sense. Headless, what the actual fuck is up? How's it going, guys? Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for joining us. We're working on game development for a tabletop RPG right now. So I don't know how much this is gonna make sense. I'm gonna do my best to make sense of it. Chat, how the heck was stream?
Headless.
Tell me all about it. Tell me your favorite part. Big shout outs to Headless, chat. If you are not already, please go follow Headless. Headless is an absolutely Amazing creator around here. Oh my goodness, how are you doing? How was it? How was it? The Headless Verse returns.
Hades 2,
Real.
hell yeah.
Hades 2, let's go, dude. How was it? How was it, chat? Chat, go follow Headless right now. Immediately.
Thank you for the welcome. It was a delight.
I've heard so much about it, and I'm so curious about it. I'm gonna talk about what we're doing right now. While you introduce yourself as much as you want to. If anybody needs a raid and run, please make sure to go take care of yourself. Most important part. This is a document that's outlining a tabletop RPG expansion. It's a tabletop RPG called Utopia that we've been developing for a little while. This is the first expansion to it. So I'm gonna be going over some of the changes that were made. A lot of this is gonna get into some complex rule sets. So if it doesn't make sense, you're always free to ask questions. I'll do my best to elaborate what's going on. I should probably also pull up the actual document for reference when we need it, or the actual book. There we go. Now we just have this on us. I'm headless. I don't have a head. Very complicated stuff. Hades 1 and 2 is just this emote. I fucking love that. The party cuddle pile under some warm sun. Real. Okay, so originally we had most of the School of Combat and we had virtually all of the School of Law. However, the School of Craft has almost been fully completed. You get me, Forger? You understand. You get it. But I want to do angst. School of Magic, and we were talking a little bit about how voodoo magic would function, and I think that summoning is a really good place to put this. Some people were also talking about
Pasquire then do angst. 'Twas merely a suggestion.
Where is your head? Eat food, not the dog. That's probably a good idea. School of Magic did get a little bit of love, but not a ton. One of the things that people were talking about is what it takes to craft a creature, essentially, and all of the mechanics will exist here.
At their headless good context. Wouldn't want you to eat the dog.
So, basically what it takes to play God? Yeah, don't know. That's what I'm getting everyone to figure out for me. Will Pact have a way to willingly, maybe temporarily or conditionally, exchange one subtrait for another, or do the same with other willing creatures? Maybe. That's a potential. So, for anyone who doesn't know, the way that the disciplines work is you will get these discipline talent trees. An example of this would be Warlock. And when you go through a discipline talent tree, you have what's called a hard line. This is about 12 levels, roughly, that you need to go through before you can start another discipline. Within these disciplines, you can start getting what are called strategies, and that's what we're going to be mostly working on. All the School of Combat, School of Magic, yada yada. These are all. You get strategies from all of these. Warlocks specifically will unlock ritual artistry. Ritual artistry is a new art of magic that is specifically about contracts, essentially, right? Well, specifically, it's about finding ways to cast spells without paying stamina. It's finding suitable costs to pay that are not just your stamina. And that's how often you make pacts. Whether or not you'd be able to swap your subtrait for another person's, kind of. It would be a little bit knee-jerky how you would do that. Even now, you could do that, hypothetically. Isn't crafting creatures split between summoning and puppeteering? Kind of. So, puppeteering, quote-unquote, or what it's called in this is
ritual
galemetry.
Artistry. Though there was a pact artistry.
Ritual artistry essentially is the pact artistry in nature. I want to spend this guy's stamina instead. Oh my god, it's burrito. I'm assuming that makes construct is different from making a non-construct. It is, in fact. It is very different. So if we go to galemetry, right? Naturally, these creatures do not come to life just because you build them. That is when you require summoning, right? You have to use necromancy. You have to use resurrection, kindle, or the art of summoning. Or specifically the study of summoning, right? So galemetry only allows you to build a body and design its talents. Also more specifically, if you use any components you want, it is a construct. There's no way around it. However, if you want to build, say, a real dragon, you would have to use parts harvested from a dragon. You have to use, if you want to build a humanoid.
115 same.
I'm so pumped for the Adventures Guide. Dude, you have no idea how ready I am. If you want to use parts, if you want to build a humanoid that's actually a humanoid, you have to use parts harvested from a humanoid. And the highest DR you can create this way is based on 2 separate talents. You have a maximum DR for non-constructs, and then you have a maximum DR for constructs. Artificial cognition is an ability you can take with just telemetry that brings them to life the moment you build them. Shem, we cannot make a dragon out of the deceased children of our enemies. Jesus Christ. Gonna go kill some goblins and make me a goblin friend. Builds robot. Why won't you work? Oh, I forgot to summon a demon to inhabit it. Oops, my bad. Not again. Shucks. But this is roughly the study of telemetry, right? This is how you actually build bodies.
Will there be a shaman? Hey,
Not
Sky.
quite. So the naming convention in Utopia, a lot of times, a lot of things are a lot more modular, a lot more granular than that. So like, is there a shaman? You can play a shaman.
Sky_heights, you come back to me saying that LOL.
Specifically, you can play a shaman in Utopia if Utopia is doing its job right in whatever context you believe a shaman is, right? There's not a discipline called shaman currently, but you could absolutely play a shaman. Telemetry is how you play Bakugan in Utopia? Yes. What a perfect time to come back, truly. Chat, what do we want to work on? What do we want to work on? Do we want to finish off craft? Do we want to work on magic, cunning, or affinity?
Debugging a robot asterisk. Oh wait, it's missing its demons.
It's missing its demons. Whoops, my bad.
Worst case scenario, just make a homebrew talent tree. It's so easy and fun.
I hear affinity.
Hi, Diamond.
I hear affinity. Affinity is a big topic to go over, chat. It is a huge undertaking. So I'm down to do infinity, but get ready for it. I hear craft. Blue Eyes White Dragon, I choose you, for I summoned all 5 pieces of Exodia. You're making me think of carving someone's heart out. It happens. It happens from time to time.
I must social. Give me social funny mastermind man.
We will need to talk about the affinity system or the renown system if we are going to get into affinity. Will there be a way for permanent animation without dispel risks? Also, for some reason, I imagined a summon that starts temporarily buffed. I guess Twin Cast cannot be one permanent and one non-permanent. It can't currently, no. How's it going? Welcome in. There is ways to protect your spells. Nothing is ever unstoppable in Utopia, right? There's always a bigger fish. You know what I mean? There's no way to say it's impossible to dispel it. However, there is a way to protect it, if that makes sense. You mentioned affinity and I got excited. High. Yeah, that's what we're talking about right now. Poll? I think I could see a poll for this. Yo, what's up, Big Creek? How's it going?
At monkey_pasquire, hey. Come on, chat, social gaming, I beg.
Is this gonna pop up? It will. Right over chatbot, in fact. Chat, type 1, 2, 3, or 4. I'm actually, personally, on the fence of affinity. So go ahead and type 1, 2, 3, or 4 in chat. Art fight starting tomorrow. Ooh, interesting. Protected by dispelling any incoming dispel. You can do that.
4.
I wonder which one it picked up for you, Nuclear. We love disarming our characters even though they've got all the protections. Trademark. Time matter, right? What if a spell existed since before the beginning of time?
5.
I don't know how it would do that because that's coming with a lot of assumptions. But it would probably be the hardest spell to dispel ever. Quote unquote. Maybe resurrection shenanigans with summons. Ooh. Art fight? Who said art fight? Zombie said art fight. Is this the affinity we're thinking of, or is that changing? Affinity is a series of 36 new talents that are going to be implemented in the Adventures Guide. So it depends on what you're thinking about. Come here, hand over the link. Rah. I mean, just as old as whatever the oldest thing. Yeah, no, then it would just be the hardest spell to ever dispel ever. Hypothetically. Feisty Sky is scary, truly. so I can write a character who is just known by everyone, has no idea why, and hates it. There will be a renown system. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Zephyr, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you so much, buddy. Let's just actually unpin that. We don't need that.
Is that not also a bunch of talents?
What's that? What's a bunch of talents? Not quite. I mean, in essence, yes, but one talent accesses
How
6.
are automatons made? Like robots or golems? Can they be made without spell?
Yep, and that's exactly what Golemetry goes over. Golemetry is all about creating constructs and non-constructs, frankly. But a construct would be a robot or a golem, generally. Doesn't matter, I must attack. Or reverse plus art fight, I must attack. Requirement. But that's generically how that would work. Roughly about the... What's that? Roughly the same size as the core guide or bigger? I think I'm shooting for roughly the same size. I don't want big, thick books if I can avoid it. Yo, I was made a custom race for the West March for a mage, but I only understood the basics of magic, so I want to off the character. You want to kill the character? That's unfortunate. Well, I hope you're enjoying. If you have any questions, I'd absolutely feel free to ask.
Are they synergistic?
Yes. So, summoning Golemetry Artisan is what that would be called.
You should join Art Fight. I want to attack Nepi. Dash.
In layman's terms, right? The way that a discipline works.
A spell or something.
When you take a discipline, right?
I'm having a blast personally.
Each school has 6 studies. So, for instance, if we were to take the School of Craft, you have the study of locomotion, you have the study of Golemetry, you have the study of architecture, study of enhancement.
Maybe at some point me and Ori can do a fight outside of the campaign just to see.
The study of production and the study of supply.
At Zephyrvike por Sebastian.
So, when you take...
Sky_heights, but I mostly don't have time nor motivation.
When you take a discipline, you're going to be offered 2 schools.
Spelling, I agree. Ori can barely talk, loudly crying face. When
you take a discipline, you'll take 1 study from each of those schools, right? From 2 different schools.
Please turn down Chatbot.
I just did. I will turn it down once more. So when you take, for instance, the Warlock, you'll get a study, your choice of a study from the School of Law and the School of Magic, right? So like, let's say I took the study of Flame and I will take the study of Preparation. So that would be a Flame Preparation Warlock, if that makes sense. So you get access to these 6 strategies. Practical Guard, Exemplary Study, Unsurprise, Surgery, Force Absorption, and Practical Assessment. Now, when you have this Warlock, now that you have this tree unlocked, you're able to take these talents that allow you to regularly get these strategies. And half of these strategies are stackable, which means you can get them over and over and over again. That's how the studies and the strategies work, if that makes sense.
Zephyrvike working on Utopia's expansion.
So there are 4 different disciplines that can take craft. There's 4 disciplines that can take any one school. So combat can be accepted by the gladiator, the pirate, the zealot, and the artificer. All of those 4 disciplines can take combat. The School of Craft can be taken by the black hat, the artisan, the monk, and the artificer. Hopefully all that makes sense. Wait, for a free day, we all come together and do 1 fight between each of the party members in a rotation. That sounds wild. What are these affinities? So the School of Affinity is one that we haven't marked up yet. We haven't done any markings for. But the School of Affinity is a purely social set of talents.
Double frowny face.
So Affinity is like purely social stuff. And what's happening behind Infinity that's really important is a renown system. A renown system is going to get introduced into the Adventurer's Guide that basically gives you contacts, that gives you abilities when you're trying to come up with somebody, right? You're like, oh, I need help. I need to pay for lodging. I need to whatever in a city. I need help from someone. The renown will give you contacts, if that makes sense. It'll give you the ability to wager with people, to bargain, to so on and so on. Craft magic is the artisan. Artificer is craft combat. This is us working on this right now. This is the rough draft that's getting worked out right now. This is a huge amount of content. So if we talk about when people begin to homogenize when playing Utopia, around level 400 or 500 is when characters really begin to blend together in Utopia, because you just simply run out of talents, right? With the Adventurer's Guide, this is boosted up to like 2,000 or 3,000 roughly. I am very excited for this to be a prototype. For anyone who doesn't know, we work on this during stream, but I also work on this in my own time. You can get the live edit available on Patreon. Patreon has the live edit of this. No matter what happens to it, whether it happens on stream or off stream, you can watch and follow along the whole time. Will there be one archetype per pair of schools? Also, renown will be faction-based, right? I guess DM can make traditions to get renown. Think about caves and Cud legendaries and water rituals. If it was, then it wouldn't have any descript factions, right? It wouldn't tell you what the factions are. It would just say what a faction is so that you can implement whatever you want for your setting, right? Utopia still should be accessible to a universal setting. So we're not going to set our own factions if that's the case, but probably yes. Okay, I'm lagging too hard to watch stream, so have fun, guys. I'll catch you the changes to the Patreon, dog. Aww, that's unfortunate, Rix. I will miss you. Okay, chat. Renown system. Make me want even more to have a character with just way too much renown. He just somehow walks into a city and gets greeted by like 7 people who owe him their lives, walks into a restaurant, leaves with more money than he came in with, and he hates all of it. For certain pairs of schools, 9 pairs in total. There's 9 pairs and 5 archetypes that just get 2 of 1, right? So for example, if we were to go to the wizard just gets 2 strategies from the School of Magic. However, they get it at a discounted cost. So instead of getting 1 study from magic and 1 study from law, you just get 2 different studies from magic. So you can be a flame frost wizard, or you could be a zephyr summoning wizard, or so on and so on. Thanks for the spray. What forces 400 level characters to stop taking prowess and learn all the
@monkey_pasquire, it'll be so much fun to play.
You can just sit there and just scope through prowess over and over and over again, and that would technically create diversity. Unfortunately, that's the only way to do it. So we're trying to express beyond that bond, if that makes sense.
Can renowned go negative? Does that mean you're just evil?
It doesn't mean you're evil. Okay, so this is a very important thing to take into consideration with the philosophy behind Utopia. Utopia does not have an alignment system. It just has people who do like you and people who don't like you. It is up to the GM to decide what good and evil means. Utopia does not dictate that for you. It is very important to remember that. Renown just means that people don't like you.
@nuclear burrito 2 nope.
What I think would be a good idea, why Cryomancy and Pyromancy aren't stackable? They are. They are absolutely stackable. Unless you mean the specialist talent. That just turns spells into cantrips. But the study of flame and the study of frost are more actual pyromancer versus cryomancer capabilities, right? So if you take study of frost, for instance, you can stack on stamina discounts for ice spells. So you can just keep getting them over and over and over again. I'm going to change 1 to 2 in this case. They also have their own unique abilities. Like Frost is able to make extraordinary items with magical materials rather than only up to common, which means that you are very, very capable on an artifice level with the study of Frost. Whereas Flame has more of a lingering damage effect, right? Where you can make more use out of how to use your fire. You get more utility out of it. Where Zephyr's more focused on burst damage. Letting you know that you still have to add 1 hour to the subathon redeem. Oh, was there a subathon redeem? Oh, because of the raid. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for reminding me. And thank you, Headless, so much for the raid. I love you. Imagine being both a cryomancer and a pyromancer. Oh yeah, Frostfire wizards exist. Trust me. I spell discounts to summon weapons, huh? Yep. Not only that, you can summon more powerful weapons. So normally Magi Matter, if we were to go down to Magi Matter real quick, not Magi Matter, well, Magi Matter as well, I guess, but elemental matter, right? So you can summon elements and turn them into items. However, this caps at common. If you take the study of Frost,
is 2 discount for 2 points.
It also costs 2. It's the same cost, but you can get it over and over and over again. Actually, you know what? You kind of give a good point. I think it should be worth 3.
You still are on the subathon?
Yes,
I
we
thought
are.
you ended it a while ago. Loudly crying face,
Yep.
loudly crying face. I was saying that cuz I thought you forgot to remove it.
No, it's still subathon, friendo. Okay, now it's 3 stamina. And it costs 2 levels, by the way. Eternal subathon. I'm gonna grab some water, and then I'm gonna talk about where I think the renown system should go. So when you get your next paycheck, I
Tell us in
appreciate
a
you.
cheek shul win. I want an extra free mage hand before multi-weapon fighting starts.
You can already. You can have an infinite number of weapons with telekinesis as of currently.
Tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw
Okay. It's 113 hours right now. That is correct. Work at a record shop. That's cool as hell. What if when subathon ends? As if it goes negative? Specialization should always give more generic buffs. Correct. How do people use blood casting usually? Mages have low body usually. It depends. I mean, there's an infinite number of different builds. But for an example, blood magic, ironically, is very powerful for automatons.
Ori, Cobbs cooked in art chat.
Okay, I'm gonna look at this and then I have to stop getting distracted. But I'm gonna explain the renown system as I see it. Oh, that's so good, Cobbs. Oh, that's so good. God, that makes me happy. Oh, I love Neppy art. I love any party art. Makes me so happy. Oh. You guys have way too much cool ass art. It makes me angry. Makes me, when I really like things, I want to punch them. That was a joke, kind of. Sorry, it's been a while since I've last been here. I thought you were already ended something. So you're totally fine, Zoppy. I'm happy to have you here any day. I love you, Cobbs, and your work. Your work is amazing. Oh my God. More confused on why blood magic is on the soul side of the tree? That's fair. There's a reason for it, but I think it gets into a little bit more of a tangent than it's really worth for right now. Would you punch chat, Ori? No, I wouldn't. Constitution strength casters win. I guess there's a reason champion caster is a thing, but Constitution's less strength version of it ain't a thing. I mean, it kind of is. It definitely is. Okay, so the way that Utopia works a lot of the time is you have to decide where you want to spend things, right? The reason why strength does not offer magic is because that means you could funnel strength and become a powerful warrior and caster at no additional cost. You can become a strength-based wizard, but you have to make sacrifices for the number of things that you get for that, if that makes sense. Forger, what would happen if I said I would punch chat? Okay, so let's use factions as a term. Factions. What I think would happen, and I'm gonna do my best to explain this, is imagine that there's nested factions. So you have a person, and that person could be in a faction. That faction could be in a city, and that city is within a planet, right? And you have a renown score for each one of those. For instance, singular individual may reside within a clan.
I literally dropped my phone. Holy stuff.
That clan the city is a faction. That clan resides within a city. That city is a separate faction. That city exists on a planet. The planet is a faction. Each faction, nested or otherwise, will have its own renown score per player. To figure out what your renown score is with a faction or individual. You add all scores for following the hierarchy, I'll say. Example below, and we'll give the example that let's say that we have 5 renown, or let's say we have 0 global renown, so we don't have any renown that just like makes us better in every way. We have 1 city renown, we have -2 clan renown, and then we have 5 personal renown. City, 1 renown, positive renown with the residing city, 2 negative renown with the residing clan, 5 personal renown, 5 renown with this specific individual. Total renown for that person would be 4. Because they like you a lot. 5 is very high. That's like best friend level, right? So we're like best friends with this person. However, their clan doesn't like us and the city kind of likes us. So basically you go up the hierarchy, right? Global renown is something that we can modify later where we give you 1 global renown, which means everybody likes you. Like in general, like you just become a more approachable person. Shaming Caster doesn't make you gain much soul from grabbing Magecraft talents, but I guess language/charm doesn't usually do combat anyways. That's holy shit, Nats! Oh goddamn! I'll never talk bad about it again. I'll believe it when I see it. Nats, you want to use that right now? So people in the city hate you, but everyone else in the world thinks you are probably all right. And that's kind of the thing, right? Is that if you had like, let's say you had like 2 global renown, and then you pissed off a city really bad,
yes,
it would
please,
just
I wanna
neutralize.
Be sub again.
Okay. Natsuno is a sub confirmed. Let's go. Love you, Nats. Congratulations on your free sub from the mystery box. That is crazy. Wild to see that again. It has been a minute since I've seen that. What? Ineligible? Why are you ineligible? It says you're ineligible, Natsuno. Why does it say you're ineligible? Hold on, let me try my phone real quick. And 1000 XP. Wow, the mystery box is really smiling at you guys today. Orion will continue to terrify me. Can you imagine, chat? Can you imagine what Orion can do? For just a moment. Natsuno, say something. I think that renown would go pretty well. And like I said, there's no universal rule about how a city handles wanted posters. You know what I mean? However, there can be specific interactions that happen that way. And that's something that I want the GM to be able to interpret based on their setting. So for instance, if you have... It's not letting me. Why is it not letting me? Oh, it's trying to save your sub streak. Did it like end today or something? So like, for instance, if you have, let's say you have negative global renown, right? So you have like -2 global renown, or let's say you have 0 global renown and you have like -4 city renown. Maybe that's when they start putting wanted posters up for you because this city hates you. This city does not want you to be here. People will stop buying and selling to you, or they'll start selling at an egregious price. And now we get to make a chart for what that actually means, right? So we have to make a chart that basically states what happens.
Like wasteland setting for renown?
Then it would be with the residents, right? It's always has to deal with the residents. You know what I mean? This clan does not need to literally be in the city. It just needs to be represented by that city. You know what I mean? This clan could be everywhere, but they are loyal to a specific city. And it's up to the GM how they want to build those levels up, right? So Puss in Boots has plus 32 global and -87 city renown then. With Renown, would AG1 give examples of how it might work to prevent the Kindle ambiguity issues? Yes, it would. However, the ambiguity behind Necromancy, and that would be behind Affinity, is there on purpose, right? And this is the biggest issue I have with Affinity, and one of the things that makes it so difficult for me is that it should work on all creatures, right? I don't want it to be distinct. I don't want it to be distinct between between players, between people, between animals, right? One Affinity mechanic should work on all of those things. So when you say you can do this to a creature because you have high enough affinity with them, it means you can do it to your teammates. And I don't want to step on anybody's agency, right? So like, let's say that you had an ability to dominate somebody because your affinity was that high. Like you had like 30 affinity with somebody. You could literally tell them to walk off a cliff right now and they would. However, that means you would be able to do that to your party members. And I don't like that. I don't want you to be able to do that. Need someone with good math brain? Uh-oh. Sorry. Correction. Let's add one below.
So just not have Renown be usable on PCs then?
That's the distinction I don't want to make. I
If
want
the
it to be
world in general
versatile.
doesn't like you, you could convince a city to like you more from that start point. Or a city that liked you could lose its appreciation of you as the world starts to hate you, and presumably they hear about you.
Precisely. And gossip mechanics are really interesting. Now, don't get me wrong. Renown is already getting really heavy mechanically, right? We're adding a lot of mechanics because we need to know what the Renown is for a ton of different things, right? It's not too hard to put one number on a city, right? You get one Renown number per city, but you also get that per person. You know what I mean? Global Renown is my thing. As a player, I can just keep track of that. I can keep track of all of this, really. It really should be the player's deal. With each
You could be
clan,
famous or infamous.
you're getting a little bit crazy with it. You know what I mean? It's getting a little bit funky. Personal Renown, that's disgusting. For every NPC, every single player has a Renown with them. You know what I mean? So there needs to be a lot of ways to compact this down and make it not that much bookkeeping. PC's personal affinity are kind of very much in the player's hands. You can be famous or infamous. Yes! And that's the thing, is I want the mechanics to aid the gameplay, right? Which means if you want to use it on other players, you should be able to, because it's a part of your player's capabilities, right?
I'm gonna need a whole chart.
The character notes would be crazy, and that's the thing. DM chooses how much nesting happens, right? Exactly, yes. And that's the big thing, is that the GM should be in charge of this. It's possible that they just skip the factions, and they say you have a global and you have a personal Renown, and that's it. Or skip personal, and don't keep it that much, and just say you have global, city, clan, end. That's it. I'm not checking for each person. Question, can I flirt? Yes. Again, Utopia should be a universal system. It's not completely combat-based. It should not be completely based on how well you smack things. It should be heavily based on whatever style of play you want. And if your play is social, you should be able to finesse your social capabilities on players as well as monsters, just like you could your physical capabilities. If I want to grapple my teammate, I can. I can grapple my teammates. I can hit my teammates. And just like that, my social capabilities that I spent my time investing in should work on other players. However, I want to keep limitations in mind that you cannot step on somebody's agency completely. You can push against their force of will, but you cannot remove agency from them. Skipping personal makes the most sense to me, but it should be up to the GM. And don't get me wrong, everything is up to the GM, right? The GM can just miff some of these rules completely. They can just nix the rule set that they don't want. But this should be a style of play that players have access to. I like when a warden spawns hating someone in the city and then the city fights the warden. Oh, with what I've got very powerful specific people where personal Renown will make sense. Yeah. I think that just referring to it as 3 different types of factions. So you have global, you have settlements, and you have individual, right? So a global means that it works on everything.
Wayo, ignoring the highlighted message. How rude.
Hey, where are you looking, art chat? I told you I can't be distracted anymore. We have to work on this. I'm looking in art chat. Oh my god, this makes me happy. A lot more GM dependent compared to the CG stuff. It is, but it shouldn't be, right? It shouldn't be as much that it requires the GM to care as much as it should be that the GM is allowed to tweak as they see necessary. So that's why there are no possession spells, huh? But there are body swap spells because the PC is already dead. Yes, exactly. And that's the thing. Like I said, it should not take your agency. It should be able to exert your will on somebody. If I put a boulder on you, you will stop moving. You know, if it doesn't kill you, chances are you still can't move anymore because I was able to hold the bigger boulder. However, you should always have an applicable response to that, right? And a really good example of this is like a caster versus a martialist, right? The martialist can physically grab that person. The mage can telekinetically halt that person. The bigger number wins. That is exerting your will. It's not preventing your agency because you still have the option to respond. Sometimes people just overpower you at the end of the day. So that's how this is how this should end up, in my opinion. How much can a GM or a group really choose rules before balance breaks? And that's the thing. That's the big thing. The more GM discretion there is, the less the book is offering balance. So what should happen, in my opinion, is in the Renown system specifically, there should be a guideline and a thing that states the GM may alter this. Like, it's recommended that the GM alter it to the setting. However, there is a baseline of what is normally the case. What's up, Shadow Assassin? Welcome in. I apologize for the ads, chat. Thank you so much for being here.
Welcome, Shadow.
I'm gonna seduce and get amazing turns with a dragon. You can do that. How does swarm of bees or illusions get from under the boulder again? Exactly. Got added. Oh no!
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away?
Okay, just building up a little bit of a scale. I want to avoid big numbers. I really want to avoid big numbers. Your thoughts on appeal/portrayal test? My own clan with my newer character, Morrison Claw. That sounds really cool. So we know how renown works, probably. 4 billion is a small number, sort of. If you already answered, I was in an ad. The idea. Wait, behind what? Was it behind the GM stuff or portrayal/appeal test? Depending on the details. Which one are we answering to? Maybe do a portrayal / appeal test depending on the details. In what circumstance? In every circumstance, or are you asking in general what the difference between those two are? The School of Malleability to stack bluffs on yourself, which would be so OP. Probably Specialist Talent instead. Probably. So -2 Renown is... Oh, will contest, not test. I'm gonna talk about that in just a second. I do have an idea for that.
Tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say it's next?
Okay. So this is the basic renown chart, right? -10 renown means obsessive hatred, making active efforts to stop or end the person, even at high stakes or cost. -5 renown is borderline hatred, refuse service or any request for aid, potentially go out of their way to hinder the individual. -2 renown is irritable, sell and purchase items at worse prices, potentially refusing service completely under excessive requests, I should say. 0 renown is true neutrality. 2 renown is mild acquaintance, would be willing to take on small favors. 5 renown is infatuated with the person, would do virtually anything that wouldn't put them in direct harm or dispute the person's objectives and goals. And 10 renown is absolute obsession. With few exceptions, such as absolute mortality, they will do virtually whatever the person wishes. That's an episode. But what I was gonna say is that for each, let's say, 2 positive renown, 1 point of favor on tests made to influence the individual. For each -2 renown, for each 2 negative renown, 1 point of disfavor. I'm going to put -5 renown as combat aggressive as well. This is getting into some really interesting topics, right? So, like, for instance, if you walk into a goblin camp, you know what I mean? If you walk into a goblin camp and they want to murder you, where does their renown start? You know what I mean? Because with this system in mind, with this specific system in mind, if -10 is I want you dead, let's say they start at -10, right? That means that if you have +5 global renown, you think they're at -5? Because with 1 global renown or 2 global renown or 3 global renown,
item price markups?
Yes.
Or even their markups?
Yes. If you have 3 global renown, they're just irritated at you. They don't even want to kill you anymore. That's very powerful. That's excessively powerful. And that costed about 12 levels.
-15.
I was going to say -10. When you walk up to something and their objective is to, essentially, they get -10 global renown, right? Their outward renown is -10. So they just kind of hate everything. So at a +5, which is about 20 levels, you can walk into a goblin camp and they won't like you. They might try to hurt you, but they're not necessarily actively trying to kill you. At +8, which is a shit ton, that is a lot, right? It means that they're irritable, but they don't hate you necessarily. And then at +10, it means that they're just neutral towards you, no matter who you are or what you are. They're just like, hey, what's up, bud? But that also means that if you have a +10, take note that you walk into a city that you've never been to before and they worship you. That's what positive 10 renown means. And that's costing about 40 to 50 levels into one singular talent. At 20 global renown, I'm pretty sure virtually everyone loves you on site. Ryan's terrifying, part too many. I kind of feel like renown should interact with checks. Like it means a character that is charismatic but save the world can still feel basic stuff
while a goblin war camp are more aggro.
It means that a character that is charismatic but save the world can still fail basic stuff at a reasonable chance. What do you mean? Because if you save the world, you have positive renown, which means you have an even higher likelihood to succeed those chances. Oh, that isn't charismatic. Well, if you aren't charismatic, but did save the world, I feel like that would influence people, right? Because that kind of brings you back to neutrality, right? If you have -3 appeal, but you saved the world, so like, let's say you have 4 renown with the city, right? That cancels each other out. You're really, really bad at talking. You're not charming. However, all of these people know what you did for them. So you just kind of level out to I mean, it's a -3 with 2 points of favor. To me, that personally makes sense. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Maybe renown should be higher than -10 to +10 for more wiggle room?
See, the problem with that, though, is that the bigger the numbers get, the more complicated they get. And this is already a very high bookkeeping mechanic. And I kind of want to keep them small, if I can. Proceeds to screw up everything I say. That makes sense. And you save the world. The lollipop. Between trying to hunt you down and aggro on site. I mean, these
what
are
about
each...
a 30-point range?
30 points is a lot. It's a lot. Because also keep in mind that, like, if I'm a GM and I'm sending you into a goblin camp, I have to know what these natural renowns are in my head if I have a renowned player. And I need to keep that all in mind. Working with numbers between 1 and 10 is a lot easier to capacitate than working between 1 and 30. Or I guess... No, -15 to +15. I mean, I see it. I see the reason for it. And I think there comes a point where what's in the book and what you can do as a GM is kind of up to you. Because the renown system does speak for itself a little bit. And I mean, like, you can tell that -10 renown and -15 renown obviously is far beyond hatred. Like, we know that. The book doesn't outright state it, but you can infer that. And you can kind of decide where to go from there. Irrationally terrified or someone, I think would immediately be negative renown, which is what makes this really complicated,
magnitude,
right?
And size and stuff doesn't much matter.
So, for instance, it could be that you have a goal to, that's interesting. I think that realistically, terror doesn't really affect renown. I think that realistically, what terror is a cheap way with the permanent loss of renown, right? So it's like the only reason that terror works is because you're more powerful than them at this moment. The moment that they're more powerful than you, they're gonna remember that you terrorize them. And therefore, your renown is permanently punished with that person. -15 would probably be a blood feud. And that's kind of the thing, right? Is that it just depends on what the creature is. Because some creatures just don't get obsessively hateful. You know what I mean? Some creatures just resist negative renown. But -15 means it passes on to your children. Yeah. It is a currency you spend, you know what I mean? And that's kind of the nature of it. And again, it really is up to the GM and how they want to run their world. But at the end of the day, if you ask me for a big favor, you're spending renown with me, right? Like, you kind of owe me a solid at this point in my head. If I have 5 renown with you and you ask me to kill someone for you and I do it, you're at least losing 1 renown with me, dog. Yes, you can have a guild hate you for terrorism. -20 pass it on to your great-grandchildren. Yeah. I feel like -15 is where it's like, I'm not just killing you, I want to kill your entire party, and I want you to watch. Lawful evil, that's funny. So, all of these numbers will have to be tweaked, so it's not probably good to get caught up in too many details for what exactly the numbers are, but...
Is there renown with deities?
Yes, and that is a whole thing. That is a whole thing. Remember, a deity has a character sheet, right? A deity is a creature that you can talk to, that you can see a stat block for, so they have renown like anybody else does. Is plus 15 renown a cult? Probably, roughly. Okay, so for a rough metric, so for aggressive or territorial monsters, I'm popping them at -8 renown, which means they're between combat aggression and literally kill you at all costs. They're between that point. Someone who's just naturally angry or aggressive or volatile, I'm gonna put volatile, that's a better word. They start at -2 renown, so they're immediately like just less liking. City folk or any natural civilian will start at 0, and a pacifist or someone who's easy to persuade, who is trusting, or who is gullible will start around 3 renown. What's my hyperfixation? I'm pretty sure you said it, but I'm half asleep and have a headache. Are you talking to me? Or are you talking about, oh, you're talking to Rain. Will there be a spiritual/deity related casters? I guess warlocks or some other ritual casting using archetypes could be a priest or a paladin or cleric of a deity. So when it comes to magic, Utopia does not define where your magic comes from. In its own lore it does, but you can use its mechanics without its lore. So if you want to use divine magic, you can. Ritual casters can also do that. So ritual is the way to make a pact as well as a bond with the divine. It's the same methodology, it's just different contracts essentially, right? So a lot of times what a deity will do is they'll create a giant ritual and they'll host it around a single node that is usually an altar or a temple, and people will feed power into that altar, and at that cost the deity will give like one singular overwhelming benefit to those within those temple, if that makes sense. That's the most common divine transaction. What if I want to start a cult? You would need ritual magic, and it's actually not that hard. Funny enough, hypothetically, the people best at starting a cult based on the disciplines are bards. Is that good or is that bad, chat? Does that make sense or does that feel weird? Yo, thank you so much, Jambing, for the follow. I really appreciate you. Welcome in. What about situational renown? Or I guess creatures who are ready to flee or surrender. I think that renown doesn't check to see whether they're willing to flee. It just depends on how much they dislike you. What that creature does with that information is up to them. Some creatures may want to kill you, some creatures may fear for their life, but the point is that they don't like you. Would my cult have their own appeal factor? Hypothetically, yeah. Bard is which colors exactly? Bard is lover. Bard is yellow-blue, so they're good at magic and they're good at affinity. So they can use ritual magic to make a cult, and then they can use affinity to make people like them.
I can summon a fireball. Casts fireball, instantly has thousands of followers because they believed hard enough asterisk.
Racism, I think, goes into the angry, aggressive / volatile, because that happens a lot, right? As an example, that's one of the downsides to playing a demonic Cambion. Yes, Lover is terrifying. I guess deities will just stop healing your party if they commit war crimes or sins. Does Utopia have rules of war that are basically followed by everyone? No. There is almost no singular universal rule because Utopia observes the diversity of thought, right? All the way up from a technocracy that uses a computer to decide their laws and who believe that, you know, one life is worth one life, versus Paya, who has, you know, an extremely diverse culture of millions upon millions of different creatures, species. You know, you have the anatomy of creatures that don't capacitate information or morals the same way we do. So there's no overlying way of doing that in Utopia. Yes, war crimes. Welcome back, bitches. Will VOD of this exist later? Yes, it will. I appreciate you, Nuclear. How much I love speciesism fictionally. Yes, exactly. If you're a demonic Cambion and you walk into a religious town, I'm going to start you with -2 renown for everyone. People don't like you. If you're an angelic Cambion that walks into a religious town, I'm going to give you +2 renown because people like you. If you're an Eldritch Cambion, I'll give you like probably -4, -5. You know what I mean? Killing surrendering combatants only leads to more deaths on both sides though. So this is just examples of how this would function, right? And this is really all the renown system. This is like the initial principles of the renown system, right? This is in my opinion, the minimum amount of mechanics. So do Regal Oxide have positive global renown? I would say they do, not global.
Which is why it tends to
actually
not
probably
happen.
global. Yeah,
Unless
no, you actually got a good
combatants
point.
are merely a finger of a hive mind, I guess.
I wouldn't put that in the mechanics necessarily, just because it's also your best way of playing a pretty plant creature. But I would
Eldritch
give a positive
Cambions,
global renown.
The delicious trauma. I wonder how disguising works under these mechanics.
And that's just it. And this is like the reason why renown is such a big topic, right? We haven't even made one singular strategy yet. I would say they have at least one. The only problem with that is that mechanically, Brazen Oxeye would hypothetically get -1, right? And that's just an unfortunate mechanic to play with. Because it's not fair why that happens, it's just what happens. You know what I mean? Because Oxdye omit pheromones, like natural pheromones, and the ones that Regal Oxdye omit is basically an aphrodisiac, whereas Brazen Oxdye have an intimidation agent. Illusions are absolutely a way to temporarily boost your renown. However, it comes at a cost because what happens when people realize that you were lying to them? That's a strat instantly. I do not want people to ever be able to cast with their strength score. That's a fucking nightmare. That is a balanced nightmare, dog. How do religious towns feel about Eldritch Cambions? Also feel weird Eldritch Cambions cannot summon extra limbs because Eldritch Horror is spooky. Eldritch Cambions are not in control of their conjunctions, right? They don't necessarily want to have those things, and they don't have control over them. It's more like having a parasite. And religious towns, at least those that subscribe to the Pantheon, which is the overarching or the most popular religion, or kind of your fallback religion, really, when it comes to narrative development, they believe that Eldritch Cambions are a sign of the end times, and they will try to expunge them at any cost. Like, only briefly good for Eldritch Cambions. Oh yeah, I have -3 arms. You can hold less than nothing. Oh, are you breathing? Sorry, you're encumbered. Can Magitech illusions be non-dispellable? Or like a disguise feat for armor? Funny enough, artifact spells cannot be dispelled. So,
or what about
yes.
masks?
Masks also work. If you can hide the fact, if you can hide the characteristic that people hate, I would refund you that renown, right? However, if people figure it out, word spreads quick. And it's also possible that, again, you will get an even worse strike because you lied to them. So that's kind of the up and the down of it, right? It's a temporary cost. It's a temporary blessing. However, if you fail, now it's kind of a problem. I mean, you can be technically not lying. It's just up to their perception of you, right? If they believe you're lying, they'll take the renown hit regardless because they believe you were lying. So for instance, I mean, it puts a lot more power into the influence tree, right? Which really needed some. If we go to the influence tree, your ability to impersonate and mimic are really powerful suddenly, right? Like now you're able to hide your identity if it has a naturally negative downside in wherever you're going. My thing doesn't say that there's a static noise. Chat, is anybody else hearing a static noise? I get to live in terror of an anti-magic field with Elaine. Lovely. Yes. But Constitution and Constitution plus Dexterity casters instead of Strength, it's such a nightmare, dude. Because like Strength is like the best contender against magic. Like those are the opposite counterparts against each other, right? Giving someone both of those is so powerful. It's
Casters
ridiculous.
Are strong enough, LMAO.
Yeah. Characteristics-based renown modifier for some groups and individuals. Could you perhaps influence their perception of that characteristic by getting them to like you more? Oh, absolutely you could. Yes, you can. That's just my backpack. Don't ask me to pull anything out of it or show you it. I won't. Chat, do you hear a whoosh? This is at least a rough renown system. Oh, it's only sometimes. Interesting.
At the Forager 56, this is why we have the wing corset, an alteration.
I've seen a character that's an Eldritch Cambion that uses their wings to create like a Victorian style dress. You know how much spell features though if you go into body? Yeah, that's the sacrifice behind it. Is that you have to decide what you want to spend your points on. So what if my mask is augmented on my face and I'm unable to remove it? Then you're gonna be a lot better at hiding things, I guess. The only way to get it out is to de-augment it, which hurts a lot. But you'll be better at hiding things. It's a higher cost for a higher value. Mm-hmm. Funny enough, there's an entire study of subterfuge. The study of bargaining is an example of one that I'm really struggling with right now. Because, like, with bargaining, one of the examples, and like I said, if it works on a creature, it should work on a player. If I give you an ultimately better price, that means that if you were to sell something to your teammate, I'm forced to make you change your price. That is stepping on someone's agency. I don't want to do that. I finally caught you. Let's see who you really are. Wait. One of the examples, one of the things that I really wanted to do was a talent called Liquidation. And I'll call it mid-tier for right now. We can move this around as we need. So Liquidation allows you to spend a minute and consume an item, and when you do, you basically just turn it into money. This is a ridiculously powerful ability when it comes to money, because money doesn't take up slots and items do, and it gives you a purpose for every item that you come across. But basically what it means is that you're turning it into valuable components that are purchased anywhere. You're liquidating it. Sell to no one spell. Pretty much, yeah. It's pretty much just alchemy. Could you make a cult by making healing water? Probably. I'm sure there's someone that would subscribe to that. Silver's 3 slots per piece, actually. That's awful. I like it. I like the way that you think. This is ridiculously strong, dude. Because when you go to a goblin
Some
camp,
bath water of is an option lol.
I'm like, I'm not going to ask what every goblin is wearing because I don't want their garments. I don't want their mauls. I don't want their clubs. I don't care about any of that. But when I can sit there for an hour and just turn it all into 100 silver pieces, that's pretty fucking gross. But that's just an example. Impersonation was a big one. Decipher, Temptation, and Ballad. Liquidate a goblin? A goblin is not an item, unfortunately. And doesn't have a base value, I don't think. Just getting our 3rd thunderstorm here this week? That's fucking crazy, dude. I love thunderstorms. Minus all the things they do. All the weather that I love. I usually hate the conditions it creates, but I love the weather itself. Ooh, here's an example of mid-tier. Orion continues to get scared. Is the AG going to be something you can just use by default, level 10, or is it a later thing? You can use it by level 1. Yeah, no, AG is something, it's just giving you access to a ton more talents and abilities. All the way down from starting character up to level thousands upon thousands. But a goblin can be made into an item by petrification? Or would you let NPCs get healing bathwater? I mean, yeah, if you made it. I mean, there's definitely mechanics that allow that. Can't monsters have value like in some fantasy stories? I mean, they can, but base value is a mechanic, right? When you craft an item, it has an illicit base value. So that's what this is checking for. If you were to turn a creature, if you were to petrify a creature, I would call it components, which are mechanically different from an item.
Oh, didn't know that.
What was it? Where were we at? Subterfuge. Oops. Actually, let's make this stackable. I think this is a good stackable.
Could there be a G1 playlist on the VOD's channel?
That's possible? Maybe. Maybe. Do statues have a value? I mean, base value? No. Because they are not an item. That's considered a structure. And structures do not have base values. At least not currently. You are... Okay. When you communicate with a creature, you may make a display contest against its will score. Upon succeeding, for 1 hour, you are treated as if you have 1 additional renown with that creature. Once you attempt this, you cannot do so against the same creature for 24 hours. Which basically means that you can use, So, Euphemize allows you to attempt a test against somebody to get a temporary buff to your renown against them. It's time for EPs, but I'll have you tabbed up and lurking. I appreciate you, Jelly Bean! Thank you! Yeah, no, 100%. Orion can pull shit like that all the time, dude. You should see what the greater influence tree looks like. Oh my god, dude. You got some power behind that. Can I break it? Yes. But more often than not, it will turn into components. Components do not have a base value. What about creepy? Can holding / wearing certain items increase / decrease renown with a specific faction? Like a legendary sword buffing you if there is a prophecy and decreasing that hero is an enemy of a faction, or if they know it's for sure gotten from grave robbing? No, absolutely. I think that's something that we have to leave up to GM discretion because it's so specific, right? There could be an item feature that gives you renown. I could see that. Orion scares me, I think, more than any other clone. Interesting. That's very interesting. Oh man, there's something I was gonna write. Oh. Settlement renown effects, which should be separate. No reason. Okay, so we get a little bit more or less scrutiny against cities as well. I think this is probably at the 2 mark, realistically. Virtually all services supplied by the city commodities, I should say. Are either made free or heavily discounted. Extreme leniency against law enforcement. Extreme scrutiny against law enforcement. So, -5 renown with the settlement means that you're pursued or criminalized. Virtually all commodities are refused. Extreme scrutiny against law enforcement. -2 renown would be mild upcharges against services and more scrutiny, slightly more scrutiny against law enforcement. 0, of course, is neutrality. 2 renown means you get some discounts and a little less scrutiny. 5 renown means you're held at high esteem. Most commodities are going to be supplied or free, and extreme leniency against law enforcement, which means you basically don't get more than a slap on the wrist. Ooh, that is a really cool page, Voltaic. Oh my god, and it moves. That's so pretty. God, I love that. -5 thing seems a little intense. Really? I feel like -5 is. Let's make this like -7 then. I assume PCs will generally trade with a markdown and PC trader markups. Like, as a rule of thumb, if you bring food into a starving town, you can get a markup. Yeah, no, 100%. What's that? What'd you say, Sherb? I didn't see it. Give me just a second. Have you done one for an intentional negative effect, like egging someone into throwing the first punch? I think that's actually probably an entire study. I feel like is what... Yeah, temptation. I feel like temptation is a good one, where you get positive effects for your negative renown. Well, not positive. Like, you're not going to make them like you more, but you get more out of people not liking you. find a legendary sword that was used to exterminate some guild but wielded by a hero, for example, Gorgons, you would get negative renown for that city and probably every even kingdom, positive renown for Gorgons. They don't care about grave robbing. Yeah. No, I think that's a great idea, Sherbs. I'm literally changing this for that.
At Rainey's Fouling, go to compass page on site, tongue sticking out. Woot.
The scaling of Utopia? I'm gonna put this at 6 for right now. I need to know about the greed factor. What about it? It's decently exponential at points, but tries to be linear. Like, what do you mean? Like, how does greed affect what? I think that greed is just one characteristic that you can leverage with renown, or you can leverage for renown. Like, if they're greedy, you give them methods of making money, they'll like you more. I guess the scaling of renown, or maybe the scaling of reptiles. The scaling of renown, that's kind of part of the question, right? And that's what we have to actually decide within the School of Affinity, is how do you get renown? You know what I mean? So, for instance, with false connections, I feel like linear, kind of diminishing returns more than anything. Like, exponential in a bad way, specifically. But this, for instance, is a temporary renown boost. That's an example of it, which those should be given out a little bit more freely. Impersonation will likely allow you to become someone of higher renown for a short period of time, but usually at a cost. But I think every single one should have a way of giving you a permanent renown boost of some type. I think Ballad is going to focus most heavily on gaining renown. What about poor characters? I mean, it just depends on what their motives are. I mean, it's individual per person, right? A poor character who you give food when they are starving will probably like you more. If you treat them poorly because they're poor, you'll probably lose renown with them. Go check out the spec talents suck. Coup de grace, empirical. Coup de grace sucks? What do you mean? Coup de grace is insane! Renown for helping out town could be fun, where everyone knows everyone. Saving someone's kid, friend, or spouse would give lots of renown compared to saving someone in a huge city. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Coup de grace almost got nixed because it was too powerful. What do you mean you can get it easily with an extraordinary weapon? The poor tend to stick together like beggar faction? I mean, it depends on where you are. That's not always true. Especially in a fantasy setting. Sometimes they're put at arms with each other. Boom. Having the idea of this incredibly charming, but has secrets deep as trenches that if they came out could at least, they think ruin everything. Oh yeah. Room setting because the manga I'm reading. Oh, I don't know that setting, but I could definitely see that. You can just attack from stealth by bypassing defenses and DHP. I mean, yeah, but bypassing defenses and DHP is like 60 RP. You know what I mean? Whereas coup de grace allows you to do it with any weapon. It's actually more than that. If it's on, like, for instance, like a fast weapon, like it's like hundreds of RP. Like you're spending like 200 RP to get like 44 damage out. Whereas with coup de grace, you could spend that 200 RP to get like 5d20 damage. Martial World, that makes sense. Much damage on with all those abilities, yeah. Okay. Impersonation, I feel like, is relatively obvious. de grace is disgusting, dude. I think that probably... No, I'll leave that to professionals. We still have to deal with the instantly being seen, while just attacking himself means you can easily stay hidden if your stunt is high enough. Multiple shots at something are always better than one failed. Yeah, but the thing is that you can just have both, right? Coup de grace is still like it's a safeguard in the case that, I don't know. It pairs well with a lot of things, and it also makes an entire battle, it can render an entire battle non-combative, successful in your direction. You know what I mean? It's very swingy, don't get me wrong, but it is that way because it's very high risk, high reward. No, invisibility does not disappear once you hit someone. What was I looking up? I don't remember. I guess it's just disguise, right?
Thing.
To okay, disguise. You may remember the appearance of an additional creature simultaneously. You may spend 1 hour, 1 common or rare material component, and 1 common or rare refinement component to disguise yourself as a creature you remember the appearance of. Test made to learn your true identity, while disguised, get 2 points of disfavor.
At Sky_Heights precognition. I mean divination.
That's kind of the thing though, Forager, is that there's gonna be a creature that's bigger than Keelf. And when there's something that's bigger than Keelf that he couldn't one-shot, then coup de grace will bridge that gap, I guess is more so what I'm trying to say. Precognition, I mean divination, well now. Yeah, divination is a very, very powerful asset in this case. Because if you can divine what the creature's DHP is, then easy. Then you can just decide whether or not to use coup de grace. You can make a stunt test after the attack. It will become aware of you, but you can make it unaware of you again. That's allowed. That's in the rules. Don't get me wrong, I do see the downside to it. I don't think it's always the best in Keel's situation, but it's still an exceptionally good talent.
I mean being attacked makes the enemy aware something hit them though.
Generally, yes. In virtually any case, being attacked will give them a chance to become aware of you.
I meant to force 50% plus of the max damage.
Oh, divination can also tell you what their DHP is. But being aware by default worse than just being hidden. I don't think it would ever be worth it for Keelf. He can just kind of hit and convince them nothing happened. Because then being aware is only disfavor on you, not favor on them. Can't gain disfavor. Fair enough. For impersonation, would you need to make a memory test? Hypothetically, yes. I think that's probably what I would run that as. 2 points of favor on tests made to learn new languages because there's already a built-in mechanic for learning languages in Utopia. So this is actually really powerful because language learning can be very difficult.
So photographic memory would be so much more useful.
Oh yeah. Actions to make a display contest against a creature's will score. Upon succeeding,
Jump.
if renown with that creature is treated as if it was positive for 1 minute. You may only attempt this test on once per creature. So in Temptation Ultimate Bidding, you may spend 2 interrupt actions to make a display contest against a creature's will score. Upon succeeding, negative renown with that creature is treated as if it was positive for 1 minute, which is very ridiculously powerful, and you can only attempt that on any given creature once. Which means that if somebody absolutely fucking hates you, you can make them absolutely fucking obsessed with you. That's actually really powerful. I don't know if that's okay. That's actually kind of ridiculous. Maximum of 5, we'll say. What about changing people's renown with other people? I think that's going to be in impersonation, where you can basically take the renown score that someone else would have and you use it. Oh, make someone hate someone else. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's actually really gross. I feel like that would have to go in subterfuge. Like a gossip ability. Upon succeeding, okay. So when you communicate with a creature, you may choose another creature you can vividly imagine and make that you can both vividly imagine and make a display contest against its will score. Upon succeeding, the chosen creature's renown decreases by 1 for the creature you're communicating with. Once you attempt this, you cannot do so again against the same creature for 24 hours. Let's go.
How do you balance / make test rolls relevant in high level as some modifiers can exceed 18+?
That's just the nature of it, is that if you're going up against an equivalent creature, your plus 18 is their plus 18. They have the same amount of sub-traits that they can use. It just depends on your build. The problem is that you get harder... What's it called? Dualities, I guess? Harder counters, I should say, right? So, like, if you're weak to a strength build and someone has plus 18 strength, they absolutely fucking dominate you. But at the same time, that's also how you balance your HP, for instance. At the levels where you get 18 plus sub-trait modifiers, is also a level where people should have a lot of
At
HP.
Petriglass_tower, how the heck are you seeing them at 100 meters?
Binoculars. Renown with divination is a mess. Real. That's actually a good point. Impersonation. In impersonation, I feel like one good low tier is... Untraceable. Divination features that attempt to gain information on you do not yield any information and come back null if applicable. If you have a plus 18 to a stat and you're going against something of similar level, it means that they can or do have a plus 18 to their own stat. There does come harder counters at that point, but as well, at that level, you probably have a lot of HP depending on how you spec your character. It's not always balanced because there are natural counters to things, right? Like, a lot of times mages don't have a lot of HP. So if you're able to overpower them because you were their counter, you're just a stronger counter at that point. But for instance, that mage may have a plus 18 to will while you have a plus 18 to strength. That's an equal contest. They try to move you telekinetically, you get an equal bout against them. See you when you get back. So low tier impersonation allows you to prevent divination from working on you. Divination has a specific statement in it. So divination, if you go to it, a lot of them, for instance, let me see if I can come back. Yes, if the answer requires knowledge of future events, it responds with null, which means no answer. In yes or no questions, null means that divination cannot answer that question. It's an actual mechanic of divination. Tiebreakers, yeah. And I mean, that's the nature of it, right? It just depends on what you're going up against. Information is so powerful in Utopia. Knowing what you're going up against gives you such an upper hand. Because then you know, return null, magic programming? Kind of, yeah. I mean, divination is especially programmed. I mean, that's all lore stuff, but yes, essentially. But knowing what your enemy's weaknesses are so powerful. Oh, nice on the refund all redeems, Forger. Good job. Congratulations on a ton of money. That's sad. Is that a bad thing? Did you not want that?
No, replying to something else.
Ah. Wrong chat. Gotcha. Sees that the enemy has low cold defense, 30 stacks of instant elemental. Exactly. That's one of the things that makes divination so powerful. Because you can use divination to find someone's chill defense. That's it. That's an actual mechanic in divination. Like I said, information is so powerful. You could do research beforehand if you know what you're about to fight. Research is just as powerful as an ambush.
If someone else in this room returning null might mean the room itself is nulled.
Correct. It could mean that the person is nulled. It could mean that the room is nulled. There's a lot of ways that very cheaply prevent divination. Not to mention scry doubling dodge. Oh yeah, dude. You can do some disgusting stuff with divination. Having resistance get considered by asking what their defense is? No. Immunity does not care about their defense, so that would technically return 0. So if they're immune to that chill, it would give like a 2 and be completely wrong. Yep. Is there short-term divination or something to help directly while fighting? Yeah, absolutely. Divination does not have its own So most of the scries are probably what you're going to be looking for in combat. So they have effects like producing more accuracy in ranged attacks, gaining 2 points of favor on tests made against creatures, doubling your block and dodge rating against creatures, and making it so that
now I am thinking of Seer Guild, where they just accumulate as many divination returns as possible, because who know what kind of creature will acquire Shrouded later.
Exactly. Your attacks, spell damage, blocking, dodging, and tests cannot roll below half. The elongation of this depends on how you use enchantment.
Like seeing intentions to dodge better.
Yep. Enchantment will allow you to elongate the spell. Divination does not do that on its own. So how long it lasts is up to you as a caster, essentially. I think Ballad is just going to be increasing renown in general mechanically. I think that's kind of
Can
a
you
shtick.
just use permanent?
Yeah, you can use permanence. Yeah, permanence works with divination. What's your question? Does the scry score give double dodge and stuff against someone who's shrouded? I would have to read shrouded.
Would Resolve and Constitution for Focus Test Specialist Talent be OP? At Petriglass_Tower, the magical surveillance state?
Okay. This is not directly stated, but the intended answer is yes. Because in order to use Scry, it says you gain a prospect, and a prospect is information against them. So, yes, this would actually prevent Scry from working on you. Would Resolve plus Constitution for Focus Test Specialist Talent be OP? I don't know what you mean by Constitution, because Constitution is... I don't know what this means. Resolve is a subtrait, Constitution is a core stat. Is the Mirror Myth version of Utopia going to be updated? What do you mean by the Mirror Myth version? The PDF? The PDFs will go online, yeah. The prototype has been updated to the most recent prototype.
Free website version, I assume.
I believe it's updated to the highest prototype. Let me check real quick. Yes, that is the highest prototype version. Oh, Resolve plus Fortitude. What do you mean by plus? Like you roll both of them and add them together? The finished product is paid, though.
Yeah, cause had some confusion on how permanence worked before.
Yep, so the errata it's really important that when you use the prototype, and make sure you have the most updated version, has errata in it. So, in the very, very back of the PDF, at the very end of it, there's a ton of errata that goes over what changes will exist in the final copy. The final copy is paid, though. I think that Ballad will just be... Oh,
Learning
that was...
stats of a creature by spending time with / near them ability.
Oh, that's actually kind of wild. I think that's probably going to be in Decipher, I would say. Decipher was the information gainer, I think. Where can I get the full version? You can't yet. Once the Kickstarter versions have all gone out, then you will be able to purchase the retail version. Roll once, add Resolve and Fortitude modifiers, or maybe even pseudo trait. That's very powerful. That is very, very powerful. I don't think it's necessarily OP, but it is very powerful. It should have some hefty prerequisites, to say the least. There we go. Should every player buy the PDF? It's helpful. It's up to you. It's a lot easier if everyone has a copy of it. Ori, I'm sorry to bother you during stream, but things in the Discord general chat have gotten kind of heated. I didn't cause that, I swear. I was trying to pour water on the situation and caused a few people felt to mute the channel. What's going on about it? Could I get a little bit of a rough summary of what's going on? Is there any other ones that would just gain renown point blank? I don't think so. I think that ballad is kind of the one. Honestly, Resolve starts to feel kind of relevant after getting in tune and enlightenment. Resolve is still a subtrait, right? There's still times to make resolve tests, such as focusing and concentrating. When you take damage focusing, you have to make a resolve test against that damage. Well, you already make a resolve test for focus checks. Resolve test is innate. Arguing about Utopia versus D&D? I'm sorry, chat. I'm reading the Discord right now. Hold on.
Something about it being better for homebrew too. LMAO, this guy.
This is a funny conversation. Let's do a kiwi juice. D&D is more customized. Mention being wrong. Nothing too bad. Gotcha. Okay. Fairly new to the server as well. I've been spamming general with ideas for their own TTRPG literally all day. Yeah, I think it might be worth give them a little bit of a calm down real quick.
Kind of like what I did when I joined.
Yeah, someone tell Forge. Some of the moderators should tell Forager to calm down real quick.
TBF Utopia has customizable spells, Pathfinded 1E has preset spells with ways to upcast them and more concrete spells. Maybe even trade-off spells. Rituals will probably let us weaken one way to improve another way.
What was the question about that? Oh. Yeah, no, 100%. Utopia, okay. From a completely biased opinion, I don't think that D&D is customizable at all, really. There's very, very little customization that you can do in D&D. D&D is not a customizable game. Anyways, we now have, Ballad now has a way to get renown with a specific creature by 2, renown with a specific settlement by 1, and increase your global renown by 1. I like that metric, Voltaic. That I say with extreme bias. Rain didn't give a good enough answer, so asking again. Don't ignore me this time. Hey, Ori, quick question for you. What would happen if a soul was split into 6 sections to be contained and a 6th of it was kept inside the original body? You would probably be borderline a husk. You would basically have no personality, no decision-making qualities, or barely any, if that were to say. Thank you, Voltaic. D&D is a Windows of TTRPG. You can change your background, but even that can be way too complicated. Understandable. Have a nice day. Okay. Bargaining is a really tough one, chat. Bargaining is going to be really difficult to make our way around. Because again, we still have the trading with players, essentially. Well, what I was thinking, driven entirely by vengeance. Would it be connected in any way to the rest of the soul? Likely, yes. Yes. Depending on how exactly you go about that. But done, I just made the argument worse by saying shit, you're fine.
Not being able to split imbues is sad. Like I want to cast an imbue MD4 damage dice for N times M times 15 PP cost.
I don't think I understand what you mean. Oh, you mean like imbuing multiple things at once? I'm going to ignore Discord because I'm going to slap someone if I keep reading it. I know, I just keep looking over and just like looking at it. I know I shouldn't, but imbue charges? You can stack imbue charges. Recasting imbue places all in. Oh, I understand. No, that's because of how ridiculously easy it would be, because stamina is replenished in seconds, right? So like you can, if you're outside of combat, you can just deep breathe all that stamina back and do it again in like 15 seconds. You know what I mean? So if you get a caster that has good mage gear and 15 seconds of time, or, you know, a good hour before a fight, you could just put 1,000,000 D4 damage on it. No, it still overwrites, but that's why. Anyways. I think that we're gonna need to introduce some talents in Affinity that raises or modifies your renown in some way, either temporary or non-temporary. There was one in Decipher that Rain talked about. Rain, do you remember what it was? 1,000,000 1d4 damage? Yeah. Because you could just keep imbuing it over and over and over again if that was the case. So if it didn't overwrite the last one, you could just keep stacking the spell on it over and over and over again. And stamina is replenished for free. You were talking about a talent that I said we should go and decipher. Yeah, it's the same damage either way, but it stacks, right? So like, let's say, I'm confused. Okay, let's say that you put 4 stacks of imbue. It's 4d4 damage. Oh, you mean that it procs multiple times? Okay. Thank you, Rain. I understand what you're saying. I'm gonna read divination because I'm gonna basically copy it. Not completely, but... Single type of defense, a single subtrait, difficulty rating, block rating. Those should be fucking capitalized. You only learn 1 stat per minute of communication. Yeah. There we go. At what point are you just taking note of every derail on a world and they're basically just simulating reality? Like, what do you mean? Instead of 1d4 attack, you get 2d4 attacks. Oh, interesting. Put the epilogue to the campaign are in. Teases a sequel, as it should. Of course, as it should. I could see that. I don't know. I would have to think quite a bit about how that would balance out. Because it's pretty powerful, all things considered. But... And also, dividing is really difficult. Because what happens when it's 5d4? Then what does it turn into? Does it turn into 3d4 and 2d4? And so on and so on? Okay. That was a good decipher one in my opinion.
You have to split the damage evenly.
Well, how would you do that with 5d4? How would you do that with 5 stacks? And also, does that mean that you're paying... How much stamina are you paying each time, right? So, like, for instance, if you're paying for 5 stacks of it, you pay for another 5 stacks of it to get no additional damage. 2.5d4. Easy. Do you mean that's in a single cast, or do you have to cast it 5 times in that case? Bargaining is interesting. Kind of tempted to do a sleight of hand thing there. I understand. I get where you're coming from. If that was the case... I think that Imbue would cost a lot more stamina, just due to the added versatility of it. I understand what you're saying.
Maybe a different imbue then.
That would make sense. I could definitely see that personally. Okay. There's one that I had an idea for. It's a little bit on the tougher side because I feel like it's very powerful. How do you do this? I'm imagining an item swap where you can kind of force an item swap.
Or gain disfavor based on difference in slots.
Gain disfavor based on different slots? I think that it would be more of a bargaining tactic. So, like, you have to communicate with them for 1 minute, and then you just force swap the items. I don't like adding percentages. Percentages is kind of gross. Magic type that lets you roll damage multiple times at the cost of you spending more turn actions, i.e. 10d4 for 1 turn action, or spell equals 6 10d4 attacks over 6 turn actions. That makes sense. Affinity is social capabilities, right? So we have bargaining, which is for better prices and things. Subterfuge, which is lying and deceit. Impersonation, which is disguising. Decipher, which is being able to understand and interrogate better. Temptation, which is gaining positive effects from negative renown, and Ballad, which is gaining renown and buffing and support. So trying to come up with strategies for those effects. Do we have deception bonuses or anything of that nature yet? Same does with performing/distracting. That's a good point, actually. Where is subterfuge? Actually, you know what? You gain an additional point of favor on tests made to make a creature believe that you are telling the truth. Liar. Instead of half a joke, but I guess it does. Distraction tactic would actually be really cool. I think that would be a good idea. I don't know where that would go exactly. Maybe in temptation? I could see that actually. What's it called? Go. To make a display contest of creatures will contest. Meaning a point of favor for each negative renown. That creature. Upon succeeding, action the creature takes this turn must target you. You may spend an interrupt action to make a display contest against a creature's will contest, getting a point of favor for each negative renown you have with that creature. Upon succeeding, the next action the creature takes this turn must target you. Sneak attack. I do think that sneak attack would be in cunning. Disguising items stronger. Oh, that's interesting. I feel like you kind of already get that with liar, because you can just lie about the item's value. But I think that with bargaining, that would be a good idea. Give allies bonuses to their actions, but that works too. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, that's actually really gross. That's actually super gross. That's actually kind of disgusting. Give me a second. I like that. I feel like it kind of goes more under ballad, but I feel like probably not subterfuge. I think that would probably go under ballad, where it's something along the lines of choose another creature that you can sense. Chosen creature gains an additional interrupt action this turn. So you can spend, if you're the target of an effect, you can spend an interrupt action to give someone else another interrupt action. Two other creatures. It's very niche, but it does allow you to give your allies a little bit more time to work with. This is especially useful, for instance, if it's like if you're fighting a wake spell, for instance, or an AoE attack. Spend an interrupt action to give everybody else an additional interrupt action, and then run away. Would be an example of that. That's fair. I feel like there should be a response to it. Most of the times when something uses interrupt actions, it has a given response. There's a specific trigger that you have to respond to. When a creature you can sense makes an attack or casts a spell, that way you can immediately just give your friend 2 additional turn actions, or 2 friends an additional turn action, interrupt action. That's too powerful. I think that you can basically just hand another creature your interrupt action. That's exceptionally powerful, I would argue, though. So I think that's at least a mid-tier. But basically you go, and they look at you, and then your friend gets a 3rd interrupt action. You can get a lot of interrupt actions this way. Holy shit. Hopefully that makes sense. Bargaining is really messing me up, dude. Bargaining is really messing with me. I'm very liking these. Ooh. Bargaining is such a tough one. There's gotta be a way, and this is an example, this is a bad example, but like one way is treating one silver piece as if it's 2 silver pieces, which gives you an all-around benefit, right? Because you spend 1 silver piece and they receive 2 silver pieces out of it. Because that works on allies, it works on NPCs, it works on everything. However, it's also an infinite money glitch if you're not careful. Move around affinity that people have with you. Interesting. Would that be in bargaining? I could see that. Actually, you know what would be fun?
I will buy this common item for 40. Hey, buy this common item for 40. How do I have 8 million silver?
Okay, so when purchasing an item from a settlement, you may reduce your renown with that settlement by 1, by 2. If you do, you must only pay half the cost for the item. You may do this an additional time every 24 hours. Chain of fetch quests, what do you mean by that? So, bargaining, I feel like, is probably more so spending your renown more than anything. What would this be called? Insider. How many voices speaking primordial in your head do you think the average person could stand without going insane? Probably like 2. At most. Probably like 2 at most. Beekeeper wants to get wine, Viner wants apples, and the apple farmer wants to get the new axe. Yeah. I mean, how would you hard-code a talent that says that, though? I think that there's some interesting ways that you could spend renown with people. I'm just trying to think of how that would be. But yeah, Kilf is not average. It casually has 100 of them, not only negative effects, they're telling him to shut up a lot. I don't know, bargaining sounds more like a way to save money or decrease markups / increase markups in situations where you can mark up. I think that bargaining should be a lot more about spending renown for a positive effect. That's kind of how I see bargaining as of right now. So you can kind of like modify your renown in some way. What would be the markup changing thing then? Markup is tough because again, it's like you have to produce money out of nothing to make it accessible against players. Which is a really scary thing to do. Missing Kilf doesn't actively gone insane. He's learned to tune them out a lot. No, that's fair. That makes a lot of sense, honestly.
Maybe players have a cap of markdown then? By default. Even then with craft cost discounts it could go infinite money.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem. That's one of the reasons why components don't have base values. When selling an item to a settlement that you have 5 or more renown with, the minimum amount of currency you can acquire is equal to half of its base value. So you can't go, basically, they will never buy something from you for less than half of what it's worth. As long as you have 5 more renown with them. I'm trying to think. If you get enough discounts on things, that's kind of a problem. Oh, yeah, because you can already buy it for half cost and then sell it for half cost. Or you can liquidate it for half of its worth anyways. Yeah, these two already kind of contradict each other. Because, I mean, they're technically equal with each other, but if you get any further discounts, it's infinite money. Yeah, and this one just does what liquidation does, but worse. So that's not good. This one is fine, I think, because the cost of it is losing renown, and there comes a point where you just become a criminal. And you can only do it so many times every 24 hours, so. An item spends the campaign running from the mob of villagers trying to pay him the 45 silver he's owed. I'll be right back, chat. I'm just gonna use the restroom.
Spray A Brain is the solution for you. This has been a very nice relaxing dev stream. At Rainice Falling indeed. The chair is a much nicer streamer than Ori. Vibing with chair.
Sorry, chat. Anything crazy happened while I was gone? Did you guys finish the Adventurer's Guide yet? Hot chat slacking. Hasn't even finished the Adventurer's Guide yet. Rain got eaten by a cat? Not again. Rain, how does this keep happening?
XP.
XP. Soap elemental surgeons happened. You know, I don't think I'm following. I think I missed something. I think there's context I need there. There's actually an interesting mechanic that I'd like to play with a little bit. Oh, thank you for the nice snack. I'm gonna go grab a snack.
Oh good. Send him away from the desk again XD.
Spaghetti and meatballs chat. Bid a redeem for a bar of soap? No. I don't want to incentivize that. Share stream? Oh. Okay.
At the Forager 56, what about a redeem for a chocolate piece discreetly disguised as gold bars? But that's a good thing for Ori.
Two or more renowned.
We want to make him suffer like the masochist he is.
No.
Or because he hates us, whichever he prefers.
By two, that settlement. Maximum DR equal to 5 times.
What kind of secrets, item/spell features, or even subtraits can a faction teach? It doesn't have to be items.
Okay. Okay. While within a settlement that you have 2 or more renown with, you may reduce your renown by 2 with that settlement to summon a creature. Reduce your renown by 1 with that settlement to summon a creature as your contact. The stat block of this creature is decided by the GM and may have a maximum DR equal to 5 times your renown with the settlement prior to its reduction. Upon summoning, it has a renown of 5 with you. Does that sound like too much? Does that sound fair? Thoughts and prayers. So you can just conjure up people that you know from this settlement. It does mean that you're basically never going to get higher than a DR 50, really. It has a renown of 5 with you, so minorly, basically whatever you want. You're summoning a creature that has 5 renown with you, is essentially what's happening. Plus your natural global renown if you have any. Plus your settlement renown, which means that it's actually at least 6. I reworded it so the time it takes to summon and the stat block of this creature is decided by the GM. So you call for a contact and the GM decides who comes and how long it takes them to get there. It is exactly that. It's the mechanical version of I know a guy.
Also, for how long? Do you pay them?
You do not pay them, and it's for as long as, I mean, they have 5 renown with you, so you decide. I mean, not you decide. It's no, like, they don't, like, go away after a specific amount of time. All you're doing is just conjuring someone who has 5 renown with you. Can you pay them for more time? That depends on the GM and who they summon. But I would say probably generically, yes. What is essentially happening here is you're calling upon a friend that... Whoops. You're calling upon a friend that you know well. Like you have a good buddy here, and you're just calling them to you.
Can you know who'd you summon before doing it?
I think that would also be up to the GM, what they decide. Yeah. Maybe not the exact stat block, but it's like, oh yeah, you know Squaba, the goblin from this city. Old friend that you had in martialist class. Ye old Squaba. We love Squaba the goblin. I think that having the ability to call upon a contact is a really good idea for affinity, honestly. Ooh.
Can you use this unwittingly? Just walk into the town and run into him, then instantly get the details and everything from little Donald who owes his life to you for some reason.
That's completely based on setting and GM discretion. Because this is at the cost of spending renown, right? So you're not forcing it to happen. It can happen naturally, but forcing it to happen is what costs. The hard part about teaching a secret is that I don't really have a way to mechanically say, like, you learn a secret. Like, I feel like it has to be a little bit more precise mechanically what that means. Hmm. Okay. Local care. While within a settlement that you have 2 or more renown with, you may spend 1 hour and reduce your renown by an additional 1 with that settlement. For each renown reduced, you regain 15 DHP. While within, okay, I'm rephrasing this. While within a settlement that you have 2 or more renown with, you may spend 1 hour and reduce your renown by an additional 1 with that settlement.
Feature or a specialist talionaire. Yes, it is correct.
Renown by an additional 1 with that settlement. For each renown reduce, a consenting creature with that settlement within that settlement you choose regains 20 DHP. The only problem with this is that you can't really, I don't want to go too far with it. I could do like 20 or 25 maybe. Let's do 25. Because you could just sack your reputation with a town, right? And then just skip town. I mean, for 100 DHP, I think that's fair, especially for a low tier. You cannot do so again within the same settlement for 24 hours. I'm playing a bard. Bards are scary, dude. Bards are really scary. One thing that I think might be interesting is maybe having an effect that forces a creature to attack a target of your choice. I don't know exactly where that would go. Maybe temptation? Can George be a faction? They can teach stuff to PCs as long as they don't tell those secrets to others. Like shift shooting the animals can be a feature of a faction. I mean, they could be in a specific setting. I don't think they could be in Utopia because not all settings have druids in them. But you could definitely run that. Permanent buff
Factions
is really
have
tough.
to be kinda non-descriptive core rules.
Yeah, in world there can be, but in rules there shouldn't be. I guess is a way to say that. Hey, or you want to hear a curse? Too late? I hope when you heat up your favorite food leftovers in the microwave, you think it's warm all the way through, only to discover when taking a bite you find it's cold still and have to reheat it. I'm just giving you shit that I... Shit if I didn't... That'd mean I don't like you. Joke's on you. I don't reheat my food. I eat it cold. Haha. What I mean is paying renown for spell or item features like high tier bargaining. Oh, I understand. Actually, okay. No, that's actually a really good idea. Hold on. You may reduce your renown by an additional one with that settlement. I can't do flat numbers. Yes, I can. I like this.
You could do flat numbers in examples of factions at the very least, if those will be in AG1.
I don't think they necessarily will be, but this still works. When purchasing an item from a settlement, you may reduce your renown by an additional 1 with that settlement. For each renown reduced, the base value of that item is calculated as 20 less. As if it was reduced by 20. Is a better way to say that, in my opinion. 25? 4 renown for 100 silver pieces is not worth it. 50. Minimum of 0. That does kind of create an instance where you can convert stuff into money, but it's not quick and it costs renown. And it's at like an awful exchange rate. So I'm okay with that. So basically, when you go to buy something, you can make it cost 50 silver pieces less per renown you spend. Hope your favorite show has a cliffhanger at the end of the season and gets canceled before it gets another season. That's happened before. It sucks. I'm okay with that for bargaining. These are the kind of effects I like for bargaining, personally. Bargaining is very settlement focused so far. I think renown should be a form of currency to some extent.
Being
100%.
able to buy more exclusive stuff. Wait, bargaining is done.
No, there's still one more. There's one more. It's just the low tier. We only need the low tier for bargaining. Actually, I'm not mad about that. I don't really know how to describe that. I mean, with a curse thing, give me shit. I don't think I have any good curses. I don't think I have any good ones. If I think of one, I'll hit you with it. Accessing rare items in shops or something. That's what I'm kind of thinking right now. Exclusive offers. The inventory of vendors residing at settlements that you have 4 or more renown with offer at least one additional item that only you may purchase.
You stub your feet at random and each time it happens the pain increase till the end of the day.
Oh god, that's terrible.
Do we have ways to increase renown easier?
I mean, Ballad is super easy. Ballad just has 3 talents of grow renown with a creature, grow renown with a settlement, and grow renown with a global. Only you. It specifically states only you. Maybe you can gain renown if you spend an amount of days in town. Ooh, that's a good point, actually. That's so gross. Hold on. Uncanny Insights. Up to 1 additional time per settlement, you gain 1 renown with the settlement you are residing in after spending 48 hours there. All of your body when you sleep except for your feet. Fuck. So 4 PCs each will gain an exclusive offer? Yes. That is correct. It's a minimum of 1 item. So the GM decides if there's more than that. But the minimum is 1 additional item that's specific to them. Rain, do you feel like that kind of fits the vibe of what you were going for there? Uncanny Insights? If you were to spend 30 levels on this, which obviously is a lot, but if you were to spend 30 levels on this, you get the innate ability to stay at a place for a month and have them fall in love with you. Actually, you wouldn't even have to stay that long. You'd only need to spend 18 levels on it. And then stay there for about 2 weeks. And then you'll be at extreme leniency against law enforcement. Honestly, that's pretty fair. I'm pretty okay with that. Spending 18 levels on that and then spending 2 weeks there. Yeah. Yeah, no, that checks out. And then you kind of get around law enforcement. But the interesting way I feel like, especially like with bargain, I feel like the study of bargaining has like so many ways that you can like gain and then, you know, lose and then spend that renown with people. You know what I mean? I'm changing disguise to state that you are treated as if you have the renown of this disguised figure while disguised. Oh no, wait, that's so powerful. Hold on. We have to move that up quite a bit.
At loot_llama60, I hope that your dreams will be filled with your embarrassing moments.
Fucked up. Every time I have to go to coffee, they always misspell your name by only one letter. I hate that. How do you misspell Ori by one letter? Yeah. Yeah, no, the double blue goes kind of wild.
Ori.
Oh, I hate that.
For example,
one person can reach this way. You may okay, extreme resemblance. You may spend 2 hours to impersonate a creature. Oh. To impersonate a creature you can vividly imagine. While impersonating a creature this way, you are treated as if you have its level of renown. If your renown would be modified, the noun of if your renown would be modified, the renown of the chosen creature is instead. Modifications made this way can only be made once per impersonation, and you may only impersonate any creature once. It's HP to cast spells with blood magic, use stamina to heal themselves, and then energy damage to recover stamina. It's an infinite loop. Wait, what? You can spend SHP to cast spells with blood magic, use stamina to heal themselves, and then energy damage magic to recover stamina. Yes, but dealing energy damage to themselves makes them lose SHP again. Spellcasting is generically free. You can generally cast an infinite number of spells. That's just kind of something that automatons struggle with. While impersonating a creature this way, you are treated as if you have its level of renown. If your renown would be modified, the renown of the chosen creature is instead. Modifications made this way can only be made once per impersonation, and you may only impersonate any creature once. This is really gross. This is really gross and really powerful. I hate toothaches so much. Let me change it a little bit. Yeah, that's actually, like, excessively powerful. I'm a little scared. Let's charge
Framing
it
a creature is OP.
Mm-hmm. You can only make one modification. And you can only do it for each creature once. So you only get one impersonation attempt per creature per action, right? Or one action and one attempt per creature ever, right? It takes 8 hours to complete. And if it backlashes and doesn't have the effects that you want, it doesn't matter. It's spent forever. No, yeah, there's a ton of ways that you could do that. There's a ton of ways to prevent this from happening just through social deduction. I like that. Does the player or PC know if it worked? I mean, you know how you would know the renown shift, hypothetically, but if it had whiplash effects following that, you wouldn't know unless you investigated. Like, if they figure it out later, you know what I mean? This is where we get into social deduction. Then it's a mystery, because then they have to figure out if they know who framed them. Like if it didn't work to begin with. I mean, you would have to make a test, right? Or I guess you wouldn't know if somebody figured out that you're lying, but you would know if your renown shifted.
Does the DM have to tell you?
It depends what you mean by that. Because this is just a mechanic. There's no test for failure here, right? There's just a check to see if if you modified their renown. And I, as a GM, would have to tell you if your renown went down, unless I'm purposely disguising that information from you. So one way or another, you're gonna be able to deduce whether or not it worked mechanically. Yeah, you try to pretend you're someone else. Then you go kill someone. Yeah? Yeah. Correct. Unless you try to go somewhere where you aren't allowed and the NPC is and then guards stop you and then, yeah, PC knows it failed. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, exactly. It just depends on social deduction. You kind of have to figure it out. You have to take clues and investigation to figure out what's happening in that case. Impersonation is really cool because like all of these abilities stack so well with each other. Divination doesn't work on you. You remember the appearance of an additional creature and you can disguise yourself as them, and then you can frame them and hit their renown instead of your own. That's freaking gross, dude. This basically means you can commit crime without being convicted of a crime. But you know what else you can do is that you can do this and then you can bargain with it. You can use bargaining afterwards, which is also super,
Are there
super
other
gross.
places that let you remember appearance of a creature?
Not currently, no. Scribes are fucked up, dude. Scribes are really fucking capable. Jesus. The investigators might figure out it's a frame up, but who did it? That's exactly it. Forgot to mention the barking synergy. Yep. Oh yeah. I call them nobles. I don't know. But the blue blues are fucking terrifying, dude. This is hot. Especially, dude, oh my god, okay, Affinity synergizes so much with itself because, like, okay, you can frame, like, let's say that you had, like, all of Affinity, right? Which obviously is no small feat, but you can impersonate, pretend to be someone else, fuck up their renown instead of your own, or frame yourself, okay, let's say that you bargain with it, so use it for bargaining. Then once it wears off, you can just start spending your own renown and then get positive effects from your renown and just basically wager with it. Realistically, what I would do is I would just have a low renown, use the features of my low renown to make it worse, and then just disguise myself as high renown and bargain with somebody else's. Faction-specific item or spell features? I don't think I'd be able to do that. Because, again, that's lore contextual, and the system can't be lore contextual. I mean, again, in a setting, that's fine, but... Oh, man, this is gross. It's also really funny because if you use subterfuge for this temporary renown gain, you can bargain with it, and then once the hour runs up, you drop back down to your low, right? So if you're at like 0, you fake it so that you have 3, you spend all 3, then when the hour's up, you go to -3, and they figure it out and they hate you. But it's just enough time to skip town. Put what into exclusive deals? Blues are cool, dude. I think that's just kind of like you can just do that. Yo, what's up, Yami? Yeah, I stream for 7 hours every day now. T. I don't. Yeah, 2 weeks on, 1 week off. I stream for 7 hours a day. It's subathon. But it's a subathon that's been going on for 6 months now. Okay. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Decipher's really interesting and I want more. Endless subathon? That's kind of the meme, yeah. Mm. Uh, okay. Empathetic. When you spend 1 minute communicating with a creature that doesn't speak or speak any similar languages to you, that doesn't understand nor speak any similar languages to you, you may increase your renown with that creature by an additional 1. And it's stackable, so you can keep getting this and keep doing that. You may only do so once per creature. So specifically, if you don't speak a language they speak. We need to end this. I'm coming over. Bet. No, never. He must remain unemployed. Do you have learning subtraits from factions is too finicky to balance, right? You mean permanent increase of subtraits? That one's very finicky for really weird reasons. And that's because you can always reverse engineer what your subtraits should be based on your level. And if you start giving outside forces that do that, you kind of prevent that ability. But also infinite subtraits gets really out of hand really quickly. Wait, you're going back home? What do you mean by that? No, you're not. Nuh-uh. No. Incorrect. Nuh-uh. Really? No shot. Dude, that's crazy. That's fair. There are repeatable talents that do that currently.
I haven't seen family since Christmas.
Aw, damn. That's actually kind of real, though. No, you're fair for that. You're fair for that.
We're tutored.
No, I get where you're coming from. It's possible. I could see you running that in a setting. It would have to be at a very high cost or at a very strong limitation, but I could see it. I have no friends, just people I hang out. Ooh, that's a toughie, dude. That's a deep one, honestly. That's a deep fucking cut when it comes to shit like that. Owies. Feels bad, but I have no one to actually connect with. Well, then get over here. What are you doing? Come on. Come on. Get over here. Come on. Come here. Come here, boy. That was a joke. Love you, Yami. That is renowned with the faction until men. Understandable. I think that this is, at the very least, a huge start. This is a lot to go off of by itself. I am very intrigued by this. Less than numbers to you as well, buddy. This is gross, and I absolutely love it. But I think that means, chat, that we're getting towards the end of stream now. We're hitting about that 7-hour mark, so we got about 8 minutes left. I think we might be raiding out a little bit sooner than that, but I think it's about time.
Productive.
It was productive. It was, in fact, productive. That was a lot of cool talents added. Or strategies, rather. Cunning is the only one that doesn't have a strategy on the board yet. Kind of wild, actually. Really wild. I am very excited by this.
Work stream eyes.
Thank you for stream. I appreciate you. I think the next work stream currently on the list is going to be the Adventurer's Guide again, and it's after next Paya session. Be some unique or secret features that are usually available to the DM? Like, what do you mean? That you keep forgetting what you were going to do each time you go into a room? Oof. Oofies.
Away, but dating game. Dash.
I know. We need to set up a time for that. We need to set up a day and a time for dating game. Clone dating sim is so funny to me, chat. Yami on stream when? Right now. Get over here. I stream every day. Pick a day, dog.
At
Like
Mr.
features that
Yami
players usually
tomorrow.
need to do a quest to learn. I mean, hypothetically, it's possible. Not built into the system. But like I said, a quest can't be hard-coded either. We need Yami stream. What is the schedule for tomorrow? Well, the first part is Blood on... Oh, no, no. No, it's not Blood on the Clock
Yami
Tower.
stream.
It's Chat Decides. Yeah, come over tomorrow. Yami stream. Maybe a Thursday or Saturday? Thursday is all over the board, so
Tuesday
that's
is
actually perfect. Thursday or Saturday. Saturday normally is going to be Hollow Knight and Date Everything. Thursday... Oh, Thursday is no stream. Duh. So it'd have to be a Saturday. Can't Tuesdays? That's because Yami hates us, chat. Oh, dude. You know what's so crazy, too? Is that blue and purple go so fucking hard with each other. Like, I was just looking at it, and, like, looking at, like, commandeering, for instance. Where did it go? Commandeering, it says, the effects range increased by 2 meters. When it travels, you choose where it travels.
At loot
Like,
underscore
that's
llama
just, like...
60 bet.
Obviously, there's no... Not obviously. There's no discipline that has blue and purple. So there's no blue-purple discipline, but having both of those is so gross, dude. Affinity and law kind of go way too hand-in-hand with each other. Oh, be careful saying yes to that, Yami. We have a maid cooking stream on the board right now, so you be careful. There's a maid cooking stream locked and loaded. All right,
Bet.
chat. Let's find somebody to raid.
Yami cooking stream.
Woo! Anybody else doing some game dev? Chat, do you want a game dev streamer or do you want something else? Knowing my luck, the maid cooking stream would be the stream my dad would tune into. Oh, I hope so. Chat, we have a cool just chatting stream right here. Tentacle girl, let's go. Chat, make sure to copy that raid message. The one in the pinned message if you are not subscribed. The one in chat if you are. The one with all the emotes if you are subscribed. The one in the pinned message does not require any emotes to copy and paste. So copy it, paste it in their chat, let them know who sent you. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us for this stream. Tomorrow is going to be Chat Decides. So come in tomorrow if you want to decide what we're going to be doing for stream tomorrow. I'm terrified and excited, and I love you guys a lot. See you guys for another 7 hours tomorrow. I appreciate you guys. You guys are all amazing. I love you. Yami, talk to me after this. I love you, and bye.